All right, let's continue on the roll here. We've got, figuratively speaking, John hanging out with us. Chef M80 is here. We had the radical mom, Mary Atwell, here with us. Thank you for joining us, Mary. Sir Clifton himself here saying, when you're walking down the street and you see a little ghost, what you going to do about Ghostbusters? Talking about the Be Kind Rewind movie. If you guys remember that from back in the day.
Mm-hmm.
I was about to say diarrhea, but that was a different
The Collecting Brothers are here. Good to have you. I don't know who's on the account right now. I'm going to assume it's John. Good to have you here, brother. Thank you. All Music Fan has joined us this evening. He's been, I've been chatting up about some Ghostbusters this week. It's been awesome. Ooh. Fancy brick. And Fat Red Foo or Fatrid, if you're Lawrence, Fatrid. Good to see you, brother. Thank you for being here.
What?
And
Somebody's gonna say, now you got it.
Oh, we got a co-star already joining us.
Yep, she wants attention already. It's like 5 seconds into it. It's like, oh, you haven't given me attention in approximately 10 seconds. I must ask.
That's right.
Baby girl, spoiled rotten, and she's getting stuff. What are you getting into? You cannot have the wrapper for my cough drop, you silly girl.
Puppy co-stars always welcome to the stream. We've got Reploid Bill hanging out with us, who has another awesome YouTube channel. If you have not checked him out yet, make sure to go over and subscribe to Reploid Bill. And Todd C here with us saying, hey, y'all, what's going on, Todd? Glad you could join us. Toy Mama Christina hanging out with us. She actually was just live last night, of course, hanging out with the so awesome Radical Toys Adam. They were doing a little hangout stream last night that was really cool, looking at a couple of figures. It was very, very fun to just chill, laugh, and hang out. We got Cobweb Collector joining us. What's going on, Cobb? Hyperdelic joining us this evening saying, hey, folks, what's going on, Hyperdelic? And K-Roll joining us, hanging out. Good to see you, sis. And we've got Anryu here as well. And that runs out of everybody who I had starred and selected. Now, I know we've had a bunch of people jump in since.
Scott Baker's there.
Yeah, I was going to say, I know I just
Digital
saw him
Diarrhea.
popping on this.
Scott,
I'm grabbing him.
Ted,
Oh, yeah, no, we got a lot more
Diarrhea.
people to say hello to. Oh, I'm going to bring them all up.
Yesterday.
We had the Yesterday's podcast. If you guys are not listening to it, definitely check out Yesterday's podcast. Our good friend Derek Hoover. We've got Toy Addict here joining us and hanging out as well. Oh, man, I should have never switched over to the star screen. Now I'm missing so many people. Again, Digital Diarrhea is here. Ted Darkclaw, brother from Helidope Toys, hanging out this evening. Ted, I'm glad you could make it, brother. Thank you.
Boy, Ted's a little
from
sound buzz.
Filmation have showed up in the chat as well. Thanks, Thanos. Just talking to him, though, not us. We're not important enough.
Oh, no, never. We're never.
It's rarely important. Well, it's either work or it's not important, usually. So
I remember that sound from the beginning of every episode of Black Star. Is that right, Thanos?
Yes. Yes, it was.
Every single episode of Black Star ever.
Yeah.
Scott Baker is here. We've got Nolan in the house as well. I actually don't think I had highlighted one of Nolan's before. Nolan, we're not officially ToyTube and still you're here, brother. So thank you for joining. And Happy Accident hanging out as well. Good to see you, Happy. Glad you could be here. There we go. Negative 35 degrees Celsius, but the wind was negative.
That's a no for me. I like cold, but no.
What's negative 35 in American? Negative 35 Celsius.
Freaking cold.
Negative 35 Celsius would be death.
No, it wouldn't.
We almost got there here in Northern California today. Almost. No.
Yeah.
What, you broke 65?
No.
Got below 60. Woo, it's cold.
It's cold.
That's why I got the beanie on, man.
It's like on my stream Tuesday, Wilhelm Toy and Hobby was on. He's like, "Ooh, it's a little cold here today." he lives in Florida. He's like, it was 70. I was like, oh my God.
So negative
Before I
35
start
degrees
wiggling and
Celsius
with
is
these
apparently
joints,
negative 31 degrees Fahrenheit.
Oh,
Am
that's
I going to need to warm him up?
I recommend warming up all toys.
Am I
Oh,
going to
yeah.
warm him up?
Oh, is that
Always.
the Master
That
Wang?
is Master Wang.
Oh,
Yep,
he's
Master
so
Wang.
cool.
Yeah, man, he's
I would
he's
definitely
from
warm
like
him up.
South Asia. It's real warm out there. So like where you're at with the beanie, you gotta warm 'em up.
All
Tigers don't like
right.
the cold.
And we've got even more people jumping in. Uh-oh. Who did we lose? I think we lost Bud.
But
We lost Bud.
Hopefully he's okay, because I know he's getting some crap weather too.
That's what he
We
gets
got-
for doing dirty things with his toys.
who would do such a thing?
Right? Who would have a garden of dicks?
Some kind of deviant.
Some deviant.
I love
That's-
that picture.
That's our deviant,
like-
though. All right.
It's like I put in the comment, what the hell kind of fairy garden is this? Mushrooms.
It's a lot of schlong rooms.
Yeah. Those are mushrooms, all right.
Hey, Joe, do you follow Paul's Customs on Instagram?
Who's that?
Guy's name is Paul's Customs. He does 3D
Oh,
prints.
yeah. No.
He's closing his
Paul
shop at
Gerardo.
the end of the
Yeah,
month. So
I'm
I
actually
snagged a few
super
things.
sad. I wanna place an order with him too. Probably my best custom, that dragon, ogre scale dragon that I made.
Yeah.
That head was a Paul's custom piece, and I want
Nice.
to get at least one more before he closes
Yeah,
down.
I
I'm
got
actually
the
really
like
sad to
slightly
hear that he had some
furry.
orders.
Yeah, I got a slightly furry torso and the lion head, and one of his swords
Oh, yeah.
that's just ridiculously absurd.
Oh, man.
Mhm.
Is
So
he
I have
okay?
plans
Is
for
he
that.
just
He
closing
has-
for? Is he sick or is he just closing because he needs to close?
I think he's going back to school or finishing school, and he wants to finish strong, something like that. I think it was something like that, wasn't it? Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah,
That's
it,
good.
it was. He I think went through a divorce and had a lot of personal problems, and wasn't
do it to
actually
you every
selling
time.
for quite a while. And then he came back, but now I think he's trying to just get back on track. So he posted that he's closing the shop. So he has a lot of good stuff. That furry torso is fantastic. I have a couple of those.
Yeah.
So really,
Right.
really good stuff.
Excellent. Well, Bud answered in the chat, says his internet's really going slow because the weather out there. I know it's
Yeah.
high wind in a lot of places. Some places are getting rain, sleet, snow, and all kinds of other wintry mixed weather. So I feel for everybody right now. We just got high winds here, but it's still pretty impressive today with the winds.
We've had it all today. We had sunshine this morning with wind, and then we had
Right?
rain. Then we had freezing rain, sleet, snow. Now we're having wind, and I know we've gotten about 6 or 8 inches in the last couple hours.
Nice.
We had a wee bit of rain this morning, but we had plenty of rain last night. All right. So
It
Cowabunga.
snowed for about 6 hours this morning, which is out of character for the desert. So
Yeah, well, at night it can do that there. At night, depending on which desert you're in and where. So,
right.
okay. How long would you pop in with what's up? We got well hung banana hammocks. Always glad to see you in the chat, brother. Agent Shuckles is here. John popping in a second time. Don't know if you heard the chat.
Happy. Your reason your chat isn't updating is you're coming probably from my channel, and the chat is mostly on Oz's channel.
Yeah, a lot of people in my chat.
Good point. Forgot about that.
Maybe one of these days I'll remember to put a link for the.
Wish there was a
Maybe.
way that we could truly get the chats combined and still stream from each other's channel so that everybody can get views and watch hours out of it. I wish there was just a better way for us to be able to do it.
Could be nice.
Make it happen, StreamYard.
Yeah, come on, StreamYard. Look, I've been paying you a crap ton of money for a year now.
Mhm.
Give us a freaking bone here. We
Well,
like
the
your
thing
platform.
is, if they could combine the chat into one that we could all see, there's no reason that it couldn't show up everywhere.
Yeah.
right?
It's
Like,
just
you
a,
just
it's
gotta-
just a program.
Exactly. Make it happen. Come on. Skyfall, good to have you here, brother. Long time no see. Well, not really, because I think we were just in a chat yesterday together. I can't remember. I don't know. We watch so many of the same channels across the board with everybody. It's really, really hard to remember where I've seen people and where I haven't seen people these years. All right,
After it's like I feel like we talk about this each week. Yes, actually, we probably do
we do. It comes up
because we want to make sure that people understand when they're watching from other channels. There's a main channel that it's from, and then everything else is.
Fat Red, you need to remember that. Look at the screen. There's a bunch of grumpy old men on here. We're going to bitch about the same thing every day that we can.
That's right. This is
'Cause
our
we've
equivalent
earned
of
it.
damn
No.
kid,
We find new
dumb,
things to bitch about every day, and then add those on to the ones that we
Right.
already
Yeah.
bitching
Well, we've
about.
earned that. We've earned that.
That's how we get to this age.
That's right. That's right. Speaking of Adam from Radical Toys, he is now joined in the chat as well. Good to see you, brother. Great stream that you and Toy Mama had last night. It was a lot of fun catching you guys live, hanging out. All right. Oh, we got here. Got to shout this out. Brick and Thanos, we're recording our Sectar and Golden Girl episodes for February on Monday. You better believe Galoob and Blackstar are going to be touched upon.
Thank you.
That's right. We got
to happen.
Thanks, Derek.
So much
Handle that.
attention needs to be brought to them so that we can get more people buzzing, and then maybe whoever owns the rights out there will be like, "Hey, we have these."
We all just need to start firing messages off to Ace and tell him to make Blackstar next. They'll do
There
it.
you go.
That's
Enough people hound
true.
he'll do it.
That'll make whoever has the license come out of hiding. That's for damn
Yep.
sure.
Yeah, well, the
Pretty
moment
sure
he
it's Hasbro.
touches it,
Hasbro has it according to what we know.
yeah. So Scott Baker was mentioning he got in a couple things from Paul's custom sale today. Good.
Oh, nice.
That's right. We got to support our friends within the business. And Collecting Brother says, you need to watch hours. I can keep this open and going.
Oh,
Hey, it's not
He
so
just-
much for me. Is he
Yeah.
on yours, Brick?
he just posted that. I was about to reply. Every
Okay.
time, if I put anyway, whatever. I hope it's ignore anything that I put in there that doesn't, just ignore it. I'm basically telling people to come over to Oz's, but
So you want us just to ignore you? So every time you speak tonight, we'll just
sorry, somebody talking to me right now.
yeah,
you guys
exactly.
listening? Can you hear me?
What? Somebody say something? I don't
Hold
know.
on.
All night. You're going around and around.
So, since we're going to be doing a lot of stuff, especially some unboxing here of got some new Ghostbusters toys I'm going to be cracking open tonight. Adam's asking us, what do we think of Janine suited up on the new promo poster? Thinks she's going to be blasting ghosts in the new movie. I think that would be great.
Yeah.
I would absolutely love to have Janine joining in with the original three now, right?
Oh yeah.
It has precedence. We've seen it at least in 2 episodes of the cartoon, and I definitely.
Yeah, sorry. I was in. I'm
No,
with you,
no.
man. I think I was excited to see that, especially spoiler alert, especially since they're down a Ghostbuster, an OG Ghostbuster. But I mean, she should have been in there
Yeah.
a while
Janine
back.
needs to be an official Buster.
Hey, Rick
What was
Moran
that you were just
character
holding up
dressed
there,
up too,
Terrence?
right?
Oh,
in, the,
okay.
in the suit the one time, didn't he? In episode 2, or
Yeah, in the second one, he suited up, ran all the way.
yeah. It's fitting. She deserves it.
Radical Toys saying he needs some subs and watch hours through the roof. Oh, okay. Well, you ever want to jump on and join? And then, Adam, you're always welcome to come hang out with us for an evening. And then you can do the simulcast over to your channel and try to get some people over there and we can get you some watch hours. I mean, it's what we do, right? I know we all chimed in and joined in to make sure that we can get Brick over some watch hours, get his channel up there.
Yeah, totally
And
got me
I
there.
mean, that's just one of these things that we do. I would gladly direct everybody to go to another channel and watch all kinds of content and really just boost your watch hours. It's one of the best things we can do as a community together, right?
Rock and
Mhm.
roll.
100.
Shining Plastic People is saying hanging out at the clubhouse is always a great time. It is, Chris. It is. Oh, okay. He's just saying he needs some more subs. Well, that always comes with just putting out content. Like, it was one of my biggest things is that I don't have nearly as many subscribers as some people would think that I do, just because of the fact that I don't put out a lot of short form content. Not everybody wants to sit around and watch us yammer on for 8, 9, 12, 32 hours, however long we're streaming this week.
That's right. How many Saturdays can you watch a bunch of old guys say, "Get off my lawn"?
Exactly.
What the hell's
So-
up with
More
the
like get off my toys.
Where's Black Star? Come on, Hasbro.
Where's my toy?
$40 for a McFarlane toy.
Oh,
Man,
we'll get
I was-
into that.
I was
You got a
hoping,
pretty
Chris,
painted
can you jump
face
on so we can just
there,
talk
Mr.
McFarlane
Toy.
pricing? Yeah.
We are definitely going to get into that because we always try to cover at least a little bit of the news. Let me go ahead here. I want to make sure. Let me get that. You know what? I'll just drop it in Toy Network. That way everybody gets it. Then, of course, I'm going to have like 30 people trying to jump on.
Yeah.
Well, we got room for 3 more.
At least 3 more.
Yeah, no, there were a lot of names that popped up when you're going through it that I'd love to hang out with and just sort of see in here. They got great
Right.
channels. Hyperdelic
Hey.
in there. I've been really into
Chris says you'll jump on in like 40 minutes.
cool.
40-ish minutes? Okay.
That's what he said in the chat. Yeah.
Yeah,
I
he's got
totally
the pro
missed-
wrestling on.
Got the wrestling on.
Oh yeah, that's right. I missed hanging out with John last week from Collecting Brothers.
You did, but there's always an opportunity, right? That's one of the things. Even if you miss one week, there's always another week, and we all know we're going to be doing this. So even if for 1 week that I'm not hosting, Aaron will pick it up, or Ed, he'll jump on and keep the late night part of this going. The clubhouse is beyond just any one channel, and that's what's great about the show. It's about everybody's channel. I know last week we even had Alpha Magnus on for the first time.
Yeah, I missed that too.
Well, there's always more opportunities. And if anybody just heard me mention about what the Toy Network is, if you message me on Instagram, we have a group chat of a lot of amazing content creators called the Toy Network group chat that we set up to help grow all of these channels, like everybody who's associated, like there are tons of us all in there. All of us just about have YouTube channels or are very closely associated with YouTube channels within the hobby. And the idea is that we all help each other grow. You drop links to whatever content is. And then, from there, you get to watch all of this stuff. Kenzo, you know what? I need to get Kenzo in that chat now that I think about it. Well,
Kenny's
There
over
were-
there with his nose bent now. See what you did, us?
yeah, is what I did.
There's no crying in baseball. So if you're going to be a bitch, you're not welcome.
There's plenty of time in baseball. What are you talking about?
I love to cry.
You know what, though? I'm making that update
Hate
here.
baseball.
This is, Kenzo not being in that chat is overdue.
I thought he was already. So there you go.
Well,
Is that the red demon, Brick?
It's a red demon that I've been waiting a long time for.
Oh,
That guy
I'm
looks
distracted.
so
Red
good.
Asura demon.
very nice.
oh,
yeah, man, the
yes.
soft goods are hot and just it's cool. He runs a little bit smaller than a lot of the things I do. He's just very similar to that Noda Wukong.
Yeah.
Actually, where's Noda Wukong? They're gonna do some martial arts action together. But
Nice.
very cool. And like a good demon, he brings his own drink. So
That's right.
yeah, man, this is great. I'm you know how I do. I'm simultaneously filming shorts and and the footage for the unboxing that in some magic time I will edit and turn into a video.
Right?
That's just like Random Diorama always says. It's his Friday night chill streams. He gets more done because he's just on there. Just might as well do it while you're there.
Yep.
I would say definitely. And he's saying, question, because I'm not much of a streamer and such, I've been toying with having supercuts of episodes posted here
Yes.
and asking if you think it's worth it. It's definitely worth it.
Yep.
Always worth it because even if this is just another avenue to direct traffic to the podcast, right? There are tons of channels out there that never do a face reveal, never show a face whatsoever.
Is he going to have a bunch of haircuts on here or supercuts of his podcast?
I'm hoping
I just-
supercuts of his
just clarifying.
podcast because I don't want him to cut his hair.
Yeah, I'd say in addition, not supercuts, but even like sort of short snippets of whatever, like, you know.
Toy Mama, yeah, I'd be down to. You're getting streaming and all like that, and you're probably going to end up wanting to do your own. You're going to want to do some streams away from Adam at some point in time. I take it. I know, because Dawn started up her channel and she did one stream with me and was like, "Nope, after this, I'm just going to do my own thing." So, definitely, Christina. Go ahead. I'm doing all this on the fly while we're live, too. Just gotta love it.
What's up, guys?
What's up, Jacob?
What's going on, buddy?
Hey,
How you
Stay
doing?
for like 7 minutes, but I'll probably hop back later with you guys.
You know, you're always welcome.
Yeah,
How you
for
liking
sure.
your Dark Wolf, Cobb?
Cool. Yeah, I'm anxious for Thanos. That's why I wanted to come out here tonight too. So I know you thought about maybe okay tonight. Yeah.
oh shoot, good reminder.
He's pretty cool. I have
Yes.
no complaints, but I'll wait till Thanos opens his and see how his goes.
See if my legs are loose.
Yeah, mine
Right.
are wonky as hell.
Ooh, that's never any good, especially when you're paying that price tag on that figure.
No, that's why I was like, damn, I just bought 5 figures last night for the same price as this one. So.
Yeah,
I saw,
exactly.
Dorklair had like one of the eyes was like a lot of paint slop on it. I'm like, man, I haven't opened mine up. I hope it don't look like that.
Oh, that's
Right?
weird.
Can't be having that. Like, this is one of my, honestly, like, I didn't pre-order it, and I kind of wish I had now. Money's been too tight to grab it, and then it's sold out. Friggin' sold out on BBTS and Frazetta Girls now, and I'm like, shit.
Yeah, I seen that.
So
Yeah,
I'm
we
gonna
looked
have
at
to
it.
eventually hunt one down, but
I'm sure they'll probably get a restock.
It's their
I hope
first
so.
run, so they'll probably release it again, I'm sure. This is
Yeah,
their
I'm
first
really
actual
hoping.
figure.
Hopefully, they
well, because like one of the main ones I want from Savage Crucible is also the
Oh yeah.
Conan homage.
Yeah.
And oh man, who was it that posted it earlier? May have just been Savage Crucible. It was like showing it off next to Dark Wolf.
That was
Yeah.
Savage.
Yeah, it was
Crucible,
them.
Yeah.
Yeah, but, well, it's got to be because nobody else has it yet. Like I don't
Yeah.
even know why I was thinking that, but man, did those two look great
Yes,
together?
they did.
Like just so good. I was like, yes, I want these. Plus, being a big fan of Frazetta art myself, like just having representations of his art and stuff within my collection.
How
Yes,
does it look next to that Batman Cobb that you got as the fill-in? Did
he
you
looks
put him together
tiny.
yet?
I didn't realize how huge that freaking Batman is.
it's because Todd loves making them 7-inch plus
Yep.
figures. Like I
Yeah,
was looking at that
man.
Batman today, and I was
That's why I
like, he's
got
just
him to
way
begin with,
out of
but
scale.
man, he really freaking.
Yeah, he's a
Yeah.
monster
That's
compared to that.
massive
Dark
difference, yeah.
Wolf.
It's looking
Yeah.
like Kane versus Rey Mysterio Jr.
Uh-huh.
Right? He's got that game. It's exactly what I think. Yeah. Couple
So
of things, Thanos. I figured out some better ways for him to hold the arrow and a couple of different things. Like, so I'll get with you later. If once you get messing with him, you'll probably figure it out too. Oh, you got him out already. It was quick.
Yeah. His legs, they're a little bit loose, but they're not like wobbly. Like
That's what somebody
That's
else
good.
I saw a review said. Theirs wasn't too bad, but mine seemed like really bad. Like I couldn't get him to stand and stuff for my video.
Yours
Get
was made on a
you,
Friday afternoon.
Jacob, go buy a
neat collectible
Uh,
stores.
quart of water-based polyurethane. It's the same shit that's Kiki's. You can buy a quart for what somebody would charge you for a little itty-bitty bottle of Kiki's. It's the same stuff. Heat up the legs, pop them off, coat both sides, pop
Paint his
them back
balls.
on.
Paint his balls with it.
Paint the balls with it.
Paint them up.
I saw that review. He
You need
don't.
a water-based
You don't have
polyurethane.
balls, right?
Yeah, I know he's pretty.
Tell
He has
Thanos
his
did
own
those.
line. He's all
Not
kid all
anatomically
over there.
correct. What the
I
hell?
don't
Thanos will fix that.
Well, I'm rioting now. There's not
Okay.
an anatomically correct toy. Yeah.
Gotta have that
I
monster.
don't have the
dong
skin
on.
tone match for him though.
Hey, how much
They
money
try
for
to get
this? And it
to
doesn't
the,
even
like,
have balls.
half-naked
I'm
barbarian.
disappointed in you.
The balls are extra.
It's not for lack of looking great.
Balls are exclusive version. They only get sold on McFarlane Toys.
You know,
I'm
kind of
feeling
funny
left
you
out.
said
now,
$40.
Thanos. Thanks, man.
That
All right,
battle
so-
where He-Man you were talking about, Oz?
Yep.
Saying you about him not having a sword. Which
Yeah.
is crazy to me now that I don't think you can really see on there, but his harness that comes with him, besides the battle armor, has this perfect diamond shape, and it's even got two little things, and like the regular
The
sword
sword fits perfect.
fits perfect in there and is made for it. So it must be something they cut out. Because I was looking at
I
today with
think-
the harness on there.
I think what it is they were just kind of given a new updated harness. And they were like, people, they gave away like a sword, the power sword with like every character in the original run of the Masterverse Revelation figures. So they're probably like, somebody's gonna have an extra sword.
Yeah, it is just a perfect fit for it, though.
Nice.
Didn't Gwildor and Orko have
Gwildor's
like
got
the
one.
new updated
Yep.
sword?
They got the glowing one.
Oh,
Yeah.
yeah.
So that's definitely where you can get one from for that. So I did want to pop this up here because if anybody's not watching Random Diorama on Friday nights, even if it's not Friday night, but you're going back and watching the replay of his lives, they are so super chill and relaxing.
Yeah, I was there
He's
last
got
night.
like some smooth jazz going while he's cutting and everything. Like, I'm not gonna lie, there's been many a times he has put me to sleep on Fridays.
A lot of people say that.
And not in a bad way. That's
Nope.
not a complaint because any of these guys will tell you I'm
Talking about
barely ever
me, or are you
sleep.
talking about random?
I'm talking about random. You did last night though, not in a boring way either. It's just
Backtrack.
Friday
Danger, Will
nights.
Robinson. Danger.
Friday nights, I am worn out from having to mask all week long dealing with
Oh, I know. I get it.
putting on this, and anybody else who's an introvert that does this like I do, they know exactly what I'm talking about, how exhausting it is when I am dealing with people all day. And it's virtually, it's over the phone, but it's, person after person after person, and I have to feign this, oh yeah, I'd be happy to do this, or oh yeah, happy to do, like that just sucks it out of me, right? Like when we
I
do
saw the
these
perfect
streams-
reel for you today, and I was going to send it to you, and then of course I hit the wrong button and it couldn't go back
Disappeared
to it
forever.
because Instagram
of
is.
course.
But
Yep.
it was a guy singing in his car about how this is for the introverts. This is the most wonderful time of the year. And he was talking about how like all the crazy people have left the stores now, and all the people are just kind of staying home. And he was like, "This is the most perfect time of the year to go to the store for an introvert."
It is.
Right.
Everybody's done.
Yep.
Done with all the craziness of the holidays. So, but yeah, Random Dioramas, like his streams are just definitely like what you need at the end of the week to unwind, which is also why I don't always make it to Mega J streams anymore. Because I used to be like watching and on Mega J streams quite frequently, and then suddenly it stopped. And it's mostly because he goes live at 1 a.m. my time, and I'm normally out, like just exhausted from the week, done.
Yeah, I mean, I got to prep. Like he was, he was trying to see if I could jump on, and I wanted to, but like to be on his streams on Fridays, I really got to like plan for it, because
Yeah.
by the
The end of the
Friday
work
afternoon,
week, I'm just
done.
done, just roasting.
Even though I'm on the West Coast, like he's like, "Come on, man!"
Right? Nah,
My
it's
days are long.
done and out. And of course, it doesn't help too when he's trying to invite me. Like he's the only person I know who's probably worse than I am about dropping last minute invites to his streams.
Thanos.
I wasn't gonna add him like that, but yes.
Does that fit pretty good on those pegs, or
They fit. I actually traded with King Grayskull too. It pops down pretty low on King Grayskull, but it fits. I'll have to try
It
without
fits
the
better
armor
on Clamp Champ. That looks
Seems
tight.
like
I like that.
I'll have to see without the armor on what it looks like, but
Make Eternia Black Panther going on.
all peg seems the
Digging
same though.
So yesterday's Derek, let me know. You've got me on if you're not following me on IG or you don't have me on IG, you know you can hit me up on the Discord.
All right. I got to pop out too.
Oh,
I'm
dude, yeah, come through, Derek.
Yeah.
Right? Love to
I'm
have
going to do
Derek
some
on.
stuff with Bill for a little bit, and I'll probably come back and chill with you guys again later.
You guys doing
All
magic
right,
tonight?
sure.
All right, man.
Later,
Just
Cub.
wanted to see if Thanos was opening that tonight. So, yeah, I'll talk more about it later, Thanos.
When you come back, I'll have mine open then too. Hopefully, if I can
Okay,
get the
awesome.
process up here.
It might be a little while, but
Hey, it's all good, man.
yeah.
good.
We all
I
know Bill
I
goes
you'll be
live
here.
this time. Yeah, I'll be here well after.
And I'm drinking coffee, so I think I'll be up good tonight. So, all right,
Coffee
guys,
still
we'll see you in a
keeps
little
you up, man.
Later, Cobb.
Need to drink more coffee, and
bit.
it'll
Never
eventually
enough
stop
coffee.
working.
This is gonna take a long time to film this unboxing because I'm
Hey,
playing way too much with it. See you, Cobb.
That guy
This
looks
thing
so
looks
good.
awesome.
Dude, I love like the note that Noda Sun Wukong's rad. You know, it's just really great, super movable buck, and this
Look
thing
at
is
that
the same.
articulation.
The challenge is going to be not splitting his pants, right? But I know, like, I
Is
can
that
totally
made
get
by
the
Noda?
splits. It's not. It's V
It's not, right?
Toys,
A B toy,
but it
yep.
feels like an almost
V
like
Toys doing some
an
really good
exact
stuff.
same.
Their ninja bodies for V Toys was that kind of same similar size. So
Yeah, it seems like it's the same build, and
really
like these
good.
things totally spin around. You know, everything. It's got that, and then of course my favorite.
Oh,
It's so cool when it can do that. The double jointed knees and
right. Get that proper arch back on that leg.
and this whole thing of like these arm sort of coverings underneath the
Mhm.
armor. Just I love it, man. It's really cool.
Yeah, he looks really
It is
good.
nice.
yeah,
You know what I was looking at today? The Jubei.
Yeah.
I was
By,
looking at Jubei.
Whoosh one?
Foosh
Yeah,
one.
Foosh.
Yep. I was looking at that like, man, I'd love to get me some more Ninja Scroll stuff.
Man, those figures are expensive on the Foosh. Those ones.
Yeah, oh, you know, I saw it today though, and it wasn't as bad. Not as much as Dark Wolf. It's like 50, but you know,
they
when I'm
dropped
looking
it
at
down to
something that's like,
50
yeah, at least that's what I saw it for today.
because I know they were
Well,
talking like
my
60
experience
bucks
with
at
Foosh
first.
toys, and this is just my experience. I don't overall. It's kind of mid.
Okay.
Joints are a little bit weak. I have two of their like ninja.
Yeah, hands pop off real easy too on those.
Yeah, and the
Mm.
pegs are weird, and yeah.
All right. Well, now I'm no longer feeling that itch. So
Thanks, guys.
They're
don't
they're
know,
great
I
figures
no,
for.
it's
I'm not trying to
If
get
they
you
don't
down.
display
If you
it-
like it, you like
Yeah.
it. But it,
if
you
I'm
know,
paying that,
it's one of
for
those
it,
sight
though,
unseen
right?
things. I would wait
Yeah.
till it comes out and see how everyone says.
Well,
I'd
see, like
also
this-
wait because last time they did those ninjas, they had some of them marked down to 11 and then $3.
Yeah.
right? So, like for me, one of my
Yeah,
things
I
is
bought a
like
bunch of
though,
those arm packs when they were on sale.
yeah,
Yeah, the arms work great for other
Use
things.
those
It's just the
custom.
wrists are weird, and
Yeah.
I hate the ball wrists.
They
That
might have
makes me
changed the
crazy.
design on these those because those were the
Right.
last one. Now they have their naked ninja, which is the same ninja, costs more and has less weapons and stuff.
Yeah, I don't understand that either.
well, if they're charging 50 though, and there's those kind of issues, I'm not interested anymore.
Yeah.
You know,
I did.
again,
When those
Rather-
ninjas came out originally, they were $30. They were $29.99, and I waited until they all went on sale, and then I'm glad I did because
Well, I mean-
$11 they were worth it. $3
Yeah.
they were worth it. $30 it wasn't worth it.
Exactly.
we've got John jumping and joining with us. What's up, John?
What's
going
going
on,
on, y'all?
Good to see you, brother. Good to see you.
Hey, John.
So Scott's mentioning his legs were pretty loose too. Now Bill's saying that he hopes his are not that. He's hoping that it's not a common issue because his Dark Wolf is on the way.
Like I said, they're a little loose, but they're not like Cobb's where they were wobbling around, and he stands.
Yeah.
Well, I mean, he just fell right now, but he stands pretty well.
So-
Hey, Wilhelm Toy and Hobbies here. What's up, Will?
Well, hell,
Yeah, well,
You guys
Hey,
were
Will.
talking about Ninja Scroll. When I was shooting my my YouTube this week, I did a picture of the Vampire Hunter D. Man, I'd love a new Vampire Hunter D toy.
that would be cool.
I had that same
Nice.
Vampire Hunter D toy back in the day. I got that around the same time I had my 2000X He-Man. And I used to love that thing, like right around the time that Bloodlust came out, like that was out. And I was like, oh man, this is it right here. I have no idea what happened to it. in all of those years. I do know the handle on that sword broke off mad fast, though.
So did mine. It's very, very flimsy.
Yeah. At the time, I didn't know how to fix it either. I just kind of like glued it back, which of course, fell off again before I ended up not remembering where that figure's going. All right. So Bill was mentioning that the harness is meant to hold the sword that comes with Gwildor. Thanks, Bill. Appreciate it, brother.
That's what I was thinking.
Yeah, because like I even remember like the first freaking launch of Revelations, like everybody was coming with a power sword pretty much. Like you got plenty of that shaped power sword for that harness. Saying, don't threaten me with a good time. I'm down to clown in the very near future for sure. Well, you're always welcome, Derek.
He looks really good though. Like,
Yeah, he
super
does.
happy with him.
Oh,
I gotta
it's like,
mess with him a little bit to get the.
I like the Dark Wolf,
bow
and then
and
we're
the
coming
arrow.
over to you, Terrence. Go ahead. Sorry, Thanos.
Gold
Love
really
that skin
pops.
tone, man.
Yeah, he looks really good. I was just saying I have to mess with him a little bit to get like the bow, like actually strung the arrow and stuff because I couldn't quite get it in the pose I wanted. But he just
Nice.
looks great. Like
He
it's
does.
awesome.
The
Super happy to
moment
have
they
him.
were like, "Yeah, we're gonna do Fire and Ice," I was like, "All right." So
Oh,
here we got
look at
some
that.
DC, we got some Toddy Boys, some Owlman going on.
Oh, he looks.
Oh,
Man, that's the
looks
thing.
good.
I love I love the sculpts generally, except for Superman's face. But any Superman's face for whatever reason.
Him and
I was
He-Man,
saying,
man.
yeah, exactly. That's what I was saying on Mega J's last night. They got the same issue that Mattel has with He-Man's face. But dang, that looks so great. And that Red Tornado,
Right?
that's one that I was looking at too.
Yeah,
Woo.
he looks
Red
good. I
Tornado.
actually saw him on the shelf the other day, but I didn't pick him
Yeah.
up.
The
I'm
weird
not gonna lie,
we-
like the sculpting's still pretty good overall. Wait a
the
minute.
Owlman's got the bat symbol on his chest, so it's literally like
A repaint, yeah.
Well, that's lame. But yeah, I can see the lines there that you're talking about.
Yeah, they didn't even send. It's pathetic. Jeez.
That they didn't
Never
even bother
mind.
to fill it. No.
Never mind. I take
It looks
Take
good,
back-
but damn.
it looks real good if you can't see that. Now I
Yeah.
won't be able to not
Once,
see it.
once you've seen it, you can't unsee it. No.
But I have to just mention, you guys, I'm very jealous of the fact that you guys all have the Dark Wolf. So I got my ship notification around Christmas time, and it had sat in label created since then. I wrote an email to them earlier this week, and Sarah Fazetta got back to me and said, we're going to put yours to the top of the list to get it to you. And it's still saying label created since Tuesday when that conversation was taken. So
So
bummer.
Travis, Mr. Wonderful, got his notification, I think, within a couple of days of you, Terrence, and his just updated today that it's getting delivered on the 19th, or maybe yesterday that it's getting delivered on the 19th. So
yeah, I was just surprised to see you guys all had yours because I was like, oh, maybe because I saw Bill, Dorklair put up his review, and I'm like, he said he ordered it, but I was like, maybe he got it ahead of time as like a reviewer, but I was like,
No.
got it, and then you guys all have it. So I'm like, oh, it's just me.
Everybody's
Yeah,
started
I've had
showing
it a
up
couple
in the
days
last
before I
couple
got it.
days.
So
I was gonna say Cobb was the first, right? Was it Cobb
I
who got
think
his,
Cobb had him
his
first.
notification, the email first, and then you got yours, and I was like, hey, I'm curious, and I know that of all of us, mine, I think I ordered within like an hour of them announcing it,
yeah,
but it still shipped right around the same time. Hey, what's going on?
What's up, Bill?
I'm
Good
in
to have
Good
you
to see
back.
you.
Oh,
But I so it shipped, I think I want to say on the 28th, but it ships to my work, which was closed until this past Monday. So but anyway, it actually shipped. Mine, I was surprised. So I have actually had him technically since Tuesday, but I haven't been able to touch it, along with this Asura Demon and my Marley and a super dope custom surprise I'll show here later. But yeah. So I don't know how they decide that. I always feel like I'm always like late when people get like the 4 Horsemen pre-orders and stuff. But I don't know, it
what
worked
the
out
hell's
for me this time.
Terrence got up there in the
He's
Sesame
got
Street
some of those
reactions.
sweet reactions. Of
oh
Sesame
reaction.
Those are great.
Yeah,
Phenomena.
Skelly's got a couple of those, and they are phenomenal.
Phenomena.
Come again, Lawrence? I mean, sorry, Terrence, you were saying something, but I think we couldn't hear you.
No, I was saying I picked these up because I saw the Yip Yap Martian, and it just kind of I don't.
Yep.
I just thought that was
It's
a little
rep.
cut than like your normal Oscar the Grouch, big Big Bird, that kind of stuff. And I mean, I don't know. I like the colors of the box, but I do hate the reaction price. I mean, the $20.
Everybody does.
At least those ones like look like really good. I think
Yeah,
those
right.
ones are probably worth it more than like some of the other ones. You don't expect all the articulation out of those.
The original song when Namina was borrowed from was from a adult film.
Oh, was
What?
it?
Yeah.
I can believe that. Totally believe that.
So I wanted to show this guy because people have been talking about Dyson a little more
Oh, yeah,
because
yeah.
of the Brave
Oh.
Star. So they're not like the highest quality toys, but they are pretty solid. Like he's got butterfly joint here. They're
Oh,
super
yeah.
posable. And it's only like $40. So I think that Brave Star is going to end up being pretty good. Like, look, you can get them into like that sitting position, and
Yeah, that's hard to do too for articulation. That's nice.
so
I've been told that they're very like Mafex, like, and I've seen those. I don't have any, but I've played with them. Do you have any of those? Kind of, is the body very similar?
I don't have any Mafex,
Gotcha.
but I do have a couple. I have like 2 of the Kenshin Dysons. So
Hmm.
Very cool.
I put a.
They look
I put that-
fantastic.
sorry, I was curious because your guys are talking. I think you have more experience in this than I would. That Red Sonja that's coming out. You said $40, and it kind of got my attention.
Yep.
I've never bought anything from this company. This will be the first time I've ever bought anything. Does anybody have any experience? What's going to be coming with this? Like, what to expect for the mold
Okay.
or anything? Because I bought the loose collector, and I like it, but I'm
So-
curious about this next one.
When it comes to the hacks, right? Like the Birch,
Mm-hmm.
whatever they're
Vitruvian.
going by as hacks these days. First off, they're normally a little bit smaller scale, right?
Right?
Like Red Sonja is really going to be like their first one of the 6-inch scaling. Now, the people who I have seen that typically get them, they're decent. Now, I don't know of anybody who's really got a brick. Do you have any?
I do
'Cause
not.
I was going to say they're a little too small for your scale. And that's the problem, right? Like a lot of people, I love looking at them, but they're always that smaller scale that I'm just not.
But
I
Boss
feel
Fight,
kinda-
Boss Fight Studios makes Vitruvian hacks, doesn't it?
yeah,
Yeah.
it's Boss Fight.
Yeah.
So
and most
what-
of their other stuff is pretty solid. I've just
Yeah.
never bought any of
Their
the
small
hacks.
figures are good. Everybody
what
likes
would
their
you
small-
say that it scales with? I'm just curious.
Well, the Red
like,
Sonja that's coming.
Yeah, I bet you it's very similar to the one that you got, the loose collector one. So they skew.
Really? Okay.
Supposedly, they're a slightly bigger than a true 112, but like maybe close to a Marvel Legends.
That's what I
maybe?
would think too.
Yeah.
I would
Okay,
say-
so
I
like a
would
little
say-
bit smaller, like an inch smaller than what we're looking at in something like Masterverse, something like that.
Yeah,
Sure.
like Masterverse are pretty big, or like a little
Right.
bit, like a half-inch smaller than Mythic Legions, maybe with like thinner heads. Like, so that's what
Epic hacks.
this is a rare one for me because this runs a little bit smaller, and like I'm like, oh, he's a little demon dude, so it's cool. But you can tell by their heads tend to run a little smaller as well as being
Right.
shorter. But yeah, I'm assuming it's going to be closer to like a Marvel Legends, more so closer to Marvel Legends than a
Yeah.
Classifieds are bigger, right? Slightly bigger than Marvel
Classifieds
Legends.
are about the same size as Marvel Legends.
Okay.
The Star Wars Black Series is actually
That's the
more
smaller.
of a true 1/6 or true 112 scale 6-inch
Yeah.
figure. And the most of the third party stuff that like that guy, the demon there, Brick, are usually more true to 112 scale, actual 112 scale, as opposed
Yeah.
to the common 112 scale we use nowadays.
Yep.
Not this dude.
Not that dude, no.
Well,
he
it's,
probably
I
is 112
mean,
scale, but
Yeah,
it's
he's
like
big
I
orc.
haven't hung out with many orcs, but
I always like the orcs to be like bigger and beefier, right? Like I feel like they need to be massive,
Yeah.
and so
cool.
I'm liking that they are huge.
So wait, the folks who went to a bunch of you went to PowerCon. Boss Fight had their blank bucks that are the same size as the Red Sonja. Do you happen to remember seeing those and what those are like?
I saw him, but I don't remember him. I didn't spend a lot of
Okay.
time.
The scale of this is supposed to be again 6-inch because like they were showing some pictures
There you go.
Which
with
Joe got there?
her next to the
I actually forgot
Oh, yeah.
that I bought this.
Yeah, that's the same scale.
Yep.
Yep. That's it right there.
This is next to a Mythic Legions, so it's pretty close. They're a little slighter of build. It looks like.
Yeah.
Yeah, they're not as thick.
Yeah, they're not as
Right.
beefy, but
But it's
skeletons.
I mean, I'll be honest with you. Let's say I get her and she goes with nothing. I don't care.
Yeah.
So I'd still put that on my shelf. I don't care.
That's why I have this. It's the same kind of thing. I was
Never
like,
go
no,
wrong
that,
with Red Sonja.
that looks so
I mean,
damn good, and she looks the rendered versions of this sculpt look really good. So
Yeah, I
I kind of
just
like
couldn't
it better
believe
than the loose collector myself.
I couldn't believe we were coming off of a Red Sonja already, and I was already in the mindset that's it. I'm not going to see one for another couple years. That's just where my mind was.
Mhm.
And all of a sudden, like literally, like 3 months down the road, they were like, "By the way, Red Sonja," and I was like, "What?" And it's cheaper, and I was like, "Oh man, okay, yeah, I'll do it. I'm on board already again." I want a decent Conan. I would love to have a decent Conan for my shelf that won't break me. Like but I want a comic book. Is what
Who's
what
that
I'm
last
saying.
part
Savage
that you
Crucible is
added
probably
there?
the best bet you're going to get for that.
That King Conan coming from Mezco, even though it is pricey, that's going to be awesome.
It's
Yeah,
going to
I
be
saw
small though
that.
compared to Red Sonja.
Yep. And I kind of figured that as well. And I'm fighting with myself. And like you said, I don't know if I can win that right now. He's expensive. When he comes out and he's done well, and he's not, how do I put this? He's not Super 7. He's not Arnold Schwarzenegger. He's Conan from the comics, and that's the one I want. Like that's
Right.
going to cost me like $100 plus.
Do you think it's possible we'll do like a Marvel Legends Conan?
Not anymore because they don't have the rights anymore.
not
They
Marvel,
already
but-
lose them.
I think the Savage Crucible is probably going to be the best Conan you're going to get.
Yeah,
Yeah.
Yep.
actually
Yeah,
kind of-
Ball
it'll
and
be a
chain
Conan that's
barbarian.
not labeled Conan. So
Yeah.
It'll be
one of
ball and
those.
chain barbarian.
Ball and chain barbarian.
Can you bring him up, Oz?
No, I know.
Yeah,
Ball
I can
and
bring 'em
chain barbarian.
but I mean that's actually an actual Frazetta painting too. So
Yeah.
Yes.
I don't think they're gonna try and do anything like I doubt Savage Crucible would try to do anything that was even closer looking to Conan and kind of like not call it Conan.
Yeah.
Sorry, it's funny. I'm going between Conan and Conan, and sorry, it's like I keep thinking Conan O'Brien, but mainly because they do have a license with Frazetta, and I don't think they're trying to step on anybody's toes. So
Right. Because see, like, okay, so the
what's going
original
on there, Travis?
one that came out years back, the Conan that I wish I hadn't missed, but I was out of collecting. It was a different time for me. Stuff was going on. That's like a $350 toy at this point. Like I'm simply not going to get it.
Which one was it?
There was a Mezco a while back for
Yeah,
Conan.
the
It was
original
just a
Mezco,
standard
Mezco
Conan.
one.
It was from
Yep.
112 or whatever.
Yeah.
And I missed it. I was not collecting at the time. I was focusing on something else. I was working and I was completely out of a lot of this stuff. And then like as I got back
You were
in,
smart.
I saw stuff that I missed. And
I
like
ordered that.
Both
I
the,
was-
the first two original Mezco Conans both go for big bucks now.
yeah, like that.
Talking 250 to 300.
Yep. Yeah, the one I know sells for almost like 350. Like you almost can't get it.
So
Is that
I-
the one you're talking about that I should be hunting
This-
down?
this is from Savage Crucible. So this is
Yes.
coming soon.
Wave 2.
That's wave 2.
Yeah.
It's one
Now-
of the
Maybe
ones
like
I
end of
back.
the year.
So I will have one of those at some point.
Yep. That is
Yeah,
the
I got
painting.
that.
And this is
Oh,
the
can
figure.
I see that
Now,
painting?
no. The painting? Sure.
Oh, I never realized that was from that. I just
Yeah.
thought it was their own lore stuff.
Right.
Oh,
So I
okay.
have that actually. I have one of those printed actually.
So
And there's Eamon Donahue right there hanging out.
That's a great picture.
so I'm not.
So
that's
this
them
is
they-
what
in
you
that picture,
actually
they had
get
Dark
with
Wolf,
the
right?
figure.
That's I mean
Right.
I wonder if his helmet will ever come off. And if it does, is there anything I'm assuming that's on his
Yeah,
head. I'm
Uh,
assuming, you
It
know,
looks like it's a sculpted detail.
Yeah.
I do
That's-
not remember seeing a single picture without it because
Yeah,
it's
that's
part
what
of
I'm
the
thinking.
Oh,
But you can kind of see the box
Again, 'cause
right
it's
here.
licensed, so they're trying to keep it
Warrior
true to their Papa's
Ball
art.
and chain.
You can always get that and then get like a custom head. There's some actually pretty
Yeah.
nice looking
Oh,
custom
yeah.
Conan heads out
A lot of
Right.
a lot of really good customs. But
So-
here he is, as you can see him next to Dark Wolf,
Yep.
and they're like scale for scale, right?
Now I've got him on the way. I
So do
got a
Right.
notice, and then I got like another notice that told me that mine was extended or whatever, and then I got the notice that he was finally coming out. So I know he's on the way. I'll get him hopefully before I die. Whatever.
I'm pretty
We're
sure the
talking Dark Wolf,
extension was
right?
because Terrence made a stink, so they put his to the top and they put everybody else on pause. So you can blame
Exactly.
Terrence.
Okay.
Way to go,
Mine's
Terrence.
coming on the 19th.
And mind you, they
Ruin it.
still only have created the shipping label for Terrence. So everybody else who hasn't got theirs yet, until Terrence is shipped out, you're all.
Oh man. Hey Terrence, so they created my shipping label back on the 30th of December, and I kept following up with them like
No.
after like the 5th or 6th. I was like, I haven't seen any traction. Is there any update? And they're like, oh, we're just, it'd be assured it's been packed. And then I was like, okay, so I let it go a couple more days. And I was like, my only concern is it still hasn't moved. And it was a few days later. And then like immediately I got a message back from one of the gentlemen over there. And he's like, I can assure you it's packed in a box and it's waiting for the United States Postal or FedEx to pick it up. So another 2 days went by and I finally got notice like 2 days ago that it's on its way. So, or maybe 3 days ago. It'll be here at the 19th. It was supposed to be here on the 7th originally.
Aaron, I guess.
So, Well Hung Banana Hammocks is asking if that was Screech from Saved by the Bell. Like, no, I'm pretty sure that dude's dead.
No.
I looked close at that.
Is he
too.
really?
Is he dead?
Did that guy
Yes.
die?
Yeah,
he
he
passed away
died of
a
an
few years ago.
overdose.
I didn't know that.
No, he didn't. No, he didn't.
No?
A good
Wasn't
friend,
it
a good
overdose?
friend of mine. No, a good friend of mine is really good friends with him. He did a movie with him and stuff. No, he actually passed away from colon cancer.
Which movie?
Like stage 4.
Yeah.
Oh,
No.
I'd have to look it up. It's like an independent movie. It's not like anything major.
Okay.
Right. So
Sorry,
that's,
I
he
didn't
was
want to
doing a lot more of
disrespect
that
his
stuff.
memory. I just remember he was in another movie he was famous for.
Yeah.
So, by the way, in regards to the Frazetta license, it's actually a little more complicated. Apparently, his kids all fought over the estate. He never left a will. And apparently, when it was finally sort of resolved, I guess like they literally, all the kids got 25% of all the artwork, essentially. And so I don't know if any one of the kids, I think 2 of the sisters and a niece kind of got together and basically created Frazetta Girls.
Yeah,
Right.
But it was his wife,
Gallery.
along with them, is my understanding.
Yeah.
Well, she died before he did, the wife.
Oh, sorry, it was their daughter. Sorry,
Yeah, I
his
think
daughter, their mother.
the voice of reason and brought 2 of the sisters together.
Yeah.
But like the son, from what I understand, at one point he even tried to rob the museum that they had.
Oh Jesus.
And like it was a whole thing. There's a pretty good documentary. I think it's even available for free on YouTube that you can check out. But it's kind of sad because I mean he had this incredible portfolio of work and a gallery, and I guess like the whole family kind of went sideways, especially because there was no will, and one of the sons I guess was a caretaker for the museum, and I guess he took that to mean I should get it all, and that's not the way that worked.
No, not at all. And it does suck because it's like now, like that means like certain people are like, depending on how they're going to do it, they can only do certain things and certain artwork and all. And it's just a mess. There's that mouse jaw. I saw him today. I did not pick him up.
Oh, look at that.
Yeah, I ended up going all Ghostbusters today. Now, before I get into, Thanos got his too. Hold on. We got some more turtles.
dang
I gotta say,
Such a great box, man. Whew.
it's a
I just got
really.
I went to the thrift shop and I found this, so I'm gonna paint it up like the Thanos copter.
There you go.
Nice.
I'm gonna put my little Lego Thanos.
We
in
also
there.
got John over here with his. Everybody flexing on the mouse jaws and turtles of
I saw
Grayskull.
that.
And then I
But
also
can we talk
found
about
this.
Joy Toy?
Yeah, she plugged Joy Toy. I had you
Oh,
up
yes.
earlier showing
So-
it off.
This is the first mech that I got with it. So this is the 118th.
That reminds
I
me
actually
a
really think
lot
it's pretty
of
cool, and the hands are pretty swappable.
Battletech.
What was it?
the BattleTech, not to be confused with Robotech. BattleTech was a separate thing, video game. And that's what that really reminds me of. Oh, it's one of the arachnids. I love seeing that. Used to be this guy who I worked with at PayPal that had a whole bunch of those on his desk.
That's
Starship Troopers.
Starship Troopers. Is that new?
No, I found it at
Okay, I was gonna say,
the
those
thrift
are
shop
old.
for like $3.
Oh,
I was
man.
like, hell yeah.
Damn.
Yeah, those are hard to come by.
Yeah.
Those are really hard to come by. No kidding.
That's awesome. Less than $5?
$3.
Oh, cheap. Good for you, man. Well done.
I wish we had decent toys around the thrift stores in my place. They just look like a bunch of places.
It's rare, but I got 2 good stores.
Travis, are you do you got a ton of Joy Toy?
Since I got my first one on Christmas, dude.
Nice.
And
I can
now
only
have-
enjoy those things from afar. They're fantastic looking.
They're really cool. I have one. I just got this one, but I've got that one. This is another one that's really cool. This is the first one I got. It came with, so this is Joy Toy 118, but it came with her, and it's got like this anamorphic character. It's like a dystopian world or whatever. So it's pretty cool. No, that's fine. But I've got
That's the wolf character, isn't it?
No,
Yeah.
Travis. It's not fine. So when he comes back, I'm gonna have to
Absolutely. Yeah, so the big thing was I wanted to get him because I was hearing a lot of, hey, you know, I need displays for the 118th figure lines and stuff. So I was like, what is a line that I want to mess around with that I have interest in so that I can get a hold of some 118? So I put it on my Christmas list. I really didn't expect my wife or anybody to get me one, but my mom and my wife got me a couple of them. So I got a couple of them from them on Christmas, and then there was a bunch on sale after the New Year, and I think last week I was like, oh, let's see how many Joy Toys I can buy and get stupid. So
that's
yeah, a whole bunch of them. And then unfortunately, I'm at this I'm having a very hard pass because I've started collecting so much stuff. I'm not tied to Joe and Valaverse so much in the way that like some people are, like Punk Lawrence. He loves his Joes, right? And whatnot. And I like them, but I really think they do a really good job with these Joy Toy ones. Like to the point where I almost feel like you might see me start to move my Joes and my Valaverse collection, and it's massive. Okay. Like, because I have like everything, but it's all out of box. Because I'm like, the Joy Toys are very expensive. Like
you guys don't understand that weekly I get emails or DMs from Travis to say I did something, and then he shows me this thing that he bought.
You're like his priest he confesses to?
Yep. Pretty much.
Yeah.
Bless me, Father, for I have sinned. Well, it's been a couple hours since I bought it.
We're going to have to get Ed a collar to wear.
I just got like, what it was, 8 or 9 Legions in from Big Bad that were on like the cheaper level and stuff when they had the discounts before the end of the year. Mm-hmm. So I got so much stuff, man. I've got to pick some things and choose. Like I have to make some decisions here soon because it's too much now.
Yeah,
you just need some more Hexa stacks.
What did you just do the other day, Travis? What did you go all in on?
So these are popping up.
I don't even remember.
The Dollar Tree,
the Mythic Legion's Sons line.
Oh, yes.
Are they supposed to be like mats or something?
Yeah, they're like little runners, but they're grass.
That's awesome.
So, I forgot about that.
I guess they're like Easter decorations that are already putting out. But
it's all right, Travis. Say 5 Hail Marys, and you'll be all set.
Okay. Thank you, sir.
Sing the G.I. Joe song 5 times.
That's
then
right.
1 Transformers.
Well, no, you're right. I totally forgot. I did. I'm like, what are you talking? What did I just buy? I don't even know what I bought. But yeah, I just went all in on the Bear series for
Rising Suns.
Yeah, I just did the all in on the Rising Sun. So I have all of that coming, and I'm all in on the cosmic stuff. And I don't need, like, honestly, I go to the stores now. And I barely walk down the toy aisles. Like I walk by them. I'm like, I'm not even gonna buy anything here. Like, why am I even looking?
Yep.
Like, it's got to be on like super clearance for me to even consider because so much of this stuff's indie stuff.
I look because of this. These Ghostbusters, you can't buy these online. They are in-store exclusives at Target.
Yes.
Oh, that's good to know.
It's a Vorgus Vermilius.
that's a great one, Thanos.
Ooh.
Is that the one that was a 2-pack?
No, that was
No,
a
it's
single.
it was on the
Is that
Legion
Tom
Con
Biggie?
exclusives, but it went up on Legion Shop. So
Gotcha.
Yeah, they had some
everybody was
extras that they
drooling
were
over all
selling.
those birds. I was like, "Hey, Vorgus is up." So
Nice.
Yeah.
Yeah, he was significantly cheaper than those birds.
So cool.
Thanos, do you have any
Yes.
problems rolling that grass stuff out? I have some of those rolls, and I have a hell of a time trying to get them flat.
Look, John's got some grass too.
So I haven't actually used it yet, but it seems to lay down like fairly flat, like the edges are going to curl. But once I like put something down to weight it down, it's a little bit heavier than some of the other ones I've messed with. So
Yeah, so that one's a little heavier. Mine's really light. Like the backing's really like more like a screen.
yeah, this is like rubbery.
Oh, that's
It's actually they look like they're going to be pretty good.
yeah. I'll have to try finding some of that.
Like I said,
Hey.
Dollar Tree had them.
Yeah,
Nobody should have any trouble rolling grass. Just saying.
I never used to. One-handed I could do that shit while driving.
Steering with the knee.
With those maps,
Never.
with those maps too. If you heat them up with like a hair dryer or heat gun,
Yep.
they'll lay flatter.
Yeah. The one that I have has a really stiff backing to it, so that one looks like it'll be
Just-
better than what I got. So
Yeah,
Just
I picked
like
one
carpet.
up that was like one of the Christmas ones, and it
Yeah,
was
that's
has
what mine
that
was
problem.
from
It doesn't want to lay
Christmas.
flat at all.
yeah,
Like,
that's what mine are from the Christmas shit. So
yeah.
meant
All
to
right.
be glued down or whatever, probably.
Whoever is trying to join, shoot me a message first so I know who it is. When the max we can do is 10 on screen at a time. So I am sorry for whoever is trying to join in.
Yeah, and if that ever, so to anyone who is watching and wants to join, don't wait. Just let Oz know, and one of us will pop off, just to kind of keep it rotating. So
I might even pop. Oh wait, that won't help.
I was like, I'm done.
Oz is a glory hound. He needs the center of attention. He won't go anywhere.
Says the
That
guy
is
who calls
not-
people while they're live streaming.
All right,
Dude, did
it
you
was Chris.
hold on? So going back to that, did you see Lawrence on Thursday night? He looked down at his phone and he no sold that. And for those that aren't big wrestling fans, no selling is like when you get hit or kicked and you
I
actually
watched.
happen.
He did that. I was waiting
He
for you to
know-
call.
He no sold me, dude. He
That's
looked down
awesome.
at the phone. He didn't even go, oh, there he is calling again. Like he didn't even give it to me. I'm like, man, this is what he's gonna do to me now. It's my thing. Oz, what's your phone number? Text it to me. I'll call you right now.
Oh, it's shiny plastic people, Chris. That's who was trying.
Yeah, I was gonna say I just highlighted it. It was Chris trying to jump on. He hadn't checked back in to see that we filled up. So
oh yeah, let him. I'll hop off, and then if there's another spot later, I can jump back on. Just text me.
Rick, I'll
Chris-
hop off. You wanted to talk to him about the McFarlane
Oh,
stuff,
you're-
and I'll be up all night, so I'll just hop back on when there's a free
Yes,
spot.
thank you for reminding me. Please, yes.
Yeah.
for
All right,
sure.
thank you.
Yeah.
I'll be back, guys.
Chris, get ready to jump back in, brother. Because
I
that's something
love
we definitely got to
Wired soft goods.
Yeah,
It's my
that guy
everything
looks
right
so
now.
good. I
Yeah,
want to
what
get
is
him
that
now,
guy?
for sure.
So
Oh, I know what that is.
He's the Red Demon.
Yeah.
Boy,
I do
5K.
love the whole wired soft goods. I'm on board 100% with you, but I have a little bit of a peeve with it when they cheap out on the wire
Oh,
Yes.
100%.
and it,
Yeah.
it either doesn't hold or it pokes
Yep.
out through the cape. And you remember when you were a kid and you wanted a specific toy, like I don't know, let me just reference, you wanted a friggin' Power Ranger or something. And you kept asking for it. And instead, when you woke up in your stocking, there was that stupid T-frame wire pose toy. And you moved it around, and the wire came out of the side
The
of his
bendies.
arm and poked the crap out of your finger, and he wasn't nearly
Yep,
as
yep,
fun as he should have been. That's what those capes remind me of when they cheap out on the wires.
my
No,
first Star
100%.
Wars
So-
toys were those bendy Star Wars toys. Came in like a big pack.
Yep.
And I was like, I can't do jack shit with any of these.
To be clear, a wired cape with a thin wire is not a wired cape.
No,
No.
yeah,
So, no,
absolutely.
No, I hate it, man. Give me something I can pose like this,
Mhm.
and just it actually kind of becomes a sculpture.
Yeah,
Right.
it has
Oh,
it
man,
has to be
just
able to
so much
survive the
dynamism.
weight of the fabric, or it's not even worth it.
So I want to show off.
Oh, he's like
cool.
actually gooey.
Yeah, yeah. It's a little
Saw that in
squishy.
the store
awesome.
today.
He's
Is-
got
Puppet. Oh,
yep. Well, because he's got what they call ectotech, right?
Well, he's
And
supposed to
it's-
stretch over the figures, right? So it looks like he's
right.
covering them.
Oh,
Nasty.
Yep, you're supposed to
Perfectly
be able.
nasty.
Which,
I
mind
don't
you,
have fun with that.
they show it really cool on the boxes, and I gotta say, with the figures, it kind of works. So, in any case, I've got Trevor sitting inside of Slimer right now, and then if I force his legs out, it stretches over him.
That's really cool.
But the moment I let go down here,
He's yeah.
Yeah.
There's not enough give.
not enough give for exactly how it shows it on the box. But I will say,
Still a cool feature.
like, I'm certainly not gonna, I guess you can't really make it out too good. But on the back of the box art, and I'll post maybe some pictures later of it, that like you're basically supposed to turn extremely translucent when you stretch him over, Trevor, but he doesn't quite.
You'd have
Doesn't
to stretch
quite
him
fit.
quite a bit more than that little figure is capable of doing.
yeah, you might stretch them out enough times so that it gets a little bit softer, and
Yeah.
more pliable.
Yeah, and that's my problem. Like, I almost don't want to stretch him out that much.
Yeah.
Well, because right
'Cause
after
then I'm
that,
worried
he'll
about-
tear.
Yeah, exactly.
Yep.
But I gotta say, I do love having this little in-scale Slimer ghost for the figures, right? Because even the one that comes with the Kenner Classics is a little oversized, and the fact that you can kind of put your, you
That's
can
pretty
finger
cool
him,
with your fingers.
and then then he,
Oh.
yeah, he
Just
actually
a hot
kind of looks
dog
like he's
sticking out of his
chewing some
mouth.
stuff,
Well,
right?
what I like about that sculpt too, if I'm reading it correctly, yeah, it's like it's very like the movie. It's a little less
Yes.
less animated and
Yep.
more realistic
Yep.
looking.
Yeah,
And
That's
I will
cool.
say,
I very
He's-
much prefer when they do Slimer in a live action sculpt rather than the animated friendly one that got real popular.
right?
Mhm.
But a really cool, fun companion ghost. His arms, there's no wire or anything in his arms. They just kind of completely dangle.
Wow.
So, and what's kind of nice though is the back of the card does slide out the way it's in there, so
Oh,
you
nice.
can kind of use that as a little. It's got the frozen firehouse on there, so you can kind of use that. Now, mind you, it's the same in every single one of these figures, so there's like no diorama to overall build,
Right.
but
It's still fun.
it is. No, it's great. I'm digging it. I'm gonna keep the little backs. So yeah, everybody's saying nice looking Slimer.
If you're
Everybody's
into
more
mechs,
excited for Slimer.
if anybody's into mechs, man, these are lightweight. They feel good. They're fully functional. They are freaking awesome. These Joy Toy ones.
How much
Hey,
do the
I-
Toy Max cost, Travis?
I think this one with the person is like $80.
Oh, that's not bad.
Well,
off
you
of
know what?
Amazon.
Yeah.
Wilhelm pointed out that they got a really awesome mech that's out there for like $20,
Yeah.
and
Kid
it's
Connection ones are $50.
Yeah,
They're
Aaron,
really
the
nice.
toy enhancer is he's got a video up on his thing about using it,
customizing.
it for classified.
Yeah, he made it big.
Look
big enough for 112.
That's so cool.
I
Aaron,
love
I've
it.
never
think?
been
What do you
so
think?
proud of seeing somebody playing with their wang.
What do
Yeah, I
you think,
know.
Aaron? Come on.
I like it. I dig it.
Okay, cool. Love it.
The size, just the feel, the joints.
No buyer's remorse.
No, not at all.
Those are those
You got a
expensive
deal,
5K
right?
toy ones, right?
Yeah, it
Yeah,
was 10% off.
Puree
So
Planet.
Puree
10%
Planet.
off, and the shipping was already, I already pay for the shipping every month. So
10%
He was my
off.
number
He saved
one of
50
the
cents.
year. God,
What do you
love
mean
that
you
thing.
paid for the shipping already? What do you mean?
I bought it off Amazon, so it was
Oh.
free shipping.
Gotcha.
Prime.
All right. So
I mean, it was free shipping.
It was $15 cheaper than Big Bad Toy Store. So.
I'm sorry. Every time I hear that, and I do it too. I have an Amazon account, but I worked in logistics for 20 years. The shipping ain't free. We just
Somebody-
No,
we
they
just
mark-
scale, we just
they
scale
mark
our
stuff up.
products. That's
Yeah.
all we did. Because we did the same thing. We ate shipping where I work, and we just increased the prices to cover the shipping, and then we claim it free. And so I know
That's how a
that
lot of
everybody
companies
does
do
it.
So Thanos is asking you if you're going to get any more Maestro Union now.
I am getting the one of the pandas.
Yes.
Not the fully white one. I think the one that's white and black. Just I have it on pre-order.
But that's
The
gonna be
older
like
and
too much
wiser
yang
one.
and not enough yin, dude.
Yeah, I'm good with
they
that.
gotta balance each other, man.
I can live with that
Right?
yin and yang. I'm good.
All right.
Oh,
Hey,
yeah,
real
no,
quick
yeah.
about that whole free shipping thing.
Yeah.
Since that's come up in toys lately. Sorry, that was my awkward transition to a free build a figure in McFarlane or not. That was
No.
my awkward transition to shiny
back
plastic
to that.
people. Chris.
No.
I was just about to
So-
dive into it too, right?
Okay,
We
cool.
all know that earlier this week, Toddy Mac dropped, hey, we're doing this whole gold label series where we're dropping these figures. And mind you, some of these figures look really, really good. We're going to get a soft goods Superman cape. Now, Aaron, I know you were like the first one who dropped it into the clubhouse chat at least and showing
Yeah.
it off. And I was like,
I was like, "Are you kidding me?" Because those are $20 figures that you're selling at 40. Nah,
right? And
ain't buying
you-
that one.
I was like, well, you know, that Spectre looks really good, and I'd love to have his hood and cape soft goods. But then you pointed out, like, no, I think it's only Soups. Well, it's Soups, and the Build-A-Figure has soft goods cape. But
That doesn't justify
Yeah.
$15 increase across
No.
4. And just because
Absolutely
you're
not.
producing it in limited quantities, that's a choice you made as a company at that point.
Yep.
You want
Right.
to charge a premium for a figure that's not a premium figure, mind you.
And you're selling it. Your own company is selling it on their own store. So that's
Exactly.
the way the
Right.
whole.
So your
There
profit
is
margin is way up on
Yeah.
that one.
So I
Right.
tried to do like actual journalism with it, which was weird for me.
No hair flips is what you're saying?
No, I reached out to one guy I kind of have a rapport with at McFarlane and asked him like right away, like, what's the deal? And he gave me the company line, you know, after starting and stopping his reply about 4 times. That, you know, this is
Probably had to go
extremely
check with
limited.
you know, had to check
Right.
with HR what he could release.
Right, and he gave the company line, and then he followed it with an eye roll emoji. So I don't know how much he was buying it either.
Yeah. This is testing. This is Todd testing a price point as a
Right.
company. Again,
so
the $30 collector figures,
Yeah.
which are no different logistically,
He did
and
that, like you
realistically,
said, Aaron. You
than the
pointed that out.
$20
$10
figures that they
price
were
increase.
getting 6 months ago.
You saw that he tried to release that other tweet that said something like, it was something like, if you do the math, it's only $24 a figure.
Yeah.
And I was like, but it's not, because that's only if you divided it by 5.
Right,
And if the
and
fifth,
that's not
pair,
how
if the
the
fifth one is a
Build-A-Figures
build a
work.
figure, and the build a figure is
Free.
supposed to be free, a bonus for
Yeah.
collecting the entire
Well,
line,
I'm gonna
then
cut
he
you off
shouldn't equate
right
into the math.
there because they already do that with their
Right.
normal Build-A-Figures when they charge 25 for them. So that way,
Exactly.
when you have
It's
5
included in the
figures,
price,
it's the
yeah.
same price as the standard releases, 20
There
bucks.
you go.
Right.
But
right.
now we've got this extreme markup. I did so that day, later that day on the Odd Key Discord, Todd McFarlane was doing an Ask Me Anything. So I asked Todd there if this was a new price point we're going to see more often, or if this is just like a special kind of deal. And his response was unfortunately a callous, like, different things cost different prices.
Nah. He didn't
was
change his
lame.
plastic. He didn't change
Right.
why you're telling
Does it
me
have a lot more
soft goods
articulation?
tape is $15? I
No.
don't think so.
No.
No.
It's the same
Is it-
exact figures as he's been putting out for years.
Yeah.
So it doesn't
it's
work
different.
any better, and they charged. He decided to charge us more.
Well,
Yeah,
no,
I'm
you
so
got
happy I
a
don't collect
Superman with the
McFarlane.
you got a Superman with a soft goods cape.
With
Didn't you
pearl
hear?
and soft goods
No,
cape.
you know what it is?
Congratulations.
With a wire, too. The
It
first
must
figure
be-
he's done with a wire.
It
in
must
the
be them
cave.
trying to make up for all the stuff they were giving away at PowerCon
Maybe.
that nobody even wanted to take.
Exactly.
Pretty sure the convention center charged him double for having to clean up all those Black Adams.
It's one of the reasons why I got out of McFarlane stuff. It's just they're
Allison, my hair is a mess because it's negative 18 degrees out, and the one time I went out, I made sure to wear like a hat the whole time. So it is damn cold right now.
Well,
Well,
I
hold on a second. I want to address Curtis's
on Mount
comment here.
Rushmore, Joe.
Just want to, Curtis, I appreciate you
Well,
showing
thank you,
up, brother. Even if it's just to say that Joe is a national treasure, because you're damn right he is.
Can't agree more. There we go. We're good.
So
I don't
now
know why,
here's what
but-
really annoys me about that Earth 2 Superman is with the head swap, that can be a really, really good all-star Superman. But I don't want a head swap of $40 action figure.
Right.
Because it has that giant like S symbol on his cape, and
Yeah.
I don't know. The way I look at it is I buy Mythic Legions for $40.
Chris,
A
I did
Mythic Legion figure.
video, but do you think this was actually meant to be a target wave?
I don't. I really don't. I know that people have been saying that, but I think he just wanted to see if he could get suckers to buy, and I'm the sucker.
He did get suckers to buy. Lots of them.
It's that situation where I feel like they did it with the Mattel was doing it with their WCW Nitro Arena thing. I think they purposely tried to test the waters with the WCW one to see how much they could get off them, so that when they wanted to announce the Monday Night Raw one, which they know more people would be interested in, they could see if they could jack that up to $500-600 for it. Like it's the same thing, just testing the water, see what the consumer tolerance is, and see what happens. And they sell them if they clearance them down to $20, it's still profit.
I think with Todd McFarlane though, like Aaron pointed out a long time ago, when he went from $19.99 to $29.99 without giving anything extra to the figure at all, except for a card stand.
We got the card stand. You're right. Come on.
That's
that was not even talked
right
about, right?
there.
That was just under the radar. He just went with that price. And I
Right,
think
and-
Todd was
and-
like, "Hey, I got away with 30. Let's see if I can do 40."
And when that came out, I did talk again to the same guy at McFarlane. And with the collector series, the thing I was told initially, it was supposed to be a lower figure run, and it was supposed to be fan channel. But now they're at Target, so who fucking cares?
Exactly.
Yeah.
Now I will point out that as much as we're all mad about the price, Spectre's sold out.
Yeah, he did. Fast.
Well, that's
too.
because he
Not
is
if you don't get the
gorgeous-
five pack.
Right.
Exactly.
Even though I had this guy like arguing with me on Facebook, like I see him still available, and then shared the Twitter post, like click this link to get him. Like it's a Twitter post.
Yeah, that's not
not
didn't
on the
prove anything.
website.
Real quick though, for real though, like I was kidding, but not. I mean, one, it's still available in the 5-pack. They're not actually packed in together. They're all
No,
loose.
they're allocated.
So
there's allocated
again-
numbers for that 5-pack.
Right.
Oh, are there?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay.
So whatever he produced, there's a certain number of them that are specifically just for that 5-pack.
5-pack.
Yep, they're
Right.
probably staged.
Yeah, they're case packed, and they're just
That
going to
makes
ship you
sense.
the case
Yeah,
when
of
it comes
course.
in.
Duh.
Yeah.
Yeah. Logistically.
See,
Yeah.
if I'm going to pay $40 for, here's the good point. Curtis brings up a good point about I don't want him to have the butterface. But here's the other thing: if I'm going to spend $40 on a Superman, I'm going to go buy a damn Mofex.
Right.
At this point,
At
yeah.
least then, when I'm going above where I'm paying, I'm getting the quality that goes with that price tag.
Like I've got
Sure.
the gold label Robin here, who is a goblin face at most angles, but there's this weird like occasional angle where it's incredible, and
I'm
it's
part
it's weird
goblin.
how
I'm
that works.
offended.
Of course.
No,
But
that's the one that's on the other. It's on the same buck as the female Robin,
Yes.
right?
It's the same buck, yeah.
With the crappy ankles and the awkward shoes, and no.
So
I
Curtis,
have the female version of that.
Curtis
that's,
does the same thing. Sorry, I didn't.
About
I read it and it caught my attention. I've been saying it on my channel for like, I don't know, a year now. I cannot find one Superman in the entire McFarlane line that I have felt I'm going to put my money on that. Not one. It's always his body seems wrong. The cape seems
Yeah.
wrong. It's not quite the version I want. The face is incorrect, or it has that big, dumb, poofy, fat face smile thing that he's doing in that weird 2-pack. I have not found even one in the entire line that I'm like, that's the one I want. That
You know what?
not even one.
Wave 1 Action
agree.
1000 was solid, I thought, and I liked the Henry Cavill release, particularly the Target exclusive, red blue costume.
I don't hate Henry Cavill at all, but that wouldn't be the one I'd buy. I would prioritize a comic one first. So you said what was it?
The Wave 1 Action 1000.
Action 1000. I'm going to go look at him.
Now that's Wave 1, so it's the big cankles, unfortunately.
Yeah, the legs are weird on the.
So the reason I wanted to hear from Chris in particular and kind of defer to Chris is because Chris is an actual like hardcore DC McFarlane collector, right?
Oh,
Right.
So-
Whereas most
Okay.
of us stray away. I think
Yeah,
the only other person who regular is on the clubhouse that collected hardcore DC is Bud rather.
And the
No,
reason
I
I
did
wanted
too
to
for a
hear,
while.
I was really excited that you were on the live, but I had to go actually teach at a certain point. But I was on my prep when you started. I was like, oh, hey guys. But as an actual collector, I kind of don't want to hear. I wanted to hear how this was hitting you because I will say, go ahead. And I've heard it, but I
right.
was just gonna point that
I'm
out.
annoyed. Of course, I'm annoyed.
Yeah.
But I'm also like, wait and see. Let's really wait and see how this plays out. Because it's bad enough that McFarlane Toys has statements posted all over the place about this. Now, do they maybe retreat a little bit, slide back to a $30 price point, $35 price
Have
point?
you met
We'll see.
Todd? Do you really think he's going to back down?
No, but
Hell no.
I think they
Yes.
won't stick at this price long term, or at least maybe work their way back up to it.
He's going to do like what they do with price, right? He's going to jump in price excessively. People are going to bitch about it. People are going to complain. He'll back off of it, and then he'll slowly creep back up to $40.
And that's what
Yeah.
I'm saying. But the thing to watch is January 16th, we have the Batman The New Adventures wave dropping. And then on January 19th, we have the Batman v Superman Batman dropping.
Yeah.
And I would watch those prices and see where they're at to really get kind of a feel of what's going on.
Well, I mean, the base
Sure,
figures
sure,
went
sure.
up by $3, right?
Right, which is fair. I think that's
Which is a
completely
reasonable
fair.
expectation.
Yeah,
I'm
it's-
okay with the $22 figure. It's not ridiculous at that point. But when you
It
went
is.
up $10 and you really didn't give a whole lot of extra value, you're still giving the same accessories. That's where I was kind of like, yeah, I don't think I need DC characters anymore.
Right.
Well,
Even though
and besides,
Go ahead.
sorry, I was just that's why I wanted to hear from Chris too. Is like besides, you also sort of said like you're already looking and exploring for DC from other manufacturers, right? From
Yeah.
other brands. So,
Yeah.
but the reason it's kind of like I do personally get a little bit like when folks chime in all of a sudden when a toy line does something. Look at Hasbro, for example, or Mythic Legions. I've heard people like all of a sudden jump in on something about Mythic Legions. It's like the Valiant Knight came out, and then the collectors were really excited about the articulation, and then you have other folks who've like long since stopped or never bought a Mythic Legions. All of a sudden had to share their piece about it's not that great. Blah blah. It's like, dude, you're not collecting them anyway, so
Yeah.
like chill.
Well, Toy
So
Farts
that's-
did a bit
well-
about it.
About
About the McFarlane price point.
oh sure.
I'm really mad about $40, even though I've never bought a McFarlane figure and never
Right.
planned on it, but Facebook said I should be mad.
I love that dude. But the part of the thing that I wanted to point out is that like, man, his figures are like some of the cheapest on the market, period, and they have been, while other
That's
companies
true.
at retail have been going up.
Yeah.
So on the
Up and up
one
and up.
hand, I totally get that. Maybe at a certain point, he's going to have to shift for a couple of reasons, either for because for actual financial reasons, or like there's that part of them that's sort of like, well, if everybody else is coming up, right?
Well,
Yeah.
and
Maybe we should as
DC's
well.
the money maker there for them.
Yeah.
It's just like you look at their other toy lines. Yeah, people like Spawn, but how many figures come out a year in that line?
Yeah.
First off, DC sells to kids, which again is the primary audience, right?
Right.
Because Spawn ain't selling to kids. Kids today have no idea who Spawn is, what a Spawn comic is. It's not like back in the day where, like in the 90s,
Yeah.
at first I was not buying Spawn comics. I didn't know who he was or anything, but I was buying Wizard Magazine because Wizard Magazine had a lot of articles about comics.
Yeah.
So
Yeah.
I wanted to learn more and grow my knowledge. So I started picking up, and then I started finding out about Spawn. As a matter of fact, one of the very first Wizards I ever picked up had like Todd selling his toys out of his freaking apartment or whatever when he was
Right.
first getting started building McFarlane toys.
Now, I will say this for Todd McFarlane. The guy drives me nuts, but you can't deny that he didn't bet on himself to an absurd extreme.
Yeah, he did.
More than once.
Yeah.
He's definitely taken a lot of chances that a lot of people would never try.
Right.
Yeah.
And we talked about DC as a kids line. Kids are buying those toys. They're not buying this line. They don't have a chance. It's on McFarlane Toy Store. They'll never see it.
Well, no, they won't buy this one, but I'm
Yeah.
saying like,
Yeah.
you know, kids are going to buy Batman. Kids are going to buy Superman when they see them in stores and stuff like that. Nobody's buying Spawn. Nobody's buying whatever else he's got coming out now.
Vox Machina. There's
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm bummed
Warhammer.
the Vox Machina is probably not going to get finished.
My Hero Academia.
I don't think he has
Yeah.
that license anymore.
Naruto.
Statue.
Or not Naruto.
Demon
Oh,
Slayer.
Demon
Thank you.
Slayer.
I knew it. My brain was just like, yeah, you know,
Yeah.
it's not that.
Yeah, he's got a couple of anime licenses now.
Yeah.
Yeah, if
But
you look
Curtis-
under the anime tab, he only has 7 Deadly Sims and Demon Slayer now on his site.
Right.
So he
And Mortal
probably-
Kombat.
Mortal
Kombat he gets because it's wrapped up with the DC license.
Yeah, because it's
Yeah,
owned by
that's
Warner
exactly
Brothers.
why.
So
Warner Brothers. That's why
Yeah,
he
he's
ends
got a
up
good
getting Mortal
relationship
Kombat.
with them. Yeah.
The only other one is Storm Collectibles, and well, that's because
Yeah.
they're different scaling entirely. So
well, and they're also, imports technically.
Right.
Is the
So-
superpower still sitting at
Gorgeous.
$10, Chris?
It is still $10.
Yep.
Yeah.
And
they
it's-
have not gone up at all.
We'll see. Now, if they go up like to $20, I'd be really pissed.
Kinda
I
like
just
how
posted
Origins-
this the other day on Discord. My Golden Flash from the last wave has 2 left feet. Just obnoxious.
Well,
Especially with Flash. Like,
Yeah.
how's he supposed to run with 2 left feet?
He
Well,
just
they're
runs in
moving so
circles.
fast.
That's all.
Sorry.
He just runs in circles. It's no big deal.
I actually bought 2 McFarlane figures today. I was
What'd you
proud of
buy?
myself.
I mean,
I brought
Was I the-
2 Witcher. Was it is her name
Witcher
Cersei
stuff.
or Siri?
Siri.
Siri. Like I
Siri.
bought the season 2 one and the what did they call her? Elder or something? I stopped watching the show and never read the
Yeah.
books. But yeah, John from Collecting Brothers posted it and I looked it up and one figure was 11, the other one was 5. So I was all about it
Right.
because I want to that
The Witcher figures
aesthetically
nice.
they fit in and I want to do some customizing.
Right.
Well,
You
and
can buy
I
Eridan,
wonder
maybe.
if
Hmm?
this is like
Eridan. Is that the one you got? The night-looking
Eridan.
one.
No, they're both they both have sort of like it's all clothing looking stuff. The other one's called Elder something. So it's her in her Elder something costume, and then the other one says season 2.
I'd like to find the
Right.
ice. I heard it was at Ross.
What's
Which
that,
one?
Darren?
The giant.
Oh yeah, the clearance ice giant.
Oh,
Yeah.
yeah.
He was
Oh,
like
those
dirt
things
cheap.
are fun and,
And
nasty.
Cobb's got one. He actually had Dark Wolf kicking his ass earlier.
So,
So-
this just popped in my head. I wonder if this is truly like a really weirdly low quantity wave that he's done in backlash to just the amount of clearance figures McFarlane's putting out.
Maybe.
I don't know, because you wait long enough on McFarlane toys, you're almost guaranteed to find it for a quarter of the price.
Yeah.
right.
Yep.
I mean,
And
I'm
it
saying
could
backlash,
be-
but
it could
really
be
like in
WB telling him that we want more revenue. Also, so
And
Thorin
people
Acosta
say
brings up
that.
a good point
So,
because
so here's
they're in
the issue.
financial straits right now.
Well, the
They've been
issue
in
with that,
financial straits since the merger.
I
But
don't
the
think
issue-
Warner Brothers gets the set the price point. That's already a negotiated license. They've already made
It was
that deal.
renegotiated recently, though, Chris. Remember?
The issue would be that if it was a price hike due to WB DC, it would have to come down to the licensing
the
material
royalties.
license, kind of like how you pay to use Marvel, you pay to use Spider-Man, so and so likeness licensing and things like that, and so everything would have went up. It wouldn't be just this. You'd have to see it across the entirety. It's just like you can't walk into a store and buy a cheap football item. I'm just making a random thing here, but like go buy a T-shirt and then go buy a T-shirt with the NFL license.
Right,
You
Spin
can't buy
Master
a
would have
cheap
to
one
go up too.
because every item with that on it increased in value. Not just one item, the entirety of the license increases. So if it is WB, you're going to see an increase across all DC Warner Brothers products across the entire market in every scale. Because everybody would have to either eat that license or they'd have to increase their prices. So that kind of rules out the option, because we haven't seen an increase in superpowers or anything like that
yet.
And other toys like Storm Collectibles aren't like, oh, by the way, we're increasing $15 to cover license variant. It just hasn't happened.
Right.
He's the only one that said this.
Yeah.
So that really takes it off of WB.
And on one wave. So
yeah, in one way.
So far.
So far. That's fair. That's fair.
That's the
I
trick.
will
Is
say
it so far? We'll see.
That's right. And I think we're all being really quick to judge. I think it's
Agreed.
BS. I stand by that, but I'm not ready to burn down the house Todd built.
No.
Seems
Well,
to come
that's
with,
always an extreme measure for anybody, right? Like, you know,
Right.
they started raising the prices on a lot of the Masters of the Universe stuff. Like, you know, they started raising the prices for all the Origins figures. Started off at $14.99, then it went up to $18. Now it's getting to be about $20 per Origins figure.
Right.
When they first launched the line, I was all in on the Origins because it was $14.99.
Yeah, that was nice.
And I was staying away from Masterverse because I did not like the $20 price point. I was like, yeah, I'm not into it. I don't really care for it. And then they started releasing the new Eternia stuff. And I was like, okay, well, those I actually like, and I'm willing to pay that $20 for, right? Now that they've increased the average cost of basically an Origins figure to $20, I was like, no.
What's the extra
No.
for at that point? Like, what's the extra for to jump into the bigger, more articulated figure?
And that's my thing, right? Because guess what? When they still sell a base level Masterverse figure at $21.99, but buying an Origins figure for like $18.99, $19.99, I now have an issue.
The only thing about that, though, is that as the Motu line has gone on, there's more tooling in some of the characters since the
I
first.
agree.
Yeah.
So the
go ahead,
proper
I'm sorry.
response to that, to me, was their idea to go to Mattel Creations. And everything that we're getting for the rest of the vintage Origin stuff is all going to be sold through that. And that's great. They're releasing figures we already have painted up different for $19.99. The Snake Infiltrator Palace Guard is just the Palace Guard repainted.
Oh, yeah.
For
Origins is
$19.99.
incredibly infamous for that repaint. And
Well,
like you
and
said,
that's fine.
the
I
straight
have
repaint.
no problems with them doing it.
Yeah, but I like
Stop jacking my price up though, right? Like if you're gonna increase the price across all your stuff because plastic is more expensive, that's fine. But you take the Origin line that I like it for the price point, I like for what it's getting to me. I love that nostalgia feel. And that's fantastic. But now you're selling me figures that I already have with a slight repaint variation to it. And in often cases, absolutely no new tooling. And you're going to charge me more. Now, again.
Look,
But
they
here's the
released
other
an
thing with that. Also,
exclusive.
things have gone up considerably in the last
but Masterverse hasn't.
It
And
hasn't really-
Masterverse gives me more new tooling.
It's at 24.
Masterverse gives me. My base level ones are still like $21.99.
No, mine are
Are you
always
sure?
mine are
'Cause
always
I
at
thought the last ones I
$24.99.
bought were 24. The movie Evelyn and whatnot. I thought
$24.99.
they.
Well,
I
see, I haven't bought that one. I've been seeing the deluxes at $32.99, which
Yeah.
they used to be $29.99.
Right.
But
Yeah,
I haven't
we've been-
seen like the base level ones. Then you know what I saw today? A ton of Fistos and Andras, which I haven't seen for a while I was hitting these targets.
Those are still
Yeah,
hanging
same-
around my target.
Same here.
Yeah, I saw a bunch of
Um,
Andres last
Yeah,
time I was out.
There's very little
It's
that
like
I
they
don't have
found 'em
Masterverse
also.
wise. I've
Right.
almost got the entire line. I'm missing like 4, maybe something like that.
Right.
And real early stuff, like I didn't get Spycore, like stuff like that.
So to answer Highly Articulated's question, the whole deal with Angela in the Spawn comics was a nightmare business decision.
Yes, fair.
And
Yes, it was.
the first Spawn movie is not a winner.
That's a guilty
No,
pleasure for
but
me.
that
I'll be honest, I
HBO
watched that bad movie.
Oh no,
Look,
I would
I-
give that
I
HBO
enjoy
show
it.
all day.
I enjoy John
enjoyed the movie.
Leguizamo's
Yep,
Clown.
that's
Wow.
exactly why I watch it. Yeah.
Violator is great.
Hey,
I
hey,
remember
Spawn is okay.
seeing the
Priest,
Spawn movie
no.
in theater. Ooh.
Martin Sheen is a
I
caricature.
watched that
of-
hard animation that he put out too. The HBO animation. I watched that. I own both of those. They're guilty.
But
I'm
yeah,
not
I will
gonna
say,
watch that
like,
movie.
it was funny going to the movie theater because they had the like, you can't buy tickets, kid. It's rated R. I'm like, check again.
right.
And they like, oh, sorry, pulled the sign down, and
So
I gotta
now,
see the adventure of Spawn and his dog.
Bud saying the TMNT Motu line being $20 because it's a crossover.
Yeah.
That I don't mind. Again, that I can agree with because again, you're paying more for the extra licensing. But when I'm seeing like again the last like couple of waves were at that same price point, that's when I disagree with it.
So the issue here, okay, because like right now, Masterverse sells their newest figures, basic figures like the Evelyn that came out. That's 24. That's their price line. Anniversary He-Man, 40th anniversary. That's a $24 figure, and so on and so forth. Once they hit that line, even if you backtrack and you look across things like New Eternia Jitsu, he's the same thing. They're all $24 now. So that is a standard price of the line. With, like you said, their specialty characters are anywhere from 34 to 39. And 39 was the price of like the Gwildor 2-pack that
Or
came
about-
out.
Right.
They're clearance at about 50% off, though.
Or
Well,
less.
and that's what most people have been doing. They've been playing
Yeah.
clearance chicken with it and just picking it up.
But
Like-
if you play that game, and we're all collectors, we know how that game works.
Yeah.
You
I mean,
can
can't
play it,
judge it by that.
but if you're wrong and they do actually sell out, then you're
Technically,
going to be stuck with like $100 plus thing that's never going to be worth that actual price. So you play the game. You're rolling the dice on that one. This thing we're dealing with, this everything goes to Ross, everything goes to clearance, everything goes to Wally's. It will not last forever. Sooner or
Yeah.
later, they'll just pull
Well-
their product back, and we'll be
Also,
playing.
what happens is it
we'll
kills
have a lot
lines.
of things to miss.
Yeah.
Well, and
Those
this is
things
gonna make
go
me.
into that kind of discount retailer consistently, it will kill lines.
Yes.
They will
It
shut
does.
the lines down because they're not. Because what's going to end up happening is it takes about, you take 12 to 16 months on average for the buyers to catch up to what's going on in the stores. So you'll see a correction at some point, which all those people that are playing clearance chicken now, in about a year, you're going to see them not be able to play clearance chicken as much. Unless it's like, let's say it's something like a Marvel MCU figure. Those things are just warming pegs even at clearance price.
Right.
Well, let's remember too, when Ollie's picks it up, right?
Yeah.
Ollie's is not buying Walmart's
No,
warehouse.
I know that.
They're not buying Target's warehouse. They're buying Mattel warehouse stuff.
Yeah.
They're buying Hasbro warehouse.
They buy
stuff.
overstock freight, basically.
Right.
But
So
also tagging back, the reason I brought up prices is because this idea that the Turtles and Motu, the crossover, is the reason it's $20. this was a price increase that basically went unnoticed, justified by the license. Because if you look at the cartoon line, it's a $20 line. Every figure's $20. So they almost snuck it in there. They were like, here's the turtles and here's this, and everybody accepted it because it was like, oh, it's two brands. They probably got to share licensing. I'm okay with it. They get a lot of stuff with them. And then they were like, here's the cartoon line, and it came out at the same price. It's $20, every single one of them. So there was an increase across the board. Masterverse is $24 basic, and now Origins is $20 basic. I count cartoon in Origins because it's really just a resculpt with the same concept.
Yeah.
You know,
I think a lot of the cartoons though are completely new tooling. So
right, but it will be a standard.
Changes. So you're going to probably see that as the standard, that $20 price point. So
I'm 100%.
Hey,
I don't doubt for a
another
second.
attachment working there.
So I haven't seen anybody talk about this, but part of the metal Botto piece is a hand plug-in that works with like these little attachments. So I was able to give him 2 cannon arms.
Well, I was wondering if any of your mushrooms fit in the end.
They're all out in the forest right now, but I could go grab one.
Send Tinkerbell out there to pick one for you.
Just got them growing in the wild all over the place.
Mm-hmm.
Well, you know, talking Motu and their price increase popped into my head. Like, you know, you buy a Mattel Creations Origins figure, one of their limited releases. How much is that price increase over retail?
Depends what box they put it in.
Right, but I mean, like, the Frogmonger was 30 something, right? 28, 30?
No, Frogmonger was 18.
I got
Was it
Frogmonger.
18?
I didn't pay that. It was
Okay.
$18.
Was it 18?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
I couldn't remember.
Yes. So when they did, what they will do is they will release what's known as a deluxe Origins figure. And
Lady
normally
Slither was
there's
a deluxe, right?
Yes, Lady Slither was deluxe because there's quite a bit new tooling with that. The they did a deluxe Sunman where he had a trifold card, additional head, and extra effect. So when the regular figure came out, he was $18 in at retail.
Yeah.
But the Mattel Creation deluxe version of him was like $30. Deluxe She-Ra, $30.
Yeah, didn't she have rooted hair? Is that the one you're talking
She
about?
had the rooted hair. She
Yeah.
also had the trifold back card.
Mm-hmm.
When they
Whenever they
did,
put them in the collector-friendly package, though, it's like 30.
right?
Regular price.
Yeah, same thing with CamoCon, right? Trifold card, collector-friendly packaging, 2 heads. That was a $30 figure. All of their other ones have really just been between, again, 18 or
24.
Which one was 24?
Origins is at 20. Masterverse is at 24.
Yeah.
Base figure, base value figure.
Muscle Mommy was a little bit of a markup, but that's a pretty unique.
She was also considered deluxe too.
Yeah.
Yeah, she was without a doubt deluxe. She even had a fold
Deluxe
out
Masterverse.
background. that
Well,
she
yeah,
carried.
I've got her. I know what she looked like. But there is a little bit of a price increase there.
It's also a buck they're probably not going to use. So it was like
Right.
Yeah, they're not going to be using that again.
Which is kind of a shame because it's kind of cool, but there's no other character that fits.
Yeah, when
Although now that I have her and I have that Prince Adam or that Savage He-Man, I should check to see if they use the same feet sculpt.
Oh, that's a good thought.
Savage He-Man.
Because they're the only
Darkman?
two that have the
that are bare feet.
No, the
No, they're not
Savage
the same
He-Man's
feet.
feet are much bigger.
They're not the same feet.
Thanks.
Savage
Even
He-Man
though
should have
she had
been
big
on
feet.
the Skelegod mold, though. I think of that buck, he should have been way bigger.
He should have.
Yeah, I agree with that.
You think he was bigger than Savage He-Man? When we seen him in the animation? Because I thought
No,
those
I'm
guys
talking
were
about
about
the
the same
action
size.
figure.
Well, I
The
realize
action
that.
figure is not the bigger buck.
Oh well, I
Yeah,
mean,
it's the
same
same as
argument though. So should Skelegod be a bigger figure, or should they
Skelegod
have
was a bigger
scaled?
figure.
Or right? So should they have scaled Savage He-Man to match him because they were about the same size guys?
Yes, I'm arguing they should have used the Skelegod buck for
Okay,
Savage He-Man.
that's what I was curious of. I thought you were saying Skelegod should have been bigger. That's why I was
No.
lost.
No, I'm saying Skelegod should have been the base for Savage He-Man.
I
Or
also
some bigger thing, because that
I-
thing was huge in the
I
entertainment.
talked about it. I know what they wanted to sell when they talked about him, when they were like, hey, this is Savage He-Man. And he's very much he's the guy that you saw in the animation. And I got to looking at him, I'm like, no, that's the guy from the first mini comic. Like it's
Right.
very blatantly, it's not the guy we saw in the animation. That is very blatantly the guy that meets with the Eternian goddess. He even comes with the spear. Like he's very blatantly the guy from the mini comic that happens to come with old Orko.
Right.
Time
Yeah.
skip Orko. Like I thought that was really weird that they sold it that way.
So Curtis is checking on you, Joe. Just making sure you're still alive.
I'm
over
still
there.
alive. Yep. I'm
And
okay.
Jesse,
I'm just getting old.
Jesse brings up the truth. Period. We keep buying.
Yep.
They'll keep making, and they'll keep increasing the price.
Yep.
Or it'll go to clearance.
I do
And
want to
then eventually some buyer
just-
down the road will say, yeah, we don't need that many of this figures. We don't need these figures here. We no longer need this line. And that's how you kill things.
Now I've heard this argument 1,000 times, 1,000,000 times. Oh, you're just going to buy it. Don't stop complaining. You're going to buy it. It doesn't matter. But there is a breaking point. I mean,
Right.
I get
We
the
do need to
idea,
have
and
a
it's not that he's
pushback.
necessarily wrong. At some point, the guy says, "Hey, we need $2 more," and we go, "That sucks. Here's $2 more," and we buy the figure. We've been doing it for a long time,
Yeah.
and we know
Yeah.
we'll do it for a long time, thus future. But I always stop and I think about it. At what point do we hit the breaking line? And this is exactly what I was talking about, because like, say this is a finalized price. Say that for whatever reason, McFarlane Toys at this point goes the gold and says they're all $40. Just argument. Not that it's happened. Argument. $40 is the base of the line now. If that happens, do you continue buying that, or do you skip on to a higher value figure since you're already spending that money and just skip up to Mafex and be done with it?
I think people will eventually skip up to the larger or the nicer quality ones. The only problem with that is like Mafex has a limited DC license, whereas Todd can do all
He's
of
got
DC.
the full.
So
That's right.
Right. And how
And-
many Mafex figures do we get a year?
not very many. Yeah.
DC, 2
I mean,
to 3.
that's a fair argument, but I'm just saying at some point that argument loses its steam. You can't convince me that everybody here in this room, if they said, you know what, it's a video game price, I'm going to need $60, $70 for your Superman, and he has a terrible cape that doesn't move, and his face is big and weird, and his midsection is funky and random.
Again. Okay.
And they have terrible balance, and you can't pose
And he has
them
terrible
very well,
balance, and he can't pose,
they have
and they can't
ankles
take
of
a
a
knee.
3-year-old girl.
So we're gonna ask this room who already doesn't collect McFarlane.
I
Great.
was just
Okay.
gonna say, yep,
I
yep,
have a
yep.
couple McFarlanes.
Yeah, that's
Yeah.
not fair. I cherry pick McFarlane whenever I see
So
something
you
that comes
cherry
out.
pick McFarlane.
No, yeah.
Yes, I
Goes
do.
to 40. And now what are we gonna do? We're gonna cherry pick. The line eventually dies and hopefully moves on.
And
That's
yeah,
what we
that's
can
exactly
hope for.
right. But
The price went up. Already we know there's changes to the figures. Not a ton, not as much as we'd want at that price. But yeah, let's sell us a Superman that does have a movable cape. Probably sucks, but it's not immovable. Let's be honest. Let's be honest about our arguments.
Yeah, I mean that's why I'm kind of keeping quiet. I mean, whatever. We're totally free to talk about it. That's not what I'm saying. But I guess this entire time I'm wrapping my head. That's what around the existing market that McFarlane has captured. Which again, sure, there's a couple of us, including myself, who cherry pick, usually on a deal, right?
Yeah.
But then there are the folks who collect. And here's the thing that I know about McFarlane. Just based on like what we established earlier, they were the ones who were like selling their figures incredibly, at affordable prices at retail. They announce a figure and then they're there within a couple of weeks, usually, right? They've got a couple of different licenses, like, things, and I constantly will look at what they're doing and be like, honestly, so in my brain, just speaking for myself, I'm like, what the were they thinking when they were going to do XYZ, whatever it is, Jokerized, no offense to the collectors, but that's just my thing. But I recognize that that's my thing who doesn't normally buy it. So I'm always trying to figure out, like, no, people are buying them. Like, they move, and clearly they don't. It's not like they move on, like, niche little tiny retail store. They're moving at Target and Walmart, and so he clearly has no problem stocking those shelves. Target, Walmart have no problem continuing to give him that shelf space. So he's doing something right, and so that's where I'm kind of like, well, I just honestly, there's a lot where I just don't know, and I'm not going to pretend that I know, even trying to theorize, because they're doing something that honestly, I'm looking even like Marvel Legends or even Star Wars Black Series.
So here's
they
the thing.
figured something out that those folks,
people are going to buy it. If you collect the line, you're going to buy it. You're going to bitch about the price increase, but you're probably going to buy it. It's just like Aaron with his G.I. Joes. He doesn't want to spend $35 on an individual figure, but he needs number 102, so he's going to fucking go and buy it. It doesn't matter.
Right.
And that's the way it is.
And I won't be army building, and I won't be using them for customs.
Now,
Or I'll just,
will you pick less of them up? Yeah, you're not going to buy multiples, maybe, but with DC Multiverse, you don't have many army builders in that line. So,
and I would happily pay 30 to
$40
$40
no army
for
builders.
like
There's 355 Batman.
Right, but I would pay that for a character like Firestorm because I don't see him flying off shelves. I don't see that for Captain Carrot. I don't see it for those figures. And if you're going to make smaller runs that cost more for Psycho Pirate, okay.
Yeah.
But don't do that for like mainline figures,
Not for figures that people have been wanting. That's
right. Not the evergreens that are gonna sell no matter what, right?
It's obnoxious he did it to Wonder Woman.
Well, like one of my biggest gripes about Boba Fett, right? Okay,
Boba Fett tax. Oh, yeah. Spider-Man's getting that tax now.
Spider-Man too.
Yes, he is. Spider-Man's getting it. These are evergreen characters that we absolutely know are going to fly off the shelves no matter what. And with Spider-Man, it's probably worse than anybody else because they just basically reuse the same bucks and do different paint apps each time.
Yeah.
And so with Boba Fett, which now again they're reusing a lot of his parts across multiple figures because it's not a single Mandalorian anymore. We got a ton of other ones. Price hiking a figure.
They re-released that Boba Fett 10 times.
Oh,
now,
yeah.
The same Boba Fett. Same
right?
Boba Fett.
Because the one that Ken shipped me not too long ago is the deluxe version that came in the Black Series big box packaging, right? I go to the store, he's still $33.97 on the wall, but he's on the retro card Black Series. Same exact figure. Even labeled Deluxe Boba Fett, which that was labeled Deluxe. There's absolutely no difference.
Yeah.
Other than the packaging.
Right.
So selling a figure that sells like hotcakes at $33, like, come on, guys.
Right.
You could make that a more normal price, and sell me a soft goods Leia for $33, and I'd consider that a little bit more.
Well, I'd be willing to bet that when Todd said he was going to make Captain Carrot, he had no idea that it was going to be as popular as it was.
Captain Carrot was insanely popular.
Yeah.
So I bought this whole wave because I wanted the Atrocitus, and I would have done the same for the current wave for Monitor because I think he's an awesome looking character. Plus, I like Spectre, so
that's
like I do pick up some McFarlane, not often, but I like Green Lantern, so this is a good wave for me.
I thought that was a solid wave from him, actually, because especially like the Build-A-Figure that came from it, and pretty much, I mean, Atrocitus looks great. I don't think there was a bad. On a personal note, I think he did very good with that wave. The lanterns that he released there, the Build Atrocitus, I thought that was solid for him. That was a good line.
I have four of those Kyle Rayners. 2 are for custom making.
I did like the Teen Titans wave.
It's a good wave. It's too bad Grayson didn't have hands that could hold things in discriminatics. But I'm glad they gave him the thinner buck on that.
Right for it.
So one of the big things for me, and it was going back to what Bill was saying earlier too, about like, what do you end up spending that, when you're paying that kind of price, right? So we all know over the last year, I've gotten involved into collecting modern Four Horsemen figures and collecting Mythic Legions, right?
Mm-hmm.
And when I sit there and I look at a $37 standard figure from the Four Horsemen, you know why I don't mind and I don't bitch about spending $37 for that figure from the Four Horsemen?
Because it's rad. Oh.
Well, articulation's on point. For the most part, with the exception of that more recent Cosmic Legions wave, sturdy as hell. Articulation may not be the best on some, for some modern figures, but that's because honestly, it was like really good up until AWOC came and changed the game on everything for articulation, in my opinion. They certainly made Hasbro start being like, we should really make Spider-Man more articulated again. Like, we really need to get back to superposable Spider-Man. At least that's how I feel. Like, we've started to see those get cranked out this past year more so than previous years. In any case, though, what I'm trying to say is that I spent $37 on that figure. I'm getting a shit ton of accessories. I'm getting good articulation, and the paint apps are immaculate, right?
But going back to being a fan, though, Oz, you're normally getting a Four Horsemen figure for $37. If Four Horsemen came out and said, we're going to do 47 on our pre-order figures, all the same motherfuckers are still going to go in there and pre-order them at 47 as opposed to 37 because you're a fan of that figure line.
Yeah, Joe's right there raising his hand.
I'll put it out there like this, though, right?
Joe will be buying more than one set at that price. Yeah. Just letting you know.
Anybody here who, okay, Terrence, you're probably the newest, right? When you spend $37 on a Four Horsemen figure, do you feel it is well worth the price?
I do, but I think
now, would you be willing to pay that same price for what Todd McFarlane gives you?
No.
It's not a $37 figure.
There
Apples and oranges. Apples and oranges.
Well, that's what I'm saying, though, right? You're going to charge.
You got to look at it from. You have to look at it from your care for that character or the line, right?
Yeah, if you're a DC fan, you're buying Todd McFarlane.
Exactly.
You kind of have to.
That's true because you don't have much else.
And
now,
I will tell you,
Adam
I
does
hang
spend
out
a lot more.
Right. I've been hanging out in some McFarlane circles, and they are some weird cats, the McFarlane fanboys. They are different. They are built different. They think differently because, that Wonder Woman, they previewed it, and someone's like, oh, I can't wait for them to Jokerize that. And I just went, you're so funny.
Well,
and they're like,
that's exactly what I meant.
No, they will.
Exactly. Yeah. No, that's exactly what I'm talking about.
They love it. They'll pay the money for it.
Yeah. That's what I mean. It's like most of us will look at some of the things that McFarlane's going to be like, what? But the thing is, like, he's built a fan base. And we keep saying, oh, they're fans of DC. They're fans of DC. I want to be clear. They're fans of DC and they're fans of McFarlane toys. They like those toys.
He built a straight up loyal following. It's just like building, in a strange way, you could almost compare it to building a local YouTube audience that shows up every night to see your live stream specifically, no matter what garbage you happen to be talking about, good or bad. Like, they stick around. They're the guys that always show up. That he built loyal customer bases that are fans of him and the property he's currently working on.
Well, and if you ask me, like, are you going to stop buying McFarlane to buy Mafex? I'm already buying Mafex on top of McFarlane. I'm already buying Amazing Yamaguchi. I'm following the line. I'm following the characters. I'm that guy. I bought this wave. I did. I used the Punch 15. I used all my discount codes. I got it down to, after shipping, $27 a figure for 5 figures, which is rough, but
here's the most important question, Chris. Are you happy with it?
We'll see when I get it.
Okay. Yeah. We'll ask you that question again.
Because regardless, that's the main important thing. But you got to be happy with what you're purchasing, and
if it doesn't make you happy, stop buying it.
That's right.
Exactly.
I have a question for the Legions guys. Is there any customizer doing like a hinged ball joint for these neck pegs?
The only hinged ball joint I'm aware of came with the Valiant Knight.
Yeah, I'm just wondering
So
if there's
far.
like a customizer that's doing them because
I haven't seen any Thanos, and I go through a lot of those, but
Not that I'm aware of.
Jesse
Yeah.
or Curtis might be
Right.
good options.
They've got
to
more of that
put brains
knowledge.
on those guys.
it would be good to.
Joe would know too, but I'm just saying.
But Oz,
Well,
So-
it's hard. It's hard to do hinged things 3D printed. You know,
That's
that's,
what I was
that's
gonna say.
durable.
Gotcha.
But the Valiant Knight, I actually got on eBay and bought an extra one, just because I
Right.
like the hinge on the ball joint. Yeah.
And Terrence, what are you trying to say? I
So
heard
as
you.
far as I know, that's the only one so far.
you know, dovetail on the conversation about having a huge audience for McFarlane, and I get that. And there's a huge audience for a lot of different toy makers. However, like if you went to PowerCon as an example, the way people line up, and I mean, I saw that PowerCon, I saw it at Legion's Con, I mean, an entire con that's just based upon Four Horsemen. I mean, there is an audience for Four Horsemen that I think rivals. I mean, it's not on the same scale, obviously, because of where Todd sells his toys. But I mean, you know, there is a starved audience of people that will line up for hours and start at 5 o'clock, 6 o'clock in the morning to get to the Legion's table. So I don't think that he's unique in that way. I think there are people who truly, you know, and again, talking about price point, you know, it's not just the quality. I mean, we're collecting characters we can't pronounce the names of. We're talking about when you're talking buying identifiable characters like Batman, Superman, The Flash, whatever, but people are buying characters they don't even know how to say their names or care about saying their names because the figures are just that, you know what I mean? And interesting.
Shouldn't the brand recognition, like increasing that popularity, make them sell for a lower price point as well? Like, wouldn't you think?
I think it depends on overhead. So
I think
I'm
it depends on how you want to go with
advocate.
making the money. Do you want to make the money for volume, or do you want to make the money at price? Because here's what happens when they increase prices. What will happen is people will buy less, and they do, but the differentiation between what they're charging in price stays the same. So their profit margins go up in a corporation while their costs go down.
I
Because
think
they're producing less of the figures. If you're following me, this is a sadly corporate logic.
Well, yeah, it's economy of scale.
But I think
So
everything is more
Whoever is
expensive right
trying
now.
to add, hang on a sec, guys. Whoever is trying to jump in right now, we are full. Send me a message and we'll see what we can do. I know somebody's trying to jump on again.
I'm going to be
And-
getting a minute or two anyway because I have work in the morning. But I just wanted to say, as a last note of what we're talking about, I mean, in regards to Four Horsemen as an example, yes, it's super popular, but you have to realize too, I think that they realize a big part of their audience is customizers, and they're going to be people that are buying in quantities. So by raising that price, I think they'd be killing part of the audience. You know what I mean? I think that they recognize where their audience is coming from and what their goals are, and that it actually aligns with what they like to do. I think, you know, they appreciate the artistry and the fact that it lends itself to that, you know, customizing, head swap and pop, whatever you want to call it. And I think that they are smart to keep the prices where they are. And if they do go up, I don't think they're going to go up in any drastic number, you know?
No, Four Horsemen ain't raising their prices.
No.
Right. Highly Articulated's mentioning, by the way, that no price increases on AWOC, folks. Just saying.
What's AWOC?
Gotta agree with them there. No price hike on
what is
AWOC.
that?
What is
I'm
AWOC?
sorry.
A walk?
Animal Warriors?
A walk? What?
What?
No? Yeah, have
I
you
don't
guys
know.
not heard of this? Animal Warriors: The Kingdom?
I can't
No,
say
not
I've heard
really.
anyone talk about that
I can't
whatsoever.
say that I've heard of it at all.
I
you
thought that
know.
was like a Star Wars thing. Oh, it's Ewok. Oh, okay.
I thought that was something you cooked in.
I'm doing
That's-
customs with these because, you know, I don't know when or if we're getting the board game, so I'm just gonna. I bought 2 sets because intentionally to play the board game with my son. You know.
Yeah,
So now I
yeah.
have
Oh,
3 that I can fully customize and just
What the hell,
put
Jerry?
Oh
down.
man, you know what? That's a point that I hadn't even considered about folks who maybe were buying multiples in expectation of the game.
I
Ooh,
canceled some pre-orders because the game wasn't
awkward.
coming.
Yeah, sadly.
So before we stop shilling for Legions,
Yep,
tomorrow's the last day for the
I
pre-order
was going to
of the
say
new
this
wave.
is a really good segue into another portion of this conversation. If you guys have not done so yet, and again, if you're really, really good about so go on and make your jokes. I'm not sharing the price changes. That hurts. That hurts.
He's
but
never
probably
sharing
hurts.
nothing.
I was
Come
gonna
on,
say
he ain't
he
gonna-
couldn't anyway. He's got his whole
He-
own channel to broadcast on.
He's gonna hide.
Right. So just for everybody's awareness, if you want to get from the Four Horsemen direct, now I know for anybody here in the US, that is probably that will be the cheapest you're going to be able to afford, or if you want the cheapest price of what they offer right now. We're within the last 24 hours. We're actually less than 24 hours away from the pre-order for the Rising Suns wave. So for anybody who was planning on getting that bear, if you want it at the price it's currently at, you better go grab it now.
Oh,
I have to skip it, but I did want that
Tomorrow
bear.
night at midnight.
11:59 Eastern Standard
As much as I would love to have that bear, I can't logistically fit it somewhere.
Come on, you know you want to have the
That's
Hiss
got to go in your
versus bear.
winter dio, Aaron. What are you
I
talking
mean,
about?
it's the size of a Hiss tank. Sorry, kids, it's just not
It's
gonna
bigger than a
fit.
Hiss tank.
Here, I have a question for anybody here, or specifically Curtis, because I know Curtis will help me out here. Give me your reasons why I should consider buying an extra bear. Because I've thought about it, and I'm wondering.
Why do
but
you
like,
need an extra bear?
No,
Brent?
to
Don't you
be
have, like,
clear,
wolves?
I'm getting a bear. My question is,
Why a second bear?
Why would you
should
need a
I
second?
consider a second bear? I have my own reasons and my
Wolves.
my
You have
weird
wolves, you
just
have
curious.
boar, right?
Just curious.
Let's go this way.
Well, I
All
can tell
right.
you one thing: you need to have at least 2 bears to pull a proper sleigh.
Secondly,
Oh, I think
if you-
Nolan just convinced me. But anyways, keep going.
well, actually, this is where I was going to go with it. So it's perfect, except, maybe not so much fights, but if you have one bear, you get another bear, and then you'll get bear cubs.
That's right.
Here's
You have
what you
one
do.
bear that's straight and one that's on cocaine.
You get
Right?
the Bratz plane. You get the Bratz
One's got
plane,
egg.
and you put both bears in it. It becomes Bear Force 1.
There you
There
go.
you go.
There you go.
You need to have one bear for riding and one bear for just standing up and kicking ass.
There you go.
Yeah.
Well, let's go with the typical collector thing. He needs one for inbox and one to display.
No, that just doesn't
You
exist
need to have
for
one
me.
That
that
doesn't
Eldor
work.
can
We
put
all
some
know
robotic
Brick frees
sculpt
all
into,
this
and then you can have a robotic bear. And then
Yeah, man. See, and so highly articulated. That's a given. I already know that I'm getting the bear. The question I was wondering if there's any. I was trying to think of other things to add, and part of it was.
So I
we
don't know how
know
you
yet-
guys
Oh, go for
display, but for me, I was just gonna say I want 2 bears. I display on shelves. I have my collection on a shelf, but that bear is beautiful. It is the best bear that I've seen
What
articulated.
are these shelves
by
you speak
a
of,
long
Joe?
shot.
I've never
So-
heard of putting toys on shelves.
I just
But
put
I
mine
wanna
on the
leave it
floor
on the
and
shelf.
Spread them around.
Yeah, I want to leave it on the shelf displayed, but I want a bear to do other things with, to fight He-Man,
This is where I
to
put my toys.
take photographs with outside.
So you're saying
looks
like,
like a
keep
really
keep one on the
fun-
shelf and the other one for like photos and anything else that easily.
The one
kinda
on the
has to-
shelf
Yeah,
will stay
ab-
clean, and then
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, sure. That one will
Yeah.
still. Are you in a
And I
hermetically
might end up
sealed
displaying-
home for that shelf to stay
I'm
clean?
going to
I'm just
display
saying.
one with Atlas too, and the other one it has that separate head for standing up.
Yeah.
I might end up displaying 2 of them. One standing and
That's-
one with Atlas riding it.
Clean
That's
toys
where
are
I'm
boring.
at.
Maybe
That's
I
all
need-
I'm going to say.
Yeah, because you've definitely for the standing position,
Mm-hmm.
you got to have a different setup than you do for just the forward pose, right?
And-
Like it's a different setup.
Rick, I gotta be honest with
And
you. I
my
haven't heard a
main
good enough
point
reason yet. I
is-
haven't really.
Yeah,
heard
no,
good
I
enough
mean,
reason.
I'm not saying I've been convinced. I'm hearing the reasons.
Well, I don't know. I don't
but
know how much you're into customizing, but some customizing company, like Planetary Dog Toys or Wolf King, are going to come out with a bear head right before
They
it
are.
delivers. That you're going to go, damn! I wish I had
Yeah.
an extra
I know.
because I have to have that custom. And I think that's
So
the
here-
main reason to get one.
And the
Diggs
other
Figs
piece-
brings up a very good point. You should always army build in odds. So you need at least 2 more bears.
That's usually how my brain works, actually, in terms of the army buildings. It's like
Me
they
too.
they come in threes. But I think yeah. Well, now
Technically, for
just
fire teams, they should be 5. So if it's a bear team, you need 5. Let's go for it.
Jesse,
If you're gonna
Yeah.
go
Jesse,
for it,
just
go for it. Don't just half it.
You're not gonna notice it. It's like it's barely there.
Exactly.
I love you,
that
Chris.
Owlbear head.
you know that
Sorry.
that owl bear that Hasbro came out with was a pretty neat toy, but a 3D printed good owl bear head, going on that bear is gonna be the shiz. So
Yeah, well, so one of my favorite toys in the world is the D20 Wolf, and I fought myself so hard to not buy a second. Now those D20 Wolves, and so I never did. Those D20 Wolves are not cheap, and so this thing is actually cheaper.
Cheaper than the
A
wolf,
beautiful
yeah.
sculpt, arguably I would say a better sculpt, but whatever, apples oranges. But yeah, just think about the possibilities of like customizing what could happen. I'm there. Especially when they give us like 2 really good heads, it frustrates me to know that one of those is just sort of sitting like hidden
Right.
away.
You want to display.
And that's the case
both,
for
right?
that's the case for a lot of my toys. I get so frustrated when I've got like 2 dope heads or whatever it is, and I can't.
See, but if you buy 2 bears, then you'll have 2 heads sitting somewhere.
Well, no, so here's
So
okay.
I-
So on that
Or
note,
you sell them on
and
eBay. No.
so here's the thing. Yeah, Curtis pointed out earlier that it's true. One, we know how much it's costing at the how much they're asking for at the pre-order price. We don't know
80.
how much yet. Yeah, we don't yet totally know for sure what they're at
What
retail.
that
They haven't
would be.
said
Yeah,
yet.
it's going to be at retail, right?
Yeah, we're
I
guessing.
don't know what the
and there's
markup of that.
exactly, and especially with a lot of those larger figures we've seen, like with Slog and a couple of other ones, like there's been a significant difference between the pre-order price and that. So that's kind of where I'm leaning. And the other end of it is at the end of the day, kind of what Curtis was saying is like there's going to be high demand, and I definitely get my money back, potentially make a little bit more if I sell the one that if for whatever reason I don't want it. So I don't know. At the end of the day, do I have the money? That's the big question. Or can I do it right now and all that? But I don't know. Anyways, I appreciate it. I was thinking about it. I'll let you know tomorrow, probably around 6 p.m. when
You
I
know
finally.
what? $85 is actually a really good deal. I didn't realize that. I have a $200 Batwing on my wall, so
Yeah.
And
plus, you know how it is.
You
to
can't
you,
even
lights
Chris,
inside,
I know you
Chris.
like
No
you
lights
got more
inside.
than
You
one
can
to
only-
sell. Yeah.
Look, you can only mount that Batwing. It can't stand up on its back legs and fight anything.
No.
right? That Batwing has one pose.
it doesn't
This
even have
bear
a
has
light.
fully
shooting.
articulate.
You know what?
It doesn't have shooting guns. It doesn't have anything fun with it. It just hangs.
I'm
With
leaning
Batman
towards the second
eggs.
bear, to be clear.
Buy
Exactly.
exactly one that pays for both. Ain't
Right.
that
I
the
mean,
truth?
yeah, I know. I know.
So
I'm the guy who
here-
is sitting on 2 Galactuses too, by the way. But so yes.
anybody want to trade a bear for Galactus? Rick's been trying to get rid of one for a while.
No,
I
I
think
haven't.
you should
That's
get
the thing. I
several
haven't been
bears
trying.
for that Galactus.
Yeah, the
I'm
problem
gonna-
is I haven't been trying. That's my problem.
Right, because you would get rid of it if you actually tried. I'll put it out there this way. The only reason I didn't get more bears is because it was right around the holidays, right?
Yeah.
Like I was ready to pay full price for one, and I just happened to luck out. Got a gift card for Christmas that helped me pay off the one I had. But you know,
They'll probably release another bear, right? Like at least a polar bear.
I'm sure. I'm sure we're gonna get more than one style bear, but
Worst case
Either
scenario, you
way.
can always turn a second one into a kick-ass Tenderheart bear.
There you go.
I'm sure people will.
I just realized I think I may have bought some of these figures. I should double check.
oh, realize because they're about to close the pre-orders.
Right. Yeah. No, I ordered Neve and
Well, Neve was
Manishi Cinderhorn. So
Yes, both good purchases, by the way. Amazing. So I forgot I was opening up Ghostbusters toys because we started talking about Mythic Legions again. But you got less than 24
Every time
hours
you
to go
do that,
put your
it
bear
just
orders in.
disturbs me in a way that I can't describe because it's like, yeah. I don't know what it is.
You'll see it in your dreams.
And be
tonight,
ready
Aaron.
to
Exactly. I'll try to figure out why it disturbs me.
That was just for you, Aaron.
Boxes is on the water too, getting ready to be delivered to the
That's
warehouse.
right.
So
For
it
anybody,
won't be too much longer. Boxes
Yep.
will be going up on the approved retailers, and next month is once Boxes is done shipping, reinforcements too.
I was
will
going to
be,
say reinforcements
an
too
in-stock
should be right on it on the doors as well.
Yeah,
I'll
right,
just need to
right
get a couple
after
Valiant
Boxes.
Knights,
So
but I'm not going crazy with that.
Joe,
Well-
can I ask, did you go all in on Poxus, or do you generally go all
He does
in? or-
all in. He does
yeah,
multiple. all in.
I went all in on Boxes, and I got a few extra. I got an extra. I'm drawing a blank on her name. Wraith Taylor.
Yeah.
The,
Grace
the
Wade Taylor,
female. Yeah, and an extra Rakagor because
I need to get another.
have to. Rakagor is fantastic, and I might have got a
Yeah,
couple
he's
extra
rad.
too, but I
gotta
always
get
get at
a
least.
Rakagor.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
But
I can't wait for Poxus. I mean, that's the thing.
Oh.
Like, I keep telling myself, like, man, I need to chill out on the legions, but they keep upping the game in terms of what they're doing. And then I go back and I'm like, oh man, am I going to be, maybe I shouldn't have gotten those early ones. And I think like what's coming in Poxus, I'm like, no, I absolutely should have gotten those. And then Necronominus, I was like, absolutely should have gotten those. And so I don't know. It's to our point earlier. They're really solid toys if you're into it, but they're not cheap, and I know that. But I think, I so far have not
we've been waiting
regretted
for
paying
Boxes
what I
for
paid.
quite a while too. It's been like 2 years since that
2 years.
pre-order went.
Mhm.
I was going to say,
It
yeah.
got held up with COVID. Yeah, so
Yep.
yeah, I have some of those
yeah,
too.
I'm really looking forward to those. I'm patient, but
The question is, Chris, how long will you have them?
I plan on keeping at least one or two of them.
Okay.
I am a mythic flipper because their money in them, their legions.
Oh yeah, that's
Yep.
no joke.
See, I want an Arakagor so I can get a nice blue dragon to go with.
Yeah,
my
I have
Oh,
that.
so
I
cool.
have Wraith Taylor, and then I have Poxus on pre-order with Big Bad because I wasn't collecting when that was actually in the pre-order stages.
If you think
And-
about it, though, Brick, $37 really isn't that bad comparatively to the 1/12 scale market nowadays.
No.
It's
No,
right in
exactly.
there.
I mean, that's the thing. I'm not
consistent.
worried about legions because I'm more worried about some of these other like the third party stuff that I get. Like I'm not worried, but I just
Yeah.
like I know the reality with those. But with legions, like I know I'm gonna again. I keep saying at least make my money back. I know that I can do what Chris is talking about and what Curtis has mentioned. Like I know that I could potentially make a lot. Make good money. And that's the thing, to tie it back to our conversation earlier. And again, it's apples and oranges, and I'm not by any means dissing anyone who collects like McFarlane figures or anything,
at all.
but that's a different deal where it's like if I'm going to pay $40 for a figure, I'm pretty sure I can get my $40 back. if I'm going to pay $40 for a different figure or $33 or whatever, and the question is like, can I even get like
Exactly.
And you can't.
Yeah.
Classifieds, Valaverse, they
Yep.
sell, but they don't sell it
Yep.
at
Nope.
price.
No,
Right.
Right.
they technically the Valaverse kind of, if I'm going to be completely blank with my stuff that's still sitting in boxes because they didn't sell. The stuff that sold was like the exclusive stuff and the stuff that was hard to get.
Yep.
Yeah,
and
everything else.
Everything
It's-
else is sitting in a box in my bedroom currently.
Yep.
And the funny thing is, most of my McFarlane is worthless, completely worthless. But then there's the
But
weird
it's not
oddball
worthless
thing.
to you.
Right? But I've got a couple oddball figures that are worth like 3 to 4 times what I paid for them.
Yeah, and there's some rare ones there. That do
Is it
have
because of the
price.
rarity?
Yeah,
Is that
because
the
of
main thing with
rarity.
them? Yeah.
Right. For me, I mean, the biggest thing is you're really going to pay whatever you think it's worth in the end, right?
Right.
Like again, I started bowing out on most Origins and like this newer stuff that's coming out because it's not doing it for me the same way it was when it first came out. There's very few figures left in the vintage line where I'm like, ooh, I gotta have. So, like for me, right now, as much as I've liked some of these Turtles of Grayskull, yeah, right. Like I think they look really cool. I'd like to have some, but I'm not like, oh my god, do I need to have? Ooh, now that is one of the ones.
That shredder is sick.
I don't have that. I don't know what you're talking about.
That is one of the ones that I do need.
Too bad.
That shredder figure.
I don't have it. I don't know what you're talking about.
Yeah. That one I do really, really want, by the way. I really, really want to have the
And
shredder.
he's freaking awesome. I mean, but yeah.
Yeah.
But
Yeah,
you
when
don't
he
have
gets here, he'll be awesome, right? Right? That's what you said, Kenny.
When I see him and I tell you Ram Man, holy crap, Ram Man. Dude.
I ain't gonna lie. I
And-
think that Ram Man actually looks better than the Ram Man I currently have.
And I will tell you, Raph completely threw me off. I did not think I was going to like Raphael as much as I do. He's beefier. He's bigger. The helmet comes off. It's.
Oh,
I mean,
nice.
if I
I'm glad
ever
they did.
got those, that's what I would say.
Yeah, after I thought Ram Raff was pretty cool, and I thought that Ram was also really really sick too. Out of everything
Right.
that I've seen with him, I am going to get out of here. I got stuff. I got to be up at like 6 a.m. I probably shouldn't even have come in this late. But
Good to see you, bro.
hey, thanks for having me and everything. And I'll catch you guys
Good to see
again
you,
as soon
man.
as I
Nice to
can.
meet
All right,
you.
man. Have a good one.
But yeah, I mean, I'm backing out of Origins because I'd much rather allocate those funds elsewhere, right? Like tonight, I got 3 for the same. Well, basically, for $5 less, I could have got Mousejaw, but instead, I have 3 awesome Ghostbuster figures with squishy ghosts, Ectotech ghosts.
But
There's
which
something
one
to
of
be
those is
said
going to make you
about-
happier? So that's where you have to go with that one, right?
That's exactly what it is. What makes you happy, man?
Yep. And I am super psyched about this. Dawn had mentioned earlier in the chat, she was saying something about the ghosts glowing in the dark. They don't actually glow in the dark. I wish they did. I did shine the light on them to see if they did. They just reflect really, really well. I wish they glue in the dark, though. Why is that not in my Ectotech, Hasbro? I paid $10.
I love.
I was
a good
looking at the
cheap
car
line.
today, the Ecto
Oh.
one. Is it basically the same one that they had for the last
Same.
film? Okay, just with a new ghost.
Slightly different stickers.
I didn't notice that the stickers were actually any different because I didn't look at that. The biggest difference between this Ecto one and the one that's coming out, or the one that's out, I saw it in store today. I just didn't pick it up because, again, prices and stuff. I wanted squishy ghosts and Ghostbusters.
Hell yeah.
But the big thing here was, so on Afterlife, you got the little RC trap, right? This version. And it can go in the back, and the back will pop down, and that guy will roll out. They've got the little peg
Drone.
hole up here the new one has a drone that fits on top.
Mm,
So
like a flying drone.
Yep.
I will
Go
say the
ahead.
only reason I know the stickers are different is Jay on GDL pointed out the red stripe goes all the way to the front on the new one.
Oh, really?
Yep.
Well, that's not part of the sticker on this one. That's just molding. Like that's painted red.
Okay, well, the new one will have a sticker to complete
That goes all the
out.
way to the front.
Yeah.
Okay. So that's pretty cool then. And I can see why they probably didn't mold that all the way down the front. And I kind of like that. But yeah, so the new one, it's still got the sidecar that'll pop out like this, or the side door that'll pop out for the gun on the side. And then it has that really, really cool, drone ghost now. So I'm excited for that one. I will eventually grab that. Of course, I don't know where I'm going to keep putting all these freaking Ecto ones because I still need the Kenner Classics one.
I
I'm
heard a good
planning-
idea was to put them on a shelf. That's what I heard. Because
Yeah, exactly.
I put mine on the floor and just kind of push them around. But
They move.
You use them as skates, right, Kenny?
I step on shit all the time, man. That's
Hey,
Oh,
Allison.
yeah.
Hey, if they're on the floor, you don't have to worry about them falling off the shelf, though, right?
No,
right. That's
you
right.
do have to worry about slips, trips, falls, and toes getting ripped off.
And dogs.
And dogs.
Well, I
Hi,
don't have the
Allison.
dog.
Well,
Oh.
you just put this one at the entrance of the door, and it scares everyone off.
There you go.
Hold on. I'm giving you a full screen.
Oh, nice.
Oh God. Yeah,
He's
looking
got
for that
little
one.
Krampus.
And he's a larger figure, right?
He
He's
is.
huge. Yeah, he's a big one.
Compared to the
God.
other guys.
Yeah, dude, and the secondary head is so good.
Alberto, I agree. Buddha, no glow in the dark. Anytime I don't get glow in the dark, I get a little upset.
Oh, and look at this, Oz, right here. The lightning. It's glow in the dark. You can tell.
Yeah.
You got two little pieces.
And
of
Super
glow in
7 glow in the dark is good glow in the dark.
Are you keeping him in the box? You open him up.
Oh no, I'm opening them up.
But is it $90 glow in the dark good, Oz? Because we could talk about that $90 damn Chitara.
Look,
Oh.
nothing that Super 7 puts out is worth $90 to me.
What about that new?
I'd have bought two
Umbra?
Cat Slayers if they were $90.
That's a different story. If Cat Slayer were $90, I'd have been all in on a couple.
Playset's great. I'm good with that.
But
I
it
mean,
was like 110, 115. Yeah, right.
I can't
don't know.
throw
That's
stones,
too
but $55 snarfs are also rough.
Yeah. Oh,
Hey.
no. Then there's Snarfer too that was 55.
And
Yeah.
baby Lion-O or little Lion-O. Yeah.
Yeah.
I can't wait for Snarfist.
Now,
When Star Wars does Ewoks, do they charge less?
no,
of course not.
No, of
no,
course
they
not.
don't. And I harp on that too because you're getting less plastic and
And
less
they've never
large,
Seven
done that.
gives you a
Or
bunch
even
of
vintage
accessories.
Kenner.
right?
The
Vintage
Jawa
Kenner,
costs
they
the
were
exact same amount as the. That's why the vintage Jawa Kenner replaced that vinyl cape with the cloth cape, was to increase the perceived value of that figure. Because parents were like, but it's the same price and it's half the size and it just has a gun. That's the reason for that vinyl cape versus cloth cape, was to increase the perceived value.
Mm-hmm.
So
I know.
But would I spend it on an Ewok? Yeah, because I'm dumb. I
Now,
love an
yeah.
Ewok.
Here's the other portion of that though too, right?
If it makes
Where
you
we're
happy,
comparing-
Chris, that's all that matters, right?
Exactly.
That's all.
Comparing a mass retail market product
Night, Curtis.
versus
Curtis.
Curtis is heading out. See you later, brother. Have a good one. But again, that mass market retail price versus a boutique company price, right?
Are they really
You know,
boutique though? Let's talk about
Super
boutique.
7 at this point,
they're
They're
still
no longer
boutique.
boutique.
They're still
Yes,
boutique.
they are.
They're
They
in
do.
Walmart.
It doesn't
Target,
matter.
Best
Right.
Buy.
I have a
That
friend
is
who has a boutique.
6,000 stores.
Yeah, but it's there. I have friends
If
who
they're
have
doing,
food
if they're doing,
businesses.
So
let's
is
say they're
Jada
doing
Jada's massive now? Is that the deal? Like Jada's like a big boy?
Jada's actually always been a mass retailer and a mass
Yeah.
toy company
But
because
not but
they
their toys aren't there. Most of theirs aren't. Like
Well,
their
not
cars
action
aren't
figures.
at Target.
diecast, yeah.
Their
Their
gourmet
cars
food
are in
companies-
Rite Aids,
Yeah.
stuff
Oh,
like
are
that.
they?
Like you could buy
Yeah.
their cars in Rite Aids, Michaels, Hobby Lobby. Like you
Okay,
could buy
fair
their
enough.
cars at a lot of places.
I haven't
A
followed their
lot
stuff.
of retail.
boutique, like there are food company, like you can go, like
Yeah.
you can, all these little companies that make like gourmet food products that is just a little tiny boutique company. They're still in Walmart, they're still in Target. You get deals. There are companies that you can go to when you're a boutique company that will get you into big box retail, because that's really the way you have to go to make money.
Yep.
You have to be in big box at some point. So just because, and you know, Target, Walmart, all these big companies, they still they want those smaller boutique brands in there because that helps the perception of variety. You know, because people are more likely to go to, say, Target, you know, like, than Walmart, because, oh, well, it has this boutique thing I can't get at Walmart. So when it's time to go buy my stupid, like, all of my, like, toilet paper and my toothpaste and, like, get the kids some crappy Jurassic Park action figures, boutique figures over here because Target is so much cooler. Like,
Well,
it's
yeah, there's
all-
that perceived brand difference there too.
Yeah, exactly.
Well,
So, like, you know,
Target
like
and Walmart
Super
also get to
7
set the price on with the boutique stuff they're going to sell.
Yeah, so like, you know, they're boutique bait because that isn't determined by like where you're at. It depends on your size. And until Super 7 is Hasbro or
But here's
even
the thing,
Jack's
Allison, with
specific
that though,
size,
you
like
still got 6,000 stores. Let's assume that each of those stores, let's say they buy, and then I'm a little over on the 6,000 stores, but let's say that they all get 10 figures. That's
Right.
What is that? That's 60,000 run.
right, something like that. But Super 7 has to fight for their spot in that retailer every quarter.
But still, if you're a 60,000 run is not a small run.
Yeah, it's pretty. I would considering
It's
how
no
many
longer
figures.
a boutique run of
I just, yeah, I don't
of action
like,
figures
you know.
in any way.
I mean,
shape, or
Mythic
form.
Legions is about to start going into big box retailers. Does that make them not a boutique anymore? Like,
Well, I think there's
Which
a difference between
retailers is
boutique and
Mythic
an indie
Legions about to
company.
go into?
weren't they? Didn't they get a deal where some of their army builder stuff is going to go into like a Target or some such? Could have swear I heard that.
I think they've been working
conversation
on that,
happening.
but that hasn't happened yet.
I was gonna say I haven't
mean,
heard
he
that deal
suggested
was
it here,
completely
but-
worked out. It,
So the
well,
last
no,
time
because
Eric
there
Treadway
was
was
talk that
on-
they were planning.
Yeah, there's
Well,
been chatter on a couple of the channels that and does this ruin the concept of Mythic Legions because it's no longer a small, tiny little indie thing just for like super fans. Like, I've heard that conversation in a couple places. I didn't realize it wasn't a done deal and it was still maybe.
Yeah,
up in
I
the
liked
air.
Mythic Legions before it sold out.
See,
Yeah,
Adam
I
is
mean-
with me
Oh,
right
yeah.
there with the 60,000 is way
Sorry,
more
I
than
wanted
most brands.
Joe. Sounds like Joe's got
So,
some info on it.
If we're
Joe's got
talking
insight.
about
the last time,
it's an economy of scale.
The last
it's
time
it's
Eric
a unit
Treadway-
that they're doing. There you go.
Go ahead,
Sorry,
bud.
last
Joe. What were you
time-
saying?
the last time Eric Treadway was on Jeremy Gerard's show, I actually asked that question about Legion builders going into retail.
Mhm.
And Eric said that that was not something that they wanted to do because they felt like it would change the community for Legions,
Okay.
which is part of what he said was their driving force for it. So that's right from the head guy's mouth. You know, he
Okay.
said that that's not something that they were pursuing right now. So they
Where did
like
that even
their
come up from?
pre-
Was that something that because of New York Toy Fair, or where did that thought come out of?
You know, I think that Cornboy said something about it, maybe having it in an interview years ago.
Right.
And
Got
it was something that I thought was a good idea, not to have, the deluxe figures, but I thought like Legion builders would go great at retail.
Well, kind of like how, you've got those non-painted Warhammer figures. Not talking about the minis, but the actual full-scale, full-sized figures, unpainted, available in a retail space that you can go buy off the shelf and then paint yourself, right? Where, that's kind of the idea behind the Legion Builder, right? Very low paint apps.
They're low paint apps, yeah.
So
And
that
I
like
thought
you're
that would be
getting
great for retail. I'd buy a bunch.
Here's the problem, though. I don't know if that would increase Four Horsemen sale all that much because they built up a following, and it's kind of like Valaverse, right? Bobby started selling on Walmart.com, and I don't think that he picked up that much sales on Walmart.com compared to BBTS, Hella Dope Toys, and his own direct store, because that's where people are used to buying from that are collectors, and that's where they're going to buy from.
Look. Bobby Vallis selling up his third-party seller on Walmart.com so that he could sell privately through Walmart. Okay, I shouldn't have made that joke.
But the point is he probably didn't make that. He probably didn't make that many sales on Walmart.com because people are already going through where they're going to go through to get it. Just like Four Horsemen, right? You're going to go through Mythic Legions, then you're going to go through BBTS, Nerdzoic, Hella Dope Toys, whoever it is that you usually buy from. If you happen to see one in the store, us as collectors would be like, "Oh, cool," but you're not going to pick up a new customer.
Well, yeah, because nobody knows who they are in store, right?
You're gonna do better in store though than you would just on the website if you were trying to go Target or Walmart. I think because you would get someone to get their hands on it.
Yeah. I would agree with that for sure, but I don't think in today's world that it works the same as we have always liked it to work.
Oh, I think right now, if you wanted a toy on the shelves, it needs some sort of multimedia tie-in. As much as I hate it, I think the 80s broke that, and it's just the way it is. If it's not tied to some property, some game, something, I don't know if anybody wants it.
Nope. Exactly.
Well, that's the thing, right? It's got to be that knowledge. It's got to be something known amongst the masses, right? It's got to be something that people say. One of the reasons that I feel that a lot of kids, again, that age-old argument of kids don't play with toys anymore. And, well, toys aren't being piped down their throats by media anymore like it used to be either.
Everything is consumed differently.
Right. You know what
the
though?
problem is
Kids
that
go-
when would a toy company like Hasbro did G.I. Joe or Mattel did He-Man cartoons or Black Star or whoever that we used to watch, right? When are they going to do it? There's no Saturday morning syndicated cartoons. Like kids don't sit down and watch cartoons on Saturday morning.
But you know
They
what?
don't sit down after school and watch MTV or cartoons or whatever they're going to watch anymore.
Yeah, but Netflix, Hulu, and even fucking YouTube, I had to sit through a 4 fucking minute commercial earlier today to watch something. Apologize for the French, but 4 fucking minute commercial before I could skip. So I didn't actually finish that video.
What medicine was that on?
My apologize. I think it was.
She's not going to call him out here.
Well, it was also for like medicine or some shit. So I reported and blocked the ad because obviously it was offensive. 4 fucking minutes of my life. Anyway, 4 fucking anyway. I'm not bitter.
You didn't sound like it. Didn't sound bitter at all to me.
Like Mattel is like, like Mattel has hired these. I forget their names, but there's amazing people doing those amazing time lapse videos.
Justin
but it's only on the Mattel
Yeah.
Creations.
Stump puppet
channel.
pictures.
Why the hell? If I had gotten 4 fucking minutes of Masters of the Universe time lapse before my video, I probably would not have been. I would not be angry at this moment. I would have been like, "Oh my god, you guys! Guess what I saw today."
Yeah.
So why are they not Hulu? Netflix has a commercial option.
Because they're not going to invest the money into it
that
because they
ad
don't think it's worthwhile. That's why.
So
again, that's down. So
The most ridiculous ad I've seen on YouTube, I just have to say, was a full fucking Post Malone concert for Bud Light. It was an hour and 90 minutes. I could skip it after 5 minutes, but it was gonna go for an hour and like 30
And
minutes.
it's an ad.
For like
That's
a
the guy
5
who
minute
owns the One
video.
Ring to rule them
So-
all, right?
Again, here, you know what toys are exciting, kids? Like, again, just my personal experience with my kid. Ninja Turtles. Fortnite.
Fortnite's not doing it, man.
Minecraft. Well, like for Connor, right? Connor just picked up a bunch of Dragon Ball Z stuff. You know what got him into Dragon Ball Z? Not his dad, even though I love it. he got into Dragon Ball Z because Fortnite, for one of their battle
Goku,
passes or
yeah.
whatever, had Goku and Vegeta, and you can get the Kamehameha wave.
Who read the
I never
latest
thought-
chapter of the manga? Anybody?
I
Yeah.
have not, because I have not been keeping up with Super. But
There was a really good moment in the.
I was going to say, I have been catching bits of the story because I wanted to know what the whole thing with Moro was and the Granola saga, but I haven't gotten into all of it yet.
Can I
And
just
then they've also
interrupt
got
for a
that
second? Terrence, I
Yep.
thought you were going to bed.
Yeah, I'm trying to find a place to actually say I'm going to cut out because I have to be up in the morning for work.
Well,
But
Just say it, Terrence.
Yeah, you
Tell us
know,
all to
it's
shut
like,
up and go.
cut
Good
us
night,
off
man.
and say, look,
I'm
guys,
gonna be
I'm
right
out.
behind you anyway, so you know.
I'll talk to you guys later.
Night,
All right.
Terrence.
All right,
Good night,
Terrence.
man.
Love you, brother.
But I was gonna say on Fortnite, like Hasbro either just shit the bed on it or it wasn't selling. I don't know.
They couldn't. I think a lot of that was they weren't doing. Couldn't do the characters they wanted to do
Well,
because
that
they'd
and the
already
fact
been
that Hasbro
done.
needed to pick a
And-
scale and go with it.
Yeah, that was the other thing too.
Welcome back, bud.
Welcome back, bud.
Bud.
Goodbye.
Buddy.
But
I'm
are those
back.
things? Are those toys still going at it, man?
You're making Thanos proud, bud.
Yeah.
It's that horde party.
And Kayla.
Speaking of Horde Party, you know that Shredder's got the Horde symbol underneath his boot covers.
Interesting.
You mean that
Really?
Shredder would
It
have.
would have and it
Theoretically
actually
have.
would come with a Horde crossbow.
You and your contraband toys.
I don't know why. Yeah,
Well,
so it's pretty
He
interesting.
clearly took over the slime pit.
Right,
Mhm.
right. Yeah, it all makes sense now. Yeah.
He's just hoarding himself out.
There was only small, minor, under the table payments made to certain people at certain places. Nothing traceable, all paid in cash, right, Kenny?
Organs.
All
Let
paid
the
in work.
record
Wait,
show.
I had a little extra. I just gave up some internal organs for no.
Okay.
you only need
Two
one kidney.
Well, you only need certain things, so
Oh,
One kidney,
speaking
half a
of,
liver.
hey,
You're good.
Look,
Did you guys
man,
see
losing.
Yep.
this
Actually,
this axe that comes with that new battle armor, He-Man,
Mhm.
it's really
so
nice.
good.
Yeah, it looks really good.
Wow.
I love
Kidney
it.
wise, you can fully survive on a half of one. I would know because I do.
But you may
Oh,
not be
bud.
able to
Which
get
is why-
CT
one
which
kidney
is
or
why
MRIs
you
very
can't go
often.
to Target because you only got half a kidney.
Yeah, but would it make us
Right.
like, do stuff like what you're
The
doing?
only downfall is you get tired out really fast.
And can't go to Target. Then Oz yells at you for not going to Target.
That's right.
Right.
You
James
are
Bond.
your
Yeah.
kidneyed ass is the downfall to the modern toy department, bud.
It's all
Just
because
you. 'Cause
Bud
you
has
can't go
half
to the
the
store
kidney.
How
and buy
Yep.
toys.
you?
Everybody's blaming all these other things,
Yep.
and it's
You're
actually
the reason that
just
McFarlane's
Bud.
selling toys for $40 now, bud. You and your
You're
one
the
kidney
reason
ass.
Body wants us to buy NFT toys.
Hey,
Well,
I
dang it,
got
where's
my
NFT toys. I need like
$9 Amazon cyborg here, so
Bless
I'm good.
I didn't
Oh,
realize how
they say bless-
hard the
Bless
Flashpoint
you.
Flash was to get to build your cyborg.
Look, one thing
Yeah.
I
because
will
it's a great. It's actually a really good looking Flash.
Wait, yes. That's one of like I thought it was turning a corner with that figure when I got it.
Yeah, no, I bought the Wonder Woman for my wife to finish the bath, but I have still all four of them in the box. That's the last thing I bought was that Wonder Woman.
I actually got two
That
of these. The
new-
one who went to Brick.
That newer Wonder Woman looks really nice, the kind of
Yeah,
classic
I need to
Wonder
get
one.
that.
But there's
Yeah.
one thing it bothers me so bad about it. On the kind of underwear part where it's got the blue and the stars, at the top of it, right where the crest of the belt is, there's a space there for two more stars. And it's not there. And it bothers the fuck out of me.
Well,
Just put two
paint
more
them, bud.
stars
You
in.
got the skills.
Just two more.
Fair enough.
I will, But like, come on,
Shouldn't
Todd.
have to.
Maybe
2
they
more
were
stars.
homage to the John Byrne Wonder Woman costume, where she only
But you
had
were
Maybe
on
that
when
would cause him
Terrence
to
showed off
charge
his
more
owl,
for
man. It still
safety
has the
badge.
Batman symbol
So
on it.
rather than charge more, he decided to not have 2 more tampos.
So
I'm sure he was doing that evil laugh when he didn't put those in too.
Yeah, exactly.
So
it's
I
like,
put
I know how
around
to
with
piss
McFarlane
off that
toys.
single kidneyed guy who doesn't buy my toys at stores.
That's right.
I got
But what I
his
do
number.
I got my custom one that I built here.
Todd was like, I may have to make a female figure, but I'll give her 2 less stars.
That's right, because female figure
custom looks better.
Oh,
My-
God,
Yeah.
I love the look of that one.
My rule is if it's something
Really
good,
dope.
it's someone else at Todd. If McFarlane Toys did it, and if it's bad, it's Todd's fault. That's the way I believe it works.
I heard Todd's middle name is Carl as well, so it all is coming together.
Yeah, see, there it is.
Well,
All comes back
you
to them
know-
damn Carls.
Todd rhymes with God.
Hey,
Mhm.
hey, look, all I will say is no matter what, I will always love Todd because he gave me
Oh, yeah.
Venom, and Venom is still one of my most favorite
But
Marvel
did
characters.
he really? Did he
And
give you
Spawn.
Venom?
I love
Why is
Spawn.
the floor all wet, Todd?
I don't know,
I
Margo.
don't know, Margot.
You're not my dad, Todd. Terminator 2.
All right,
No,
guys.
no, we were
I
going
gotta
Christmas
take off.
vacation,
So,
man. You missed
thanks
the
for having me.
Night,
on.
Joe.
All right, Joe.
Joe, have a
Love
good
having
one.
you on, brother. Thanks
Have a
for
great
being
night,
here.
buddy.
Mando.
High
You
five.
are a gift to the universe, Joe.
Actually, now we're gonna have like 30 subscribers drop off because I didn't realize this was Joe's stream all night.
Mhm.
Oh no,
Oh, no.
Yeah.
we're all doomed. Doomed.
It's all right.
Nobody
We'll be
will watch
fine.
us
We'll be
complain
fine.
about the price of toys anymore.
We'll-
That
we'll
video is
recover.
doing pretty well for me. I'm not gonna
Bunch
lie.
of whiners.
Yeah, like it's funny though. That Spectre was like the first one of the DC toys that I've looked at in a long time. Been like, man, that is a really good looking figure.
Yeah.
That Spectre looked amazing,
They
and
make
for
love
a
Mhm.
character should be so basic, right? Like he's really just okay. Green cape, hood, white bodysuit, Spectre, done. And I
Nailed
looked
it.
at that figure and I was like, man, this is a gorgeous freaking figure.
The
Yeah, no,
sculpting on the cloak too is really good.
It's really funny. I thought they had a bunch of paint spill on it before someone's like, I think that's supposed to be the Starfield. Like,
Yeah. Well,
Chris, did you get
I was
the last Hawkman that it released?
I did not. I'm not a big enough Hawkman guy to go out of my way to get it.
What, Carter Hall is not good enough for you, Chris? Is that what
No,
you're saying?
that's what I'm
Which
saying.
Carter Hall? Carter
Wow.
Hall or Carter Hall?
Well, I think there was
Yeah.
two different ones because there was the chase.
Yeah.
Yeah, I wanted that Hawkman. I forgot to.
I
see
wanted
if
to get
could
him
find
too because Hawkman is one of my favorite DC
I
characters.
need a
Mhm.
classic Hawkman. Superpowers.
Now, if he did a Hawk
What we
Woman, I
need-
would probably do that.
Or a
80s
Hawk woman or a Hawk girl?
Teen
You
Titan
gotta,
run.
gotta make a
Okay,
choice.
Hawk Girl. Okay, to be clear, Hawk Girl.
There you go. All right.
Yeah, but for superpowers, they need Hawkwoman because she had given up Hawk Girl with Hawkwoman during the satellite era of JLA. So we need
I actually
both.
got that
Is
variant
what I'm saying,
Hawkman.
Todd. Easy repack, Todd.
If anybody wants it, I got it. I think it's on eBay.
And now that they did that, I think it was the what's the newest Nightwing that they did where it's the blue and yellow suit? It's Nightfall, right?
Superpower Night?
Yeah, Nightfall. Yeah,
Yeah, nice.
which
They
is
need-
not really great, but
Yeah. I want the one with the popped collar. I love that suit so much, and I want it. And I want the like kind of cloth good or like rubbery I'm trying to think. It's kind of like the Spider-Man webbed armpit wings, but Nightwing kind of has that going on with the
yeah,
suit. Oh, I love that version of Nightwing so much, and I want a Nightwing with the very iconic Nightwing ass. I want that thing to be popping.
You gotta get the Mafex Nightwing. That
we need
Nightwing
some-
is
Yeah.
We
amazing.
need Dick.
Yeah.
We need Dick Cake. Like Dick Grayson. We need Dick Cake. I'm just saying.
Cakey Dick.
Yeah.
So I gotta say, right? Like, you've all seen Afterlife, and well, I'm hoping most of you have seen Afterlife
No, I
and
have
everything.
not. There's only one Ghostbusters movie I enjoyed, and it was not the '84.
Ghostbusters
2016.
It was
She
the one
enjoys
with the lady.
Ghostbusters too, right? Allison?
Was that
Good
2016? Did I get that right?
That was
Ghostbusters
the
2 sucked
2016 one.
ass.
Yes.
Yep.
Yeah, no, I only liked one
Well-
Ghostbusters movies, and it has my favorite Ghostbuster, Leslie Jones. Anyway, continue on.
Hot
So-
I will say
takes,
Leslie
Zapball.
Jones though, she was great in that film. She was fucking awesome. Sorry.
Yeah,
ahead,
I
Buzz.
know, but it's not 11, sir. You've got 9 minutes before you eat.
That's kind of a strange likeness. But
She looks more like Call Me Chris. You guys
Yeah.
familiar with
Yeah.
that YouTube channel? She does all the fun.
Yeah.
I was looking at this and I was like, man, she looks so familiar, but
Yeah,
it's
I
not
don't know.
because of the actress. It's
Yeah, I don't
because
know
she
why they
looks
didn't
like
block
Call Me
her.
Chris.
Who you
Were the
Who you
last set
gonna
of
call?
figures for the
call
Oh,
me
sorry.
Chris?
were the last set of figures from the last movie like that? Because those seem very much like they're chasing the kind of like illustrated, like the real Ghostbusters toys.
Yeah.
The
So
last set were like more realistic looking, yeah.
I think they're still cartoony, but we're closer to the actors. in
Are
my
they?
case.
Okay.
Are they
Those
more
are the
like
same
the
bodies from
kids?
I
They're the
mean,
kids' toys, right?
I can actually answer the question
Oh,
like
Please.
full. So the last figures that came out for Afterlife were Fright features. So like how the Kenner Classics coming out now are the Fright features Ghostbusters. The ones from the last movie were all Fright features, but they had the same 5 POA. And they came with their little companion ghosts. Now, the ghosts were the ones that had the actual Fright feature, though. Like the figures themselves didn't. But they definitely made them look cartoony. These ones definitely have the more serious look.
Were there two types of figures? Like, were there more
No,
realistic?
just
ones?
one.
No.
Yeah.
You
There,
had the
well, there
original
was.
4 Ghostbusters,
Okay.
and then you had the new cast. So you had the Trevor and Phoebe podcast, and I can't remember the other.
I think you might be thinking of the
Lucky.
Plasma
No, I'm thinking
series and the
Afterlife
cartoon.
because I've been stalking them.
Yeah, it's lucky. It was lucky that was
Lucky.
the other one because
Thank
Callie
you.
and the new Phoebe reused the same body from the lucky one.
Okay.
Okay. No, I was just
yeah.
wondering. For some reason, I thought in my head like I'd seen the ones from the last movie, and they were a little bit more on the like higher detail, etc. These are, when I saw them in the store, it looked kind of cool. It reminded me of the old toys, but kind of like taking the new characters and putting them in that.
Right. No, they I mean, the last ones were definitely a bit more the cartoony homage to real Ghostbusters.
Okay.
These ones are a little less. Actually, I would say maybe not quite cartoony, maybe more comic booky.
Like illustrated stuff.
Right.
That's cool. Okay.
You know, with those kind of cartoony figures, they should bring out a new like animated series with like the newer
I love it.
characters. That'd be cool.
Well,
Yeah.
I'm surprised
I don't know,
Netflix
guys.
hasn't. I mean, well, actually, I take that back. I was gonna say.
You guys.
I was gonna say I'm surprised Netflix hasn't tried. I don't know that they haven't.
See you all
Aaron.
later.
You out?
Good
See
night,
you, Chris.
Aaron.
Right.
Thanks
Bye,
for
Aaron.
fielding the McF questions.
yeah.
So-
My
I'll pop
herding
it up.
dog is getting mad at me, so I should probably go.
Oh no, Chris. Okay, brother.
Hi,
Well,
Chris.
thank you for jumping on.
Of course,
you
thanks for
around,
having
Chris.
me.
Always. Here, I was actually just gonna go ahead and bring them up, right? So, of course, it's never quite as good. Let me see if I can open the. Just real quick. Where?
Oh, that's right. Okay, never mind. Yeah, those ghosts are rad.
Yeah, the freight features were
I love
actually
those
in the
ghosts.
ghosts,
They're
but
cool.
you see, like it's cartoony now. They've definitely made
Okay.
an older sculpt for the new figure, for Phoebe at least, right? Callie didn't have a figure last go around. Yeah. So, and of course, again, the 4 original Ghostbusters all had figures too. That were just less, not the same kind of detail as like, because the Plasma series that was out, that stuff's all high detail, of course.
I think that might have been what but they're 112 too, right? The
Plasma series?
Yeah.
Yeah, I think so.
Yeah, because was there like a
Oh, I got.
My Ghostbusters
was there an
box is
Egon
all-
that was like that?
Yeah, like this. Yeah. Well, that wasn't Plasma series. That was just
No,
more
the
of these
Plasma
bright-
series. Was there like a go?
Yeah, there was
like
a
Build a
2-pack.
figure and everything.
That might
Or
be
no.
what I have in my head. Yeah, that's why I was wondering.
Egon, there's actually 3 of them. There's the slimed one, the one from
Right.
like the first film, and then from the last film, it's a 2-pack family that busts
Thank you.
together.
So maybe those are more like their adult collector kind of attempt.
Right.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Gotcha. Okay. Got it.
Yeah, because they got them like covered in the marshmallow goo, like podcast as part of that.
Sure, it's marshmallow goo.
Well, I mean, he is a teenage boy, so.
Gross.
I didn't say it. I teach high school.
So yeah, here on that same search, by the way, see, like, here's your 6-inch guys, you know, your plasma series. And again, you get old Winston, which also is a really good skull. And here's Lucky.
Yeah, these are the ones that I saw that had a little bit more like sort of quote unquote hyper real, or like, you know, maybe like a McFarlane figure, basically.
Yeah,
and these
yeah.
are more like a Kenner figure. Gotcha.
Exactly. That's why these guys have that nice, fine $10 price point, right? And like here again, it's like your Egon. And here is your Ghost.
That's cool.
That's the 2-pack.
Did these scale perfect right with the old toys?
Well, these ones, no. These ones were 6-inch guys.
Wait, what were the old toys? The real Ghostbusters?
They were like 4. No.
No,
Maybe
they
you're
were
right.
bigger.
Yeah, because they were taller than my He-Man toys.
Mm.
These are smaller scale, though. I don't know. I got my Kenner Classics sitting over there. I haven't opened them yet. Holding off on opening them until Dawn and I do the stream.
Man, I was so into Ghostbusters when it came out. You know, T-shirt. Like I dressed up that first Halloween. We did a whole like.
I remember snooping around for Christmas presents, and in my mom's closet, they got the slime pack from the second film, and the like a ghost trap.
And the Antonio
See, I never got the
Banderas
toys.
love
That's
doll?
the thing. I was into it, but I never got the toys because the toys came out like well after the second film. I said, like when the cartoon came out, right?
Yeah.
Mhm.
Yeah. So.
And then I had
never
all the
got
basic
these
figures.
Hi guys.
I never had the ghost house, or I don't even think I had the vehicle. Ecto one.
Here we got some Fright features.
See, I love
Ghosties
those
from
ghosts,
Afterlife.
man. Those are so
Right?
cool.
It's part of the fun of this line is getting these ghosts.
I'm super slow on this filming stuff today. I've only opened the one figure.
So like this right here, I love, like my eye guy here, right? They incorporated him with podcast on that, so you get like an actual like
never mind.
smaller scale. What's that?
No, never mind. I just realized I was gonna say you're covered, but that's just for us on StreamYard.
Right. Yeah, they can see me on the actual channel. But the fact that they actually made him like a little mini companion ghost, I thought was really cool.
There's a dude named Podcast.
Yeah, this guy.
Oh, okay.
Because he has a podcast.
Dude, that's so clever. Like, sorry.
Right?
sorry. Get off my
They're
lawn.
kids, man. The kids named each
Get off-
other. It's their
Get off my
friends.
grass. They should have
And
never
here I
made
go.
another white man can't jump. God damn
Wait,
it.
what's your real name?
My name's Kenny.
Oh, Kenzo. Get it.
They made another white man can't jump.
Hey, no, my last name's Lenzotti, so it's actually even more clever because
Oh, it's a portmanteau.
doubled it
Nice. Yeah,
in, or
yeah,
doubled
yeah.
down.
I just picked something stupid like brick. So
Now, see, this is what gets me, right? Okay, so here we are. We can see on eBay, somebody is out there right now being like, all right, $75 you can get all 4. Okay, I just went out today, got 3 out of 4. All you got to pay is $30.
jeez. I mean, it's
That's
eBay, so
eBay.
yeah, I'm sure there are people who just shop regularly on eBay and just kind of assume that that's how it is. That's sad.
Well, a
Yeah,
lot of
they.
a lot across the pond that can't go to Target. They don't have a Target or Walmart. So.
Yeah, but these guys aren't going to be exclusive for too long. Right now, they're exclusive to Target. You're only going to be able to get them from Target for the time being. And then after like April is when we will see these at mass, like all the retailers. Adam, glad you could make it, brother.
Happy to be here.
What up?
All right.
Did you come to give us the Canadian take on all the price talk we were doing earlier?
Please.
Man, that got tense for a little while. I was when I was yelling, "Get off my lawn!" I was like, "Man, the energy just changed completely in the room."
Well, sometimes you got to have those tough conversations, and people got to get all that out, right?
Yeah, no, it was good. It was good.
My input will be this. There are a lot more factors that most people just aren't aware of
Yeah.
as far as pricing goes. So it's not, it wasn't just this conversation, it's every conversation that I listen to about price of action figures that just drives me nuts because it's misinformed or ill-informed or well, I heard from somebody who heard from somebody else, and it's like it's not accurate, and it's not it's not very informed.
I absolutely have
arguments
no idea
a lot of the time
about any of it. So I just know my gut reaction when I see something. I go, "That's not worth it," or I see something. It's like, "I'll pay it." Like
at the end of the day, that's all that matters, right?
Well, and that's all that it is at the end of the day from the consumer standpoint, right? Like you're either going to shell out the hard-earned money, and I mean, every dollar is getting harder to earn. So the good, the good retailers, the good brands are sort of aware of that, right? And they're trying to do everything that they can to sort of keep, things affordable. I mean, affordable is not the right word. We don't need any of this stuff. Affordable is not it's out the window. That's not sort of the vocabulary that should be used, right? That shouldn't be in the lexicon. I mean, this is want-based items, and you either want it enough to pay the amount that it's been set at, or you play roulette with pricing and hope that you get it on sale. And I've said this before, like for Canadians, we don't really have that luxury. It's like if you the way I buy is if I see it and I want it, I will buy it. And I have far fewer FOMO purchases, and I have far fewer regret purchases as a result of that too. So,
and that's not a bad thing. That's actually a very good thing. It's a healthy thing.
But buy what you like, man. If it makes you happy.
Yeah, exactly. At the end of the day,
if it
all we
if
need
the
is our
McFarlane figure makes you happy,
that's
you'll
truly
probably justify a price point change. Like that's the reality of it. people are going to complain about it. That's fine. I mean, you have the right to complain about it, but ultimately, if like Brick said, you know, if you're not buying it, you don't really like your opinion is invalid anyway. If you are buying it and you're complaining, it's
There's
want
something
based.
wrong.
So it's like
Rethink.
like if it's really so expensive and you don't think it's worth it, don't buy it. And if you're not going to buy it anyway, then why are you telling
That's
me
right.
that it's
If you're
attracted you?
buying
Like,
it and you're upset, who hurt you? No, I think
you cry at the cash register.
crying
and
while you
stop.
open it in the parking lot, you know, like, well, nobody will see you because you're like, oh, I feel terrible. It was $40 and I shouldn't have bought it, but I did anyway. I feel horrible inside.
yeah, not
You
trying to
have bigger
rehash all of it,
problems, I think,
but what Adam said about sort of like all the different factors, that's at the end of the day, when I hear people talking about toys in general and they're not actual like folks in other companies, let alone the company that's involved, we gotta always remember it's like what the F do we know? Like just because you know we have a channel or we buy this stuff or whatever, like we're just totally just talking, as Thanos said, right? And
We're
unfortunately, a lot of
collectors.
times
We're
when the
not
conversations, right, but when the conversations happen, people sort of like that we
I'm
kind of lose that.
semi-professional at this point.
We lose that sometimes, you know. It's
That's
sort of
true.
like people
People
speak.
think because we're on here, we know what we're talking about.
And when they're on there, even the person's talking, sometimes they speak with such like a level of authority, or they sound like it. I don't think they mean it, but that, you know, rather than just sort of like, you know, I think or I wonder or whatever it is, and whatever,
Yes,
I get it.
yes.
That's just the culture. That's where we're at. I mean, we didn't start this, you know.
It all
I
comes
grew up
down to like
watching
you just said,
CNN.
Adam. Like Adam just said, if whatever you pay for it, when I buy a $125 Mezco figure, I justify that it cost me $125. I know
Yeah.
I shouldn't spend $125 on a
Yeah.
figure, but I justify it.
Mm-hmm.
Well, that's what me asking about two bears. But
Right.
I think that's where it's like at the end of the day, because to go back to something Adam said, you know, if you are buying this stuff, then you know, sorry, the whole thing about the consumers, like they're going to pay what they're going to pay, and if they can't do it, they're going to do it. So the thing that gets me is that because it is we're on the sort of consumer end of it, as we're talking, and it's not just us. I don't mean even on YouTube. I just mean when people kind of like lend their opinions, that does affect other buyers, right? And that does affect people's opinions. And it's just it's a bummer to hear people get so like up in arms about toys.
Well,
especially
statement-
when they are not.
Well, that's
two
exactly
things.
what happened
Well,
with
two
the
things,
Engine of
especially-
Vengeance.
Well, two things, especially when they're not the people who are actually interested, invested in buying the thing, and number two, whatever, I lost it. Go ahead.
Sorry,
It's such an inane statement for somebody to say that people are gonna pay what they're gonna pay. Well, if they're gonna pay it, then yes, they are gonna pay what they're gonna pay. Like that's But if they're not gonna buy it, then it doesn't matter. It's like I said, it's a moot point until you sort of get to the cash register, and at that point you're at the cash register. So like it's just I don't know, it's ridiculous. But like you said, Brick, too, that you know the sort of the opinions of the commentators, right? The armchair, you know,
The
Monday
talking
morning
heads.
quarterbacks that are like telling people what they should and shouldn't buy because this price is fine, but this price isn't fine and stuff like that. It just
right.
I mean, it's all subject to opinion. It's all based on perspective. It's not like I said, this is not need based. We're not arguing about like, well, why is gas so expensive one place and it's less in other places? Like, why is rent expensive here? We're not talking about stuff like that actually matters to people. You know, this is stuff that like if you couldn't afford it, you could cut it out of your life and it wouldn't change your life in the slightest. So
it would free up space.
Yeah, exactly.
it would change for the better. No, it's joking.
Well, you're not wrong. I mean, let's be honest. I mean, like objectively speaking,
if I didn't collect, I'd have a whole wall.
But then I print this shit, and I have like a room full of like parts of printed stuff, and then I have these boxes, and I'm like, it's ridiculous. bad.
Want to sidebar
just got a
here?
scanner,
Sidebar
too.
here for a quick sec. Oz, you know how I was making that Donatello from the Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles coming out of their shell tour
Yes.
figure? Well, I was trying to
Yes.
find. I basically had to make a jean vest, but I was sitting here looking at my figures, and I'm like, Duplico, holy crap! So
You ruined a Duplico?
no, I just put the
Okay.
vest on him. But here, and then I took this weapon, flipped it around, so it's like a guitar. But here he is.
Coming out of our shell.
Very cool. Actually,
Yup.
that's a very, very
With
fun
my
use of his vest.
custom
Wait,
head.
where's the coffee creamer?
Oh, wait, I do got it. Hold on, right here. I don't have it. I have it for his like actual Man at Arms armor. But yeah. So the coming out of their shells tour Donatello.
So I've looked up the Afterlife toys a couple of times now. And one thing, okay, maybe
Allison.
I'm going to try taking a look at that
Oh, wow.
specifically. See if I can find.
Oh, Kenzo.
Looky, Allison.
What's whoa? Hey, that's pretty cool.
Not bad, huh?
Not bad at all.
Got a painter though.
Where'd you get the sculpt?
Cults 3D.
Okay.
Yeah, there's
Nice.
I believe it's Moron Wallace did this one. I believe I try to give credit to the guys, but I forget. I think that's him.
Uh-huh.
But whoever did this one's the same one that did that Adora head that I did with the Adora custom,
Nice.
which came out great. That Adora head was great.
No, that was a good.
Whoa.
Really good.
Cool. That was really cool.
Sorry, Oz. Go ahead.
No, it's okay. I was just talking nonsense anyway.
One of these days, Oz will just. Never mind. I'm not going to make that joke.
Oh, please do. We want to hear it.
No.
Just
Never
go
mind.
ahead with your.
One of these days, Oz
thing
is
you
just
have.
gonna, just be happy and cheery and be like, everything's good.
Yeah, I think you
There.
just completely went off course there. You had something else you were going to say, bud. Come on. How about this part? Name this part. I don't know if there's any Joe people in here.
Yes, there are a couple.
No, it looks like. Is that from the flag?
Is that from the Terrordrome or whatever it's called?
Terradrome, yeah. It's like the turret sits on top of it.
Right.
I'm printing like
Definitely
7 of
like
them
this
for
stuff.
somebody.
Oh, are they building one?
It's actually to kind of complete a bunch of different ones. So
Okay.
that's the other thing, like parts and stuff. That's why I got that scanner. I'm really excited. I want to make my own self and figure.
Nice.
I got this. I don't know if it's any good, but it looks pretty. Looks pretty cool.
I know Travis had just picked.
You got to scan those Mausers. Make an army of them.
Yeah. So you can put like Bud had an idea to put like 8 of them on there at once.
Yeah, I was wondering if the leg peg could fit into the wrist peg. Because if it did, you could buy like 12 freaking mouse jaws when they go on clearance. And all the like mouse jaw connects to the wrist with this like butt peg that's on the like Mauser. So take all the butt pegs and peg them into the like leg slots.
Well,
And
and
it's
that
like
So you
a
have-
centipede kind of movie, and then but you're doing it with Mauser instead.
Thanos,
Yeah.
the wrist peg plugs into the butt peg. There you go. There's a whole month of content for you.
Oh my goodness.
I am not doing another month of spicy content. That was too much. I'll stick to 1 to 3 times a week.
So my sister thought this thing I was doing was like too spicy for the stream. So I actually pulled up your Instagram. I'm like, check out this. Check out this. And she's like, all right, never mind.
I didn't know.
She didn't know. She was like, Bud, that's
I'm still
so
offended,
like.
bud. I'm still offended.
I know.
Yeah, because Adam is so wholesome, everyone. He's wholesome.
He's wholesome. He really is.
I heard
Wholesome.
that.
You can't.
It was funny, I think, in that string, Mega J was like, "Why is that offensive?" And I'm like, "If somebody called me wholesome, I would be offended."
Right.
Offended.
I'm not nice.
Right. Yeah,
Look,
I'm not.
I appreciate
I'm
the
a good person. I'm
wholesomeness.
not a nice person.
It's actually one of the reasons that I really enjoy watching all of Adam's streams.
I don't want to be nice. I want to be evil.
So I think I've probably found the most expensive Afterlife toy that came out, and it is definitely the Ectoplasm Lab.
I know one that's pretty pricey. I don't think it's Afterlife, but the Plasma series Tully.
Right, yeah, that wasn't.
It was a
Afterlife.
con exclusive.
I'm looking up specifically Afterlife stuff that was
okay.
tied in with like their movie release figures, like the ones I was showing off earlier. The more Kenner style ones, right? So they released a Ectoplasm Lab for Afterlife. Now, mind you, like I said, I've been looking at these figures for a couple of months now since I started picking up the Kenner's Classics, and because I wanted to get a full set of the Afterlife stuff too. And I had not seen this toy until tonight. And I'm looking, and the only place I can find is one person selling it on eBay for like $102. Oh, never mind. I think I just found a way around that. Sort of. No, it's not really that much cheaper.
Yeah, I was thinking of getting the Plasma series figures, but I wanted to have two of the Demon Dogs. I didn't want to have to buy a second set of the like figures, and I tried to look up Tully, and I'm like, well, I guess I'm not getting those.
Yeah, it's kind of what.
Because me being a team or whatever completionist, gotta have two Terror Dogs, but not at that price.
You need 2 Terror Dogs, would have 1 kidney. Okay, fair.
Yeah.
This is why he's a team completionist.
Gotcha. Okay.
You know, I'm
Filling
such
the
a
void. Filling the void.
I live in such a different like headspace than you guys that when you guys started talking about Afterlife toy lines, I thought you were talking about the Ricky Gervais Netflix series.
Oh, that's a
I'm
good
not
Which is a really,
I'm
really
not a
good
Ghostbusters fan, and I was
That
like,
was a
why
good
would they
show.
make Afterlife toys? That would be the oddest toy line. I would probably buy some of those characters, but it just seemed weird.
A Ricky Gervais action figure? Oh, hell yeah.
That's exactly right. And if you've seen that show, there's like some
And his dog.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And then like the postman, and you could get
The
the
dead wife figure.
Ooh,
Oh,
that's
that would be rough. But
but you could get a ghost, so I guess it ties back in.
Right.
It could
it
be,
does. It brings it right back.
Yeah.
You know,
okay.
Ricky
be a
Gervais
Ghostbusters
finally
subline.
sees his wife again. He's crying and he's
Mhm.
all happy. And then the guys show up and they lasso her in with the proton packs and they send out the little RC trap and catch her. And they go, well, we got another one. And, you know, then he just starts really sad again.
That show's so good.
It is one of the writing that's involved with it is phenomenal.
I think we
Like-
haven't we talked about that show on here before, where it's like you feel almost guilty laughing at some of the stuff. It's like
Yeah.
Right, but then you got to remember that you are meant to laugh at parts because, like, it's
well, it's
you
a
know,
comedy series. I mean, it's
Right.
It's written
It's that
for
British
us
comedy, right?
people with terrible, disgusting senses of humor. that
Horrible
find the
disgusting
dead
people, Gus.
funny.
But that's how we
Oh,
be.
there we go.
Phone's dead. My phone is about to die, so I'm probably gonna say goodnight
All right,
to y'all.
Kenny.
Thank
Later,
you for
Kenzo.
bringing me on. I appreciate y'all and
Later,
cheers
Kenzo.
from Nate Pop.
Good night.
All right, good night.
Probably see you next week.
Yes, sir. I'll be here.
Took some mashing and squeezing, but I managed to get all my cloth good stuff on with the armor with my coffee creamer shoulder.
Oh, nice.
Now he's complete. And I gave him a little extra purple because otherwise the paint I used for the coffee creamer shoulder would have just stuck out.
All right. So I did find on Amazon.uk the Ectolab, but they want £40 for it plus another it said 13 pounds shipping, but they had no idea that I'm trying to get it shipped here. So that's not accurately priced for shipping at all. But I do have friends over in the UK that could get it to me.
Too bad you can't use Prime shipping for that.
Right. I just had to switch myself over to UK Prime. Still wouldn't get it in a day. It is a
Especially
really
not-
cool place.
Oh, sorry.
No, go ahead.
I was just saying, especially not with the holiday on Monday and the various weather calamities across the United States.
Plaguing everybody right now.
Yeah.
Speaking
In
weather,
fact, Allison, even
Adam, how's it going
even
over
up
there?
to
It's cold. It's what was it? Hold on, let me check. I'll check the temperature right now. It's really cold. I went outside for about 30 seconds and I thought I might die.
right now it is currently
Did you?
4 degrees Fahrenheit.
I didn't die, so
We were in that afterlife conversation. And I thought
I'm currently sitting at -4.
-4?
Correct.
But that's like Canadian weather temperature.
Nope, I
right?
changed it. That's in Fahrenheit. It's -4 Fahrenheit.
There we
Oh,
go.
there you go.
I appreciate you taking that extra detail.
I
for
think
us
it's like
Americans.
Celsius
-20
is stupid.
We got Quip in the house. What's going
Yeah,
on?
for us,
Quip?
0 is actually freezing.
It's 13 degrees here.
Right. Whereas 0 to us is
below freezing, which doesn't make any sense. You guys are weirdos.
No, it
Hey,
doesn't.
I've never understood it either. I was like, why is 32?
Yeah,
degrees
water
freezing?
freezes at a negative temperature for you. That doesn't make any sense. Why wouldn't it be 0?
Because that's the way we were taught, and we're too stubborn to learn anything new.
Imperial system.
I'm a little bummed that this isn't hinged. Like, anybody else?
Oh, really?
Yeah.
Yeah, because it always just sticks at this weird angle. You can't give them like a straight.
Yeah, that is kind of annoying.
Yeah.
I don't know. It's weird.
You should write them a letter and be like, why is your toy not unhinged?
Well, it is unhinged. That's the problem.
I was thinking of the angle for that joke, but I couldn't.
Stick it in your and you just get burr.
Yeah, it's cold, man.
I think I shared this
so
last time, but Jesus Christ, this figure is awesome. Sorry if I took your
Yes.
Lord's name in vain.
Oh, nice.
But
It's not my lord.
I
Nope.
think I need one figure from
Hail
that
Satan.
line, but I don't know which one I'm gonna get.
I've got this one and the Kylo Ren. The Kylo Ren was a gift a long time ago. This was my gift for the holidays to myself.
Not gonna lie, I,
think-
actually like the Kylo Ren figure from that line
Mhm.
more than I like how he looks. Like I have not. Again, when he was announced.
Oh, you mean
with
in the actual movie?
right? Like I think he just looks
Which
so
version
much
though?
better.
Because there's like 3. Like each movie has a different costume.
I'm gonna go back to because I think the first time I saw him done for that series was with the very first Kylo Ren, right?
Right.
And the full masked garb and everything like that. Because I actually really liked that design. Like I thought that was
Yeah.
cool.
I'm
And
And as far as Rey, even though I hated the last Jedi, like her outfit and that the kind of grayer robes looked amazing.
Did they
Yeah.
do a shirtless Kylo Ren toy?
That's what I was just gonna say. We didn't
The
get
Ben
nipple-
High-waisted
think so.
pants, no shirt.
I
We
want it
needed
just
the-
to do like the John Oliver.
I know a
Adam
lot of
Driver
casual fans that probably would have picked that one up.
Yep, the silver dollar saucer nipple Kylo Ren variant.
That figure has the same appeal as Shower Bucky does.
Pretty much.
Totally. Shower Bucky.
And if they were to give us that, I would not
Yoko.
complain if they redid a Hutt Slayer Leia because I'm for equal representation. So give us
Exactly.
both, and I'll be quiet about.
People can't be on Hasbro if they're doing topless Kylo Ren. If they
Yeah,
do
right. Well, exactly.
Hutt Slayer.
And
They'll
Did I
still
say it
find a way
right?
to
I would
make
say
it
it right.
woke, but you know.
They just don't want to be sued by Mattel for infringing on Masters of the Universe.
There's too many nipples.
It's our thing.
You know what else I actually passed on today that was kind of a shock? We did stop off at a couple of Walmarts because they were kind of like right next to the Targets, right? And I'd been saying that if I saw them, I wanted to get them. They had the WWE Superstars, so the Masters of the Universe Buck system, but for wrestlers. They had both of the natural disasters, Typhoon and Earthquake.
Oh, I was gonna say if they had Typhoon, I want Typhoon. And there's one of them might be Typhoon, but the head really makes me think of Jack Black.
Right? And
I want a Jack Black Masters of the Universe figure.
now they're doing Captain Lou Albano too, right? So I could even have their manager. Like, oh man. Like I really missed that opportunity and I wish I had. But at the same time,
I just need the chunky, a couple of that chunky
I
bucks.
think we may need to. Hey bud, can you go handle that in the chat for me?
Oh Jesus.
Oh,
Oh.
yeah.
I would really
Oh.
appreciate that. Never mind. I'll take care of it.
Oh,
No, I got it.
Wow, that
I ain't even playing around with that. Nope.
Got to make the bigots afraid again.
that's so mature.
Got to make
Right?
the bigots afraid again.
Well, like I was about to highlight and say hello, and I saw N-I, and I was like, don't you do it. Don't you do it.
What was the screen name? Oh, I see it.
Christopher Claiborne.
You suck, mother.
Right?
Fuck off. White
I
supremacy.
reported him and
So Neil, gotta agree right here, right? He is all about what you got. Oh, look, John's got some natural disasters going on over there. Better watch out, John. I heard FEMA's rolling up with a camp out front your door.
Yes, sir.
Yes, everybody. Yeah, we totally had that. It was great. I didn't highlight any of his chats. Like I said, I was about to highlight, say hello, and I was like, nope. I see where this is going really quickly.
I was trying to get some. I got a little paint smear on my Duplico's arm, so I didn't
If
see
I'd
it right
known-
away until you.
If I'd known you were working on something, I would have just handled it.
Oh no! On my coffee creamer shoulders, some of the paint rubbed off on his skin.
Gotcha.
Must not have sealed that part. So now he's got blue smears. So I'm using some acetone to kind of get that shit off. Because this figure needs to look pristine.
Neil's mentioning, do those superstar figures come with cool accessories? Some of them do, but I think most of the newer ones are less accessory. They all have soft goods, though. Like, that's the big push for those. Like, they started, when they came out with that line, they started charging $20, even when Origins was still $14.99. And then it's like the amount of soft goods that they put in that line, because again, you got jackets, entire onesies and outfits, like, or singlets rather, shouldn't call them onesies, singlets.
Is that what you
But-
call those Like what? Andre the Giant wore?
Yeah, the wrestling.
Yeah.
What?
Yeah.
Okay.
What's up,
Some
Bill?
come with like
Great,
bikes and stuff
great
too.
thing about these is that they
Hey,
came up.
what's going on, guys? How y'all doing?
Doing good, brother.
Hey, Bill.
Hey, what's up?
John, go ahead.
The great thing about these is that this actually is a great thing. Even if they do this in Bochu, they've already got the tooling now for the
Big man.
big man. Yeah.
That's what I
Okay,
like.
okay, John.
Wait, for
John,
the who?
John, does that figure when you take his soft goods off? Does he have a clean chest without any paint on it?
I do not know yet because I have not opened him up yet. Yet to do his.
I want a fat buck that doesn't have like the straps and shit painted on him like this earthquake over here.
Looking at him, just from where I'm seeing right now, I'm not seeing any paint other than the skin at.
I think he's bare chested. I don't think he has the ones painted on.
Now I'm gonna have to put my feelers out. Imagine this guy over here. Seems like I just saw you a few minutes ago there, Jacob.
Oh, you guys are hanging out over there, huh?
You said you're going to bed.
I lied.
Yeah, I figured.
Liar.
Bill always jumps on for just a little bit to come over.
Perfect
and say
timing
hi
because I
before he
finally
calls
finished
back.
and sorry, about to open that Fire and Ice figure.
Yeah, I didn't.
Since you're back, you were saying
So you
you
didn't
were
get him.
saying something about the like bow. Like you found out a way to do it because I can't get him to hold the arrow in the bow. Like, and I've seen people do pictures of it.
I don't know if see up close enough. You got. I was actually.
Oh, you
able
put
to,
it through the fingers.
Yeah,
Okay.
I figured out that you could actually get in there, and then also the little. I don't know if you see that little tip right there. I've seen people stick it right in the finger too, like the way you're supposed to kind of hold it. But going through there, I thought it worked a little better. And then I put it on this side of the bow because I just did a short on him earlier, and I got him to really do it the way I wanted to. It looked a lot better like that.
Let me see that one more time.
See if I can line it up, kind of like that.
Okay. Nice.
Oh well.
You know, I'm looking at that, and I'm wondering if that's possible to do with that that Hasbro Hank figure from Dungeons and Dragons that won't hold his arrow and bow correctly.
It took a lot playing with to get it the way I
You can
wanted.
do it. His arm will break, but you can do it.
Thanks, Brick.
Extra heat.
I'm so scared to touch that
So-
Hank's arm, man.
Bill,
Anybody
I
get
don't
the
know.
Super 7 ones?
Will I?
Anybody?
I hope to.
You talking about the Super 7
I'm
D&D
not
figure?
pre-ordering. I usually wait to see what they look like in person.
Thanos, are you talking about the Super 7 D&D figures?
Yeah.
I saw that, and I talked about that tonight and earlier yesterday. Look, I got my eye on the Skeleton Warrior, and I got my eye on the Demon, the Shadow Demon. But the thing is, I've already invested my money, a lot of my money, in this Hasbro line, and it's fine. I don't think that I'm going to spend $55 a figure buying figures I already have over again. I know they're good. I know they got soft goods. I know they're probably going to be better as far as durability go, but I can't justify it. Sorry.
I'm hoping they do a Tiamat. And yeah, that Skeleton Warrior looks really good.
Yes, I
Crowd
lost
fund
Salt.
team.
I'm going to be over here for a minute. He's one of my guys from over at my chat. So hey, what's going on?
I recognize him in your chat. Bill just, he jumps from one stream to the next, man. Got to do the channel surfing.
No, it's the Insomniac insane crew over here that stay up all night. How long are you gonna stay up tonight there, Ozzy? It looks 3 hours, 37 minutes, and
24
seconds.
hours.
Yeah. Have you done one of those yet, Oz?
Nope, not yet.
Don't do it, Oz.
I'll do that when it's for a good cause.
Yeah, we need to just save that for a fundraiser.
Yeah. I'm not going to do 24 hours. If I thought realistically that it would be worth it to do a full 24 hours, I would consider it. But overall, it's like, honestly, after doing 6 hours, right? Like, people start to fall off. Now, mind you, if I was going for a full 24 hours, it would wave in and out, throughout the day. And of course, it would give maximum opportunity for people to appear on the stream. Because at different times people would have different availability. So again, it might be one of those things that I approach in the future, but I'd want to do it for the right cause, right? The Enablers did it this past year for a great cause. And I feel like if I were to just do it, just to do it, kind of almost cheapens that a little bit,
If you do like a 24 or 36 hour stream, I will go out to a store.
Whoa.
All right, it's for a good cause now.
Stream at that store.
Yeah. And I will live stream it.
I was going to say, we would need...
At least walking up to the store, because for some reason, all of our Walmarts and Targets have the worst connection. Like, I can't even call someone in a fucking store.
It's because they got a lot of solid concrete and cinder block around it. The Walmart I used to
So you
work
can
in like that.
You can see me walk up to the store, but that's about it.
That would be proof enough for me.
Did you get it, Thanos?
Yeah, thanks for the tip, Cub.
Yeah.
Hold on.
Yeah, it took a lot of playing around. I was like, let me see if I get that arrowhead through there. And I was so scared doing it.
I just did it
Okay, yeah.
poking the tip in. But
just
we've had some tip in come.
So your legs
I
aren't
think I
that
just
loose
lost
though?
an arrow.
I dropped one of these arrows like 3 times already.
Yeah.
People are like, oh my god. And they're black
got
too.
the plastic, sort of, it's got not a clamshell, but it's got that top layer that kind of keeps everything in.
Yeah.
And I just looked down and like one of them was hanging out, and now there's only 2. Oh, never mind. It fell into the other one. All 3 arrows recovered.
You haven't lived until you've wallowed in the floor looking in the carpet to find vintage superpower green arrows freaking arrow.
I think I said
I
it
never
before.
had the pleasure of that. I had a cousin.
That was my favorite figure as a kid.
Yeah, I had a cousin who let me borrow it on a road trip, and I gave it back to him, but I didn't get the bow or the arrows. There's the figure.
He had probably already.
It's nice you took a road trip with Green Arrow, though. Did you feel like Green Lantern?
He called himself Hal Jordan the whole week.
The Hal Jordan Superpowers figure did come on that road trip, though, but I did not.
That was a great figure.
That was an excellent figure.
See, one of the best things about these long streams is how many people just use it to like keep them company, right? So Christina's watching. Adam's playing his video game. And while he's playing that game, he's still listening to what we're all talking about. He's not watching and seeing what we're bringing up and everything like that, but he's still listening. That's what I like. That we offer companionship for people. Like, you got a crappy 8-hour day at work? Come listen to us bitch about toys and the price hikes and all like that. That'll get you through.
Yeah, that was fun.
That was
I always fall asleep in the stream, so it's kind of like we all have a big, orgy or something.
You're so excited.
You fall asleep at a lot of orgies.
Bill in the DMs this week about the price hikes and the cost of shipping and all that. I don't see an end to the price hikes, and I think the days of buy $10 and get free shipping is over with. And I think that the economy has got a long way to go before it recovers, and prices never go down. I've already lived through this 2 or 3 times. It happened when I was a kid in the 70s. It happened $10. When the market crashed and that last recession that we went through, and it's happening again. The prices go up. Our pay doesn't go up along with it like it should, and they never come back down. So action figures are going to cost upwards of $25 to $30. You just got to get used to it.
Well, there's no point in bitching about it because you can't change it.
I agree.
Look, my
Absolutely.
Ghostbuster was $10.
Is that the new line? Are they out yet, Oz?
Yes, sir. They are Target exclusive until about April.
Yeah.
So you can find these guys at your Target. Got 3 out of 4 of them today.
What about the car?
Car's out as well. I did not pick up the car, but
Is
that's
the car a repop of the car that they released with the real Ghostbusters here last year, year before?
no. The Ecto one that is out for the movies is different from Kenner Classics.
Shit.
So this one is from Afterlife. Okay. This is a different mold completely than the
To
Kenner
be clear, we're
Classic.
not talking about the Ricky Gervais show.
You're big in
We're talking
yourself.
about
I want to see that
Ghostbusters
better.
Afterlife.
All right.
Got it.
So I got this a little bit earlier this year to go with my Kenner Classics. Come to find out the Kenner Classics figures do not fit in this one. So
Is that 1/18 scale, Oz, or are they for 5-inch figures? What size?
this is for 4-inch.
4. So it's
Yeah,
1/18.
1/18.
Okay.
Yeah.
So they're a little bit smaller than the real Ghostbusters.
Little bit, but that makes
Yeah.
sense because they're kids too, right?
Well, but
Now-
how do the real
Could-
Ghostbusters scale with that car?
They do not fit in it so well, from what I've heard. My actual team of Ghostbusters is still sealed, and I just dropped the seat. Hold on.
You know,
I wonder if the new TMNT Mutant Mayhem figures could fit in them.
Probably. They also have more articulation, so you can bend them.
and Jeff is saying I don't like that Ecto one. I like the real Ghostbusters Ecto one better.
Well, one thing that I do like about this,
That gold wing, that door that opens up sideways there, I like that with the seat coming out.
yep. So, same hole for the proton pack. There's a little plug on the back of the
Nice.
seat here, and you can just go ahead and pop them right into the seat. So he's in there. He's not coming off. He's strapped to that seat. He's not going to slide and fall out. Take a little gun from the top, pop it on the side of the seat here. Now he's got a little blaster.
So those figures are just 5 POA then, Oz?
Yep, 5 POA. That's it.
It's all that's
Again,
necessary. For
$10.
kid toys. These are kid toys. They're not adult collector toys. So they need to have some playability there.
I mean,
I don't mind 5
consider
POA.
myself an adult collector.
I'm old school, man. Give me a 5 POA all day long. I don't
Largo says, "Did the Extreme Ghostbusters ever get an Ecto one?" I want to say they did.
They definitely did. They definitely had one because it was different. Let me pull it up. I do not need to have myself large on screen anymore. Let me pull that up. It looked vastly different from the RGB one.
Naked Man Tangent Cobb. When you said loose legs, are you talking about like if you shake it kind of thing and they're just flopping around? What are we
Yeah,
talking-
mine
what
were
level
just
of
right
looseness
up
are we talking
at the waist, the ball pegs in there. Like you just want to do the splits.
Okay.
Yeah,
So
mine-
this answers your question.
yours aren't
It's
bad.
not that loose.
Yeah, this one on mine is just. I was having such a hard time trying to pose them and do my video. I was getting frustrated. So
Oh, that sucks. I just warmed him up
tighten
too.
them up somehow. What about that? At the waist in the back, do you get a big gap in those?
Oh yeah, I've seen that.
Yeah, especially the back, man. When I
But it's
pin
a
them
little hole,
forward,
right?
there's a huge gap in the back.
Yeah.
I know the legs are something I'll probably work on. I'm just like
The gap is only if you like totally give them the
yeah, that's what I
ultimate
said in
crunch,
my video too. I was like, I'm not really gonna be bending them that much, but bending them back and stuff. The front's not as bad, but the back has a big one.
This feels really good though. Off the just out of the box playing with him. I love the way they have him moving. He's not, and I just played with that import V-Toys Asura, so that thing was crazy compared to this, but it was pretty good.
I will say the Extreme Ghostbusters Ecto 1 apparently has extreme ghost-busting sounds.
Ooh. Like
we all know
Press the
Boston
button, it goes
Mutual killed it.
extreme.
Linkin Park? What are we talking?
Oh,
I
this
don't
would
like the
have
way
been
that one's shaped, though.
right. Like it's really big. I mean, it looks like it came straight from the show.
Oh, for
right.
sure.
But yeah, it's like real big back here, then it gets real narrow up front.
I do like all the stuff on top though. Like
I agree because this to me, like, I mean,
the front of it almost looks like the DeLorean almost.
Little bit.
I know
right?
it's sacrilege, but did they ever make toys for the other Ghostbusters cartoon with the gorilla, Tracy?
Yeah.
Yep. They did.
Yeah.
They even made a whole base. They had their
The
whole
best
house.
place that
They had
ever
a
made.
car and
everything.
everything.
Yeah. That definitely it had all the good stuff for that one too. Which I'm glad they did do that. Because it needed it.
I like that Ghostbusters cartoon.
I'm not as big of a fan of that one, but
that Filmation cartoon was actually based on a live action show with Larry Storch in it, if I'm not mistaken.
Yep.
One thing I will say about it, I think one of the reasons why it doesn't do it as much for me, of course, as the real Ghostbusters, is because of how many times I was tricked into thinking it was real Ghostbusters was going to be on when I saw Ghostbusters on TV Guide, and it was that.
Yeah, I think the problem with that though is technically the Filmation Ghostbusters are the real Ghostbusters because they existed first.
They were first, and
And
they
then
had to work out
Columbia
a deal.
Pictures effed Filmation over and told them, "Oh, we never made any money off of Ghostbusters, so we don't have to pay you the royalties for using your name. By the way, here's the toy line and a cartoon." So yeah, that's a big part where Filmation went bankrupt was because freaking Columbia and the Ghostbusters movie. But I'm not bitter.
No, it doesn't. Love you, Allison.
Yeah, I would not suggest doing the arrows that other way that I did. Getting it back out was a pain.
Yeah,
Pain in the butt. Dragula intensified.
So I found something kind of cool. In my thing of spare parts, I had this WWE figure that had a Build-A-Figure part. I don't know who this is for, but I looked at the peg and I was like, I wonder.
Oh boy.
Whip says
And now Orko has legs.
She-Ra and He-Man. I don't agree with that, but okay.
Well, actually, Filmation had already stopped making both of those by the time it all went down, because Mattel didn't pay. Everyone's like, "Oh, like they canceled She-Ra for He-Man." It's like, no, Mattel didn't pay Filmation to do more He-Man. They're like, "We're good with like 1,000 episodes you've done. Let's pay you to do cartoons for She-Ra," because like where I lived, like that was a like package. You like He-Man came on and then She-Ra came on.
Exactly.
Monday through Friday, like, and then they moved her to Saturday and she was only on once a week, but still He-Man was on before that. So like He-Man never technically went away. It's just we didn't get new cartoons.
Well, let's look at it. Let's look at it from a different point of view, folks. All right, so most Filmation cartoons lasted 13 episodes long and were Saturday morning shows. Look at how many episodes He-Man got as compared to that. I see you nodding your head. You know exactly what I'm talking about, John.
True. He-Man definitely had an above average count, but that's also why we had new He-Man episodes every day. Whereas a lot of cartoons, you only had a new episode every week. He-Man had it daily, 5 days a week, new episodes. That wasn't from syndication afterwards. That was during its run. It was getting them daily.
Yeah, it
Even
had
when they did a
number of episodes compared to the normal 13 episode Saturday morning cartoon that got showed in perpetuity for years and years and years, the same 13 episodes over and over again. I'm looking directly at you, Batman: The New Adventures.
Oh my god! Right.
Even later on, when they did reruns of the Filmation He-Man and She-Ra, I almost felt like it was on like every single day.
It definitely was.
I
'cause
grew
that's
up
when you
with
got
it, and I
power.
still haven't watched every single episode of it. I can tell you now, and
Oh,
I've
I
got
definitely.
it all in there on DVD.
Because I really wasn't watching until like 1990,
You have
maybe
to. Back in the day, you had to have so many
like 3 or
episodes to
4.
go into syndication. So, like,
Right.
that's why when Super Friends went into super syndication, like, you would get a couple weeks of the Challenge of the Super Friends, then you would get the shitty episodes with Wendy and Marvin, then you get shittier episodes with the Wonder Twins, then you would get Challenge of the Super
Ouch.
Friends, because that was all in a Super Friends syndication package. And
So
they would
did you prefer Wendy and Marvin or the Super Twins?
I didn't like any of those fucking kids. Give me
Oh, okay.
superheroes. I'm here for the superheroes.
But you're
Hey
not
man,
bitter.
Zan and Jana. I like Zan and Jada.
I don't need
Jana.
to have like somebody I can relate
Jan
to
and
and not
Zana.
like some kid to relate to because kids suck. Like, give me superheroes. Like, if you need to put kids in it, there are Teen Titans. We give us some Teen Titans. I don't need no Wendy and Marvin, no made up Wonder Twins. BS. It's BS. Send those kids back to their planet and give us like the Teen Titans because those alien kids were boring. Form of a bucket of water, shape of an eagle, but it's not a real eagle. It's a made up eagle. No.
Well,
And
at
remember,
least turning
Glick had a
into an animal,
superpower
you
too.
can
He
do
had the
stuff.
superpower
Turning
of,
into a water
creating a
form.
bucket out of nothing.
I think it's 100
Glee.
episodes. To
That monkey was the
syndication.
worst. That monkey. Ugh. Space monkey. No.
Thank you, Al.
Where did he keep that bucket anyway, John?
I think Thanos can enlighten.
Prison wallet.
Uh-huh. Uh-huh.
I liked the
It's amazing what can be shoved into the anal cavity.
I like the international Super Friends, like El
This-
Dorado. I mean,
this
they
is for
are
Quip. Mm.
they are cliche as hell, but I liked El Dorado, like Samurai, Apache Chief, like all of those were cool. I Rima the Jungle Girl. She was like there for 2 or 3 episodes. Like, give me those. But those kids, no. Back to your planet. You're boring. You're annoying. They were always getting into hijinks. Like, what? No.
Oh,
Like,
the
why are the Super
hijinks.
Friends hanging out with these kids who keep getting into
Well,
trouble?
they based those kids and the monkey off of Space Ghost, so that's why they
Right.
got into.
I
At least
agree.
it wasn't Donnie and Marie.
Is that
So-
is that a WWE ice cream bar, Thanos? Excuse me, brick something.
No, man, it's not.
No.
It's even worse. Feel free to judge me, but it's a keto ice cream bar.
Okay.
Oh, Jesus, Brick, get off my lawn!
How
You're
Halo,
wasting your time, Brick.
How dare
Halo
you.
top. No, dude, it's actually really delicious. No, trust me. Tiny
It's
carbs.
frozen
Big,
protein. What do you think they use for that?
no, it's fat. It's all fat.
It's a
Best
Keto is
flavor,
all fat.
I don't know, man.
Oh yeah, that's
Times
true. Yeah,
change.
keto stuff is yeah.
True.
It's all fat, baby. Flavor.
Yeah.
Sean
There's
brings
just
up
no
a pretty.
carbohydrate.
He said the Super Friends stuff was all different series. They had like 4 or 5 different shows. Well, the syndication package also included some episodes that were never shown on Saturday mornings as well.
Yeah. Yep, it was just everything Hanna-Barbera had for Super Friends.
There was and there was a whole bunch of episodes where it was all a bunch of fairy tales. I didn't like those at all.
Yeah.
Oh, that's right. The fairy tales. Oh my
Oh
god.
my
Yeah,
God,
those are-
Benji
those
Grimm
are-
and the
oof.
Thing cartoon of yesterday's podcast. Thank you for bringing up something I wish I.
Hey, Derek's back.
Derek.
That's
I
right.
liked the new adventures of the Wonder Twins, the shorts that were on Adult Swim for a while.
Those were acceptable. I liked the Wonder Twins in that shit. But I
The
didn't know.
Aquaman dance party.
I don't know why the Wonder Twins like passed
Thing
my
ran,
BS
dude,
radar.
thing.
I was down for them for some
You were
reason.
younger than I was at the time.
That's
You
true,
were-
but I was also very mad at Seven's Arc 7 in G-Force. So
You may
I don't know.
still be younger.
I loved
now,
G-Force.
Maybe.
Axion figures it's like, get off my lawn, you kids.
Yeah, he's older than me even, so you know he's old.
I'm old.
I'm so old. My best friend in high school was Cher, a dinosaur, and a fossil that we call Cher. It's her old nose. It's its own thing now. So, but yeah.
When I was a kid, you could still buy pet rocks in the store, so that's how old I am.
I remember those damn things.
I remember those suckers.
Those are
I
just
got my
embarrassing.
pet rock
That's-
in the
that's bad.
wild.
They tried to push those back out into the market. My mom was like, I had one. You want one? I'm like, no, I do not. Please get me a Star Wars figure or a Darcy doll or an outfit for Darcy or some fucking Raggedy Ann and Andy shit. Don't give me no fucking pet rock. Can go in the yard and get a fucking rock, Mom. Thanks.
Actually, it could have been a Star Wars character. It was Geode, but
Yeah, I remember that. That
It
did.
was,
Did that ever take off?
did whatever take off? High Republic Geode?
Yeah, that High Republic crap. Did it ever go?
I
anywhere?
mean,
That's
you
my
don't wanna
favorite
ask me
Star
because
Wars
I
right
took
now.
sure as hell took off for me, but I don't know.
That's my favorite Star Wars
I dig
right
it.
now.
Wasn't
And
there
then
like
that-
a whole like rock characters in He-Man
Yeah,
that they
Geode.
did about the
Somebody
pet rock?
mentioned it just a minute ago.
Well, you had the Rock Warriors,
Rock
the Stone
on.
Warriors, right?
My
Rock
Stone
on and
Dog.
Stone
Yeah,
Dog.
but Geode was just a big
Transformed
monolith
into-
that sat in this spaceship and was a rock, right?
Yeah, yeah. No, he's different. Like he would sit silently and then he would appear elsewhere. Used
And then we
cleverly. in
had
the book.
Meteors.
It was almost like that rock creature that was in the Legion of Superheroes in the 80s. What was his name? Brute or some shit. He was cool though. But then he evolved and like fell in love with the White Witch. And I'm like, why is he gotta like date a witch? Like, why can't he just be a rock person? I don't. It was.
And why's it got to be a white witch?
Yeah, right. Well, and yeah, exactly.
Because they wanted to market to the Starbucks crowd.
Well, and Legion of Superheroes only had one black character, Tyrock. He was from a different
fucking
dimension
name was
where all
Karen.
the black people had went to live. What the fuck was that, DC Comics? We were sent all the black people in the 1970s to a different planet because Earth sucked. It's like, well, yeah, but that's not.
Well,
how
they
it-
might have left because they saw how they were being drawn in those old DC comics.
Probably a good point. Yeah. Muriel and I have been reading Wonder Woman comics for our eventual podcast, and she keeps messaging me. She's like, "What the fuck is this?" I'm like, "It was the 40s."
Mod Wonder Woman. Mod when I Ching.
Yeah, no, we're not even to that. We're to the 40s, the golden age of comics, when there's some
Oh,
fucking.
is that when
And
Wonder Woman had
Muriel is-
that tire
Muriel
up
is not a
fetish?
white. She is not white. So but I warned her. I'm like, you're gonna see
Bondage
some shit
fetish
here.
era.
It's not my fault. This is how comics were. It was a different time. And yeah, so I'll be glad when we start recording those so she can rant, not to me privately a message, but on the air. And we can
I'm
turn
looking
it-
forward to you guys going through those too. I think that'll be
yeah,
fun.
it's gonna be fun. She's gonna join me. We were supposed to do strawberry shortcake for Christmas Eve, and her boyfriend's family invited them to Christmas Eve dinner, so we didn't get to. So we're making up our colored date tomorrow, 11 a.m. Pacific Standard Time. Everyone should
I
join
love
us.
that Oz.
Since you're all snowed in.
So the skeleton
We're
style
never snowed in
companion
New York.
ghost that came with Phoebe is riding shotgun in the Ecto one.
Nice.
Nice.
Oh, okay, cool.
Is that window
Like-
tinted? Oh, it is blue. Huh?
It is,
Yeah.
which kind of sucks because that's the blue ghost too.
Yeah.
But there's just enough room that I could fit it, and with the position it's in, like the way it's kneeling, it actually just looks like it's sitting shotgun.
Huh.
Allison, speaking of Wonder Woman, I just sent Lawrence a reel on Instagram earlier today of Wonder Woman from the TV show chasing down some criminals
Yeah.
riding a skateboard.
Oh, the
That
skateboard
was
with
the
a full-on
best
helmet.
season.
And it's so funny because the guy in the car is like, "Man, some broad's chasing us on a skateboard."
When she said
She's
that-
gaining on us, and then they get out and run.
Yeah, and even whenever, well, in that one, she has that when she does her spin, she turns into Wonder Woman. She's in a skate Wonder Woman costume.
Yeah, that's
Yep.
right.
That
Yep.
season had all kinds of. She spun one time and she's like in a deep dive outfit, so she could go. I don't remember if she actually fought a shark, but in my head, she went underwater and fought an evil shark.
Well, she had
That was
shark
like-
repellent. She wouldn't have to worry about fighting the shark.
What year? What year was that show on?
It started in '74 with
Yeah.
It was called the all new, all original Wonder Woman because there was originally like in 1973, I think, a movie with Kathy Lee Crosby where she was blonde.
Blonde. Yeah.
And she was in like a little jumpsuit thing. It was like stupid. Fuck
Mhm.
that movie. And it did all right, but of course it sucked because it wasn't the real Wonder Woman. So then they did the movie and everybody loved it. So they did 2 or 3 more movies. And then it was a series. And then they moved it from World War II to the 70s. And it wasn't as good, but there was that was the same season where she met Leif Garrett. Sorry.
So was it when did it end? Like in terms of making new episodes?
In our hearts, or 1979 was the last New Year. But in
79,
my
okay,
heart,
'cause-
it forever. Except that Leif Garrett, fucking Leif Garrett.
And it stayed on the air because I was born in 76
I-
and I remember as a kid that was like my favorite.
I remember when it went into
show.
syndication, and I would rush home from kindergarten to go watch it. And the stupid bitch down the street, Denise, was like, "I don't like this one. It's where she and Steve Trevor are hanging out." I'm like, "Go away, Denise. Nobody likes you." That little girl had hairy
Go
arms.
find
like a
Carl,
monkey.
Denise. Go hang out with Carl.
I bet Denise is married to Carl with her hairy. My mom, she left our house one day, and my mom was like, "That little girl has arms hairier than your dad's. What is up with that?" And I'm like, "I don't know, mother." But she's rude. I don't like the little. And then mom called her the little monkey girl. So if you ever wonder where I get it, it was my mom.
I was just gonna say. Yeah, for whatever that was like that was easily my favorite show. It got replaced by eventually, I guess A-Team first and then Knight Rider. I forget what order, but and then my kid my youngest kid when he was born got really into superhero what are they called? Superhero girls? No, superhero.
Yeah, the superhero
Teenage
girls.
Superhero girls. Yeah. And he dressed up as Wonder Woman for Halloween. It was rad.
Awesome.
And I was a burglar. So he had walked me around with the lasso.
You got the lasso
Uh,
of truth, huh?
Yeah.
Damn.
Did we lose
So-
Oz?
I like the superhero. I was sad that the superhero girls action figure line didn't go longer because there was, it was clearly not for me, quote unquote, because it was new designs designed to appeal to kids. But I was sad it didn't go longer because there were some fun toys.
That was when my spouse, my wife, learned because Brick something was not very happy when he found out that mom, with the kid's permission, made the decision to sell those toys that I bought for him. I was like,
Oh my
okay, we have to
God.
have a conversation around the kids' toys.
Right.
I bought all of those for him, and I was just like so excited. And even though I knew it was like, oh, he's not as into him anymore, but just that call of selling him, I was so bummed.
Was that show out the same time that they were doing that Star Wars one with all the girls that was drawn basically
I
the
don't
same
think
way?
so. That was
The
later.
Star Wars one?
Yeah, there was a Star Wars one that was out.
Oh,
that was-
Forces of Destiny, the short.
yeah.
No, that was
kind of
no.
nope.
I think it was a long time before it. I think it had ended maybe
They
before
crossed
Forces
over
of
because
Destiny.
I remember buying
Okay.
Forces of Destiny. My Forces of Destiny Ahsoka, who's over there now. I got her at the same time I got the big gift set of the superhero
Okay.
girls that had Hawk Girl. So
Well, I got the. He had the action figure ones. There were like
Yep.
superhero girl,
Yep.
like
There
larger
was the
dolls, and then
doll.
there were smaller ones.
yeah, I only got
And
the action figures.
they were
The dolls
cool,
had those
man.
weird heads.
Yeah, they had vehicles, and I was super into it. And
Yeah.
I got my. I was just wondering because I got my 20-year-old, my daughter that's going to be 21 soon. Back then, got her like Bo-Katan and whatever else they had.
Yeah, they had it was
Padme, I think.
yeah,
Mm-hmm.
the Padme I've got actually all except the Kylo Ren Rey double.
I think they had a Bausch
pack.
Leia too.
They didn't ever release Bausch. They have
Oh, they didn't. She was
they
in it,
had
but
classic Leia that was in a 2-pack with R2. Then there was Hoth Leia, Indoor Leia.
I missed that Endor Leia. I want that one. It came with an Ewok.
Yep, it did. Yep.
it did. Good looking
think I
Ewok
may
too.
have- I'll look and see if I have an extra one, Adam, and I'll see if I do because they would be opened. I'm pretty sure I do because I'm looking at the shelf and I have that Forces of Destiny Leia Oh, but it came. The dress was extra. Okay, because there's an Ewok Celebration Leia dress, but it's on an extra ceremonial Leia from.
Yeah, I was gonna say that was like a deluxe set that came with
I'll look and
Leia
see if
in
I,
her
yeah,
green
I may have
fatigues,
an
plus the
extra one.
dress, plus the Ewok. That one
Yeah,
was
if not, I do kind of want to get a second one anyway, so that I can customize some stuff. So if I end up getting an extra one, I'll get the Ewok too, because he's flopped. So
yeah.
But yeah, no, the only one I didn't get was the Kylo Ren, Rey 2-pack, and it was just because it was spendy, and all the Kylo Ren Rey people that stand those characters were really rabid about getting them, so they were expensive. And I'm like, I'm not going to spend that much. I've got 2 different Reys in that line. I don't need that one. So that was a cool line, though. It was weird though, because it's like some stores had it in the pink aisle, some had it with the Star Wars toys. Like they clearly should have asked me what that toy line should have been, because it would have done better.
Mine was where I bought my daughter's here. It was actually in the little kids stuff.
Yeah, so yeah, some stores even had it like preschool aisle, so it was weird. Like, I don't know. Hasbro / Kenner has tried so many times to do girl lines for Star Wars, and they always fall short.
Yep.
And it's like it's always because they try to like tread that line between action figure or doll, like, which is a good time for me to plug my large size Princess Leia video that's on my channel right now. If anyone wants to go watch that, it's got a lot of views. It's doing pretty well. It's pretty good. Anyway,
well, Allison, we were talking about earlier. When you collected She-Ra as a kid, did you get the Horde figures as well?
no, my brother got all of those, so we had them, but I didn't play with the Horde.
Another brother, Bill, yeah.
Yeah, my brother had all of that. Like technically we had them, but I didn't. I preferred the mini comic and the storybook She-Ra where Catra was the villain and the Horde wasn't anything to do with it. I wanted like Scorpia and Shadow Weaver or whatever as toys, but they would have 100% just been Catra's friends. Like that first mini comic where Catra is like this barbarian queen who has all of these barbarian warriors and these cat people and flying cat bird things. Like that's my She-Ra. Like that, I prefer that. I don't. Filmation is fun and all, but it's like I prefer the high fantasy, like where like Adora and She-Ra are just the same person. There's no secret identity nonsense. Like I don't know. Like the Horde is fine. I enjoy people who like the Horde. I like the Horde for He-Man, but for She-Ra, it was always like, I just want Catra as the jealous beauty to like lead the barbarians and use her black magic, and She-Ra like to not beat her up, but conquer her every time. So,
yeah,
Allison, which Leia video was it?
it's called The Missteps of Kenner's Large Size Princess Leia figure. Because, you know, you got to be a little clickbaity with your title.
So we've got this guy in here, and
It's true. Total.
I don't know whose channel he's coming in from.
No
He's
wonder
in
why trolls myself are coming after you. Well, if you got nothing else better to do, dude, that's fine.
You know, the funny part is you're still giving us a view. So, you know, keep on watching. It actually helps our engagement. You're only actually helping everything.
Monu, is that what you're talking about?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Let's go check out Monu's channel. Let's see how cool Monu is on his own channel.
Do that. Sounds
Hey,
like
so question about She-Ra. Was
Yeah.
She-Ra in the comics? Are you saying it was in the mini comics where she didn't have
the mini
a
comics that came with the first wave. So,
Okay, was there any connection to He-Man at all in those original ones?
yeah, in the first one, he like it starts sort of like with the movie where like the sorceress is having a nightmare and she comes over and sends He-Man to Etheria. But like, there's not any of she's not been brainwashed or anything. She's just been separated. So
So the intent was that she was going to be He-Man's.
yeah, she was
their
He-Man's
siblings.
sister. Yeah, they were
Gotcha.
siblings, but it was just like I would assume because the toys were separate, like they didn't want to confuse the toy lines. So
Gotcha.
Yeah, we were just curious earlier because, like, boys, not playing with She-Ra unless their sister had them. We went the other way too.
I had a She-Ra as a kid. Not a bunch of them, but
My sister had a bunch, but I had to play with them. In fact, it was actually my sister who originally had, which eventually became mine, but like He-Man, Skeletor, Prince Adam, Evelyn, like she had all those figures. And then when I got of the age where I was playing with them, I just started playing with them.
I remember we played with 12-inch G.I. Joes in my friend's sister's room when she wasn't there, played with her Barbies, 12-inch Joes, until she came home and caught us one day, and then she started playing too. She's like, "Oh, you guys play with my dollhouse with your Joes? Let me play with you."
Oh yeah, I play Barbies with her too. I'd always take a Play-Doh and make like Play-Doh food for them and stuff.
That's awesome.
Purple steaks and all kinds
Green
of
eggs
stuff.
down.
Yep.
So we was on the topic of comics a little bit ago. Is anybody even interested in Dynamite Comics doing their reboot of Thundercats?
A lot of people
check
are.
it
That
out.
thing's
Yeah.
like that thing's sold like crazy right now.
Yeah, I know. I got that on pre-order. I'm really anticipating that. And then of course, you know, they did a Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtle mashup with Stranger Things as well, a 4-issue comic set,
Oh, I didn't know that.
and that is awesome. It's really a good read.
I gotta check it
I'm
out.
down. I got one comic book shop around here, and it's closing down. It's like
Oh, man.
closing within like 10, 15 miles of me. Closest
Oh,
one.
man.
And we're shutting down last time I went last weekend.
yeah, one of the ones that's been here forever is shutting down soon too.
Yeah, we had one that opened up a couple years back in the next town over, and it was nice. But then, of course, pandemic kind of screwed it over. So I'm pretty sure it's closed.
Yeah, the one over here is closing because the price on the building's going to go up like 70% or something crazy. So the guy's like, "Yep, it's been a good run. I'm out of here."
It's that market's getting more and more fractured too, though. Like it used to be that everybody got all their comics from Diamond distribution, but then DC pulled out of Diamond.
Mm-hmm. They did their
Marvel
own thing,
went
right?
to Penguin. Like the book distributor is doing Marvel, so it gets harder to navigate, and then shipping is getting more complicated, more expensive, because instead of getting one shipment, you're getting 3 shipments now. You're getting something from DC, something there. Where do they ship from? DC's got their own weird
Yeah, they're doing
thing
their
set
own
up,
thing
but
now, right? Yeah.
so you get like a shipment from Penguin, you get a shipment from DC, and you get a shipment from Diamond, and they all show up on different days, and it's different invoice formats, and like a lot of comic book shops that I am aware of are just sort of like, Thanos, like you said, they're kind of like, well, it was fun while it lasted, like, but it's getting. I buy a lot of comic books, but I'm backing off on a lot of them because a lot of them are just I mean, Spawn's still $3. We covered that. Spawn's still $3. That price hasn't gone up.
Did I hear you almost say garbage? Yes, I agree.
No, I wasn't going to say that. There's still a lot of really great books out there, but
Oh,
when they
there's a lot of
arbitrarily
books,
raise their
man.
price, $1, that's effectively, a 20% price hike, just not for any reason. Not like, oh, we hit issue 50 and issue 51 is going to be $1 more or something. It's like issue 27 is still 24 pages or whatever, and it's $5 instead of $4, and you're just like, I think I'm out on that title. I'll keep the $3.99 titles. The $4.99 titles, I'm like, yeah, nah, I'm good.
Yeah, it's crazy because I remember when they were under $1. Like, it's crazy.
68.
Yeah, when I was
cheapest I ever got.
when I was
ours
buying them, I think they were
fluctuates,
like $1.25 in the like 90s.
If the Canadian dollar changes, the price of my books goes up or down. So that's, on a good day, they're more affordable, and on a bad day, they're even more.
I still have some of my original 30-cent comic books that were Star Wars.
Yeah, see, I never bought them when they were actually, cover price at 35. I bought back issues that were 35 cents, but
I remember when they cost 25 cents.
Oh yeah.
Yep. That one up.
Yeah, they're like 70 cents when I first started buying them. So
yeah, I remember that 75-cent price point, but 60 something I had. I lived
Of course, back then you could actually go to almost any store and see a whole complete spinner rack of comic books also. So
hell yeah.
Oh yeah,
even
you could
until
go
like the late
Yeah,
90s.
newsstand versus
spinner rack and
direct.
get
Yeah,
something
that
that's
was.
been up there for a couple of years too. That's
Yeah, our local drugstore used to have like a spinner rack and a little like wall rack.
When I was a kid, there was two. So I lived, in the middle of nowhere. There was at the time, I think there was like 4 proper comic book shops in sort of the city, but I lived across the lake, which was considered like really far away. It's like 5 miles. But there was like a strip mall that was right across, like a field from me. And there was it was a pharmacy, but it was like how some of these like smaller local pharmacies are more like a CVS or like a Walgreens, where they're kind of like they have a little bit of everything. And then there was a bookstore, and both of them had comics, but they didn't always have the same one. So it was like I got to go to like 2 shops shop for comics, and they were like 2 doors down from each other. So
I feel you on that, Adam. Like growing up, we had ABC Comics. It was like right around the corner from my house. Come to find out years later, a friend that I made in middle school, his dad actually owned that comic shop, which was kind of cool. But
Bill, is
growing
that
up, we
first,
had.
first release?
yes, it is.
Ooh.
$3.50.
I got that too.
Hell yeah.
Very
I
nice.
bought
Joke.
this. I bought this.
Oh, but wait, that's
I
a
bought
trade.
this off the rack, people. $3.50.
Oh, no, wait. That
Killing Joke was a trade.
That was a trade. Yeah.
Well, it was a graphic novel. I don't think they called it a
This
trade.
was
back then.
this
we
was
called
what
them
we call a
graphic novels.
prestige format comic book, and it cost $3.50,
Which was
I dare
expensive when it
say-
came out.
That was insanely expensive.
And now they're
for a
like
comic back
20
then.
bucks.
Yeah.
Well,
Well,
that
it
one's worth
equals
more than
out,
20 bucks.
basically.
I bought
But,
this in probably, I want to say around somewhere between 1987 and 1988. It's got a copyright of 1988 in here.
Yeah.
Yes, it is a
Right.
first printing. I don't know if you can see down here at the very, very bottom, but
I think prices have probably gone back down, but that's worth something.
Well, yeah. I would
My leg
save
is
up.
getting looser as I play with this. Sorry.
but yeah,
I would save up my entire month's allowance.
prices of just a newsstand, what we call the newsstand issue of comics nowadays. No hold a key. Anything.
I didn't think that came off.
Well, they don't do like they all have a barcode. Like there's no differentiation now between the direct sales and the newsstand stuff. But I remember that when that was a big deal. Like if you were a collector and you're like, oh, but that's a newsstand one. I don't know. I mean, like I'm kind of rather have. Direct. I'd rather have the Spider-Man mask than a barcode in the bottom corner. Like it makes any difference at all.
Hey, they used to differentiate that though in the actual price guides for the comic.
Well, I know,
It
and I
is
mean, still
crazy.
to this day, there's something like there's some that still have a variance in the price, but for all intents and purposes, now nobody really cares.
I could
remember
care
all
less
those-
whether it's a newsstand issue or direct market. I don't really care.
Yeah. Remember
No,
those
I'm
ones that would be in like bags that like there was like
Yeah.
3 issues that I had multiple copies of because
Yeah.
some relative
Well,
got them for me
that's
free.
I don't know if it's still the case, but X-Force #1 was the biggest selling comic book of all time, because it was
because of the art, purely because
because of the speculation.
Kidding.
Speculation.
Because
Good God, I remember when
people bought 30
#1
copies of
every
it
week.
because
Both
apparently the
the
story's
variant
different in different.
covers.
No, I don't think so.
The story's different?
No, it's not. That's what I'm saying.
Oh, I was gonna say.
Ooh.
That was back. That
I
was
still got
like,
a-
that was when comic book was.
So that
comic
one
books were-
was better selling than the Jim Lee X-Men ones with all the covers and stuff. Do they count the covers or?
They count them as unique. If it has a different barcode, it's a different. book.
Gotcha.
But yeah, I mean, yeah, the Jim Lee X-Men #1 had 5 different covers because it had the 4 covers plus the gatefold spread cover.
Yeah.
But I don't think that one sold. Like Spawn #1 probably sold more than like all the Image #1s sold a boatload too because that was during the sort of speculator bubble with comic books. And now, issues 1 through 5 of every one of those Image books is worth nothing because there's millions of them out there. Because everybody that thought they would be worth something bought too many of them and actually made it so that none of them were worth anything. So the speculators did it to themselves, and that's, I think, what's currently happening with action figures too.
It's going to happen with trading cards.
Completely agree with that point.
It's the same in any market, right? You buy to sell, but so does everybody else because the market looks like, it's gonna.
Oh, this is a fruitful
Mythic Legions
investment.
is exactly in that right now, where the first
Yep.
few waves of figures before there was a huge increase in popularity and sort of consumption of those figures were pretty small runs. And so if you had extras of those, you can now sell a basic kind of unwanted figure really for like $100. That's like the base price for the first couple waves. But now people are buying speculatively, but there's way more people buying there's more people buying speculatively than there were buying to own them with the first few waves. So then you kind of go, okay, this math isn't mathing because unless that market increases, to the point where all of those speculative buyers have buyers for their product,
right?
Which I don't think it will.
Well, and there's a lot
The
more
bubble has
people.
burst.
There's a lot more people on the boat now with Mythic Legion, so they're not going.
Well, that's
back
what I'm
and
saying.
backtracking.
That's what I'm saying.
And then there's also like we know that like don't go backtrack because version 2 is going to kick ass.
Yeah, we've started to learn, right? Like there's not as much need. Like you go back and get Atlas 1, right? But look at what Atlas 2 is giving you. And
Atlas 1 is the price has dropped. Vorgus version 1, the price has dropped. Like
Yep.
a lot of it because it comes down to, are you a completist or do you want the character? Because if you want the character,
exactly. Like I don't need to be a completist. Like I was gonna try to be probably about as complete could be with Origins, right? But then it was like, my completest version of that was I'm not going to worry about the con exclusives because I'm not actively going to conventions. And this was me
And
just
aftermarket prices, screw that.
well, this
I
was
hate aftermarket. I don't buy anything aftermarket.
yeah, I try not to unless it's like Amazon
that
and it's dirt.
Faker duplicate, you're looking at like $350. It's like,
yeah, no,
it's a
It was $40.
$60 figure. Oh, it was 60.
That's
60.
why I don't own that.
But it goes. I mean that's part. Like I don't like paying aftermarket.
I'm just gonna custom paint
That's
my
why-
Battle Cat.
That's why I have
Scalpers
the
gonna
sort of.
scalp. Well, I was wondering if perhaps we could get some little sweet revenge on those scalpers with these reverse flash figures that are selling for like $80 and $90 over there on Evil Bay. Wouldn't it be wonderful if within the next 2 months they flood Walmart with all them figures and those idiots that bought all that shit up are sitting on
to
that
make
crap.
make it even worse, Bill, they were giving away Reverse Flash at PowerCon.
Really?
Yeah.
Where do you think most of them ones on Evil Day probably popped up? They paid zero money for them.
I'm wondering. I was thinking maybe that somebody had some inside dope on the Chinese factory and were getting that shit sent straight from China to them. I don't know. But if anybody gets a Reverse Flash and they think about old Bill over here, just send me one my way. But I'm not paying for it on Evil Day. They're
Which
stupid.
Reverse Flash?
Superpowers.
Superpowers? Yeah.
Oh, Superpowers. Okay, I thought it was a
Super
DC Multiverse.
Yeah, Multiverse they were giving away. They didn't give
I
away.
was gonna say I'll pull out my DC Multiverse
Oh,
one.
yeah,
and
no, I'm talking about the
show it off.
Todd McFarlane's Reverse Flashes. They're asking insane prices for that over there on Evil Bay, and they're doing the same thing with Black Mana. And the Black Manas are starting to show up in force at the Walmarts, I've heard. So I'm hoping that those idiots will lose all their shirts on that shit.
I mean, I gotta say, for having as many retailer stores around me as I do have, I can't find past wave 2 of Superpowers. They've got a ton of wave 1. Yeah, like
Shelf,
John
yes,
Stewart's.
you're right.
Those first
it's
2
the
waves
same
of Batman.
thing. It's the same thing that happened with the Origins. The Walmart overbought all that crap, and Target's not carrying them. So it's insane. The vehicles came out because they're on a different SKU. The vehicles are on a different SKU than the action figures. So the vehicles showed up. You got the Batmobile, you got the Invisible Jet, and the Whirly Bats are starting to show up now too. But that last wave of figures, they've yet to be seen. And if you want a John Stewart Green Lantern, I can get you hooked up there, buddy.
Yep. My Walmart had the John Stewart's on clearance for like $4, and then I went back again like a week later, and they were back on the regular pegs at 10. So
yeah, and that's because they weren't supposed to put them on clearance.
Yeah.
But
there's a shit ton of them.
I've seen people buying the vehicles on clearance too. But I've yet to see a Supermobile or a Batwing 1 on clearance in mine.
I got a Supermobile for $8.
The Batwings just went on clearance at my Walmart last week.
Yeah. My FOMO'd up ass went and bought them out at full price year before last. Newest wave I
Did
got.
you learn
my
from
Robin.
this, Bill?
Yeah, I've heard that they're starting to show up at GameStop. I don't walk in that store very often anymore.
I stopped walking into GameStop the day they asked me to walk out.
Yeah, I can feel you on that one.
I mean, with a couple of exceptions, right? But I mean, to me, that's all fine and good because I walked into that damn store every damn day for 8 years. I've been into a GameStop a total of 4 times since I've stopped working there. I went there once just to get some extra stuff for Christmas one year when I was still with Connor's mother. I went there once to get something for her eldest daughter for her birthday one year. I went there one time after that just to kind of walk around and see what had happened in my store since I had left. And then I walked in there one more time just to kind of check out some toys. I happened to be eating lunch right next to my old GameStop. And I went in there. And the first thing I noticed on the door was that they had a sign up. Now, this was like October of last year. It was in October of last year. They had a sign up saying that they were closing early for Halloween. I was like, since when the did they start closing early for Halloween?
They're already screwing their employees. They're getting ready to go out of business. They're firing people left and right.
They've always Well,
And they got one, maybe two people working in a store now by themselves. It's, you know,
well, that's how my store always was. I would be in my store I'd be in my store working by myself the majority of the day. I would have another key holder come in at around 3 o'clock. Now we were only open till 9 for 6 hours at the end of the day. And on the few times that I had payroll, they would actually have somebody else working with them. But I didn't have much payroll, right? I was given for the full business week, the bare minimum hours that they could give me to have other employees work was 72 hours, either 72 or 63. Now, mind you, I had to give 40 of those hours to my assistant manager. My hours didn't count because I was a store manager and I was salary. But I had to give 40 hours to my assistant, and then I had to give at least 20 hours to my 2 third key managers each. And that would basically use up my entire payroll, like just having my managers work without even having what's known as that base level associated game advisor. My payroll was already taken up by my managers. So I would have to find ways to still work my 44 hours or more so that I could actually get some of my other employees in there. But yeah, it was a real garbage crap system that they had, and they would definitely screw you over. Like, I had to work a midnight release every Monday into Tuesday night, basically. And we had to have a midnight release, whether we had 4 people showing up or whether we had 250 people showing up. Then I would have to turn around and open my store up early the next day. Store managers had to, required to do so. And you guys wonder how I can get no sleep and, you know, be up again the next day.
When I worked at Game Crazy, that broke my sleep schedule for a good number of years because I would like close and then open and then close and then open like all the time. Like it just alternate between them to where I just had like no concept of time. It was basically a zombie. So.
And K-Dog's got it right. GameStop's been on its death's door for the last 15 years. That's why they've changed up the way they were doing things. When I started working at GameStop, they used to sell like a little, like some collectibles and some toys and stuff like that, and then like other card games and everything. And then when they had, I remember like one of my first tasks was to box up all of that stuff. Oh, you've completely disassembled them, huh, Rick?
That's how his faceplate switches
Rick,
out.
is that a little poop?
Something.
No,
right?
it's a face.
A little poop?
Oh, the faceplate. He was. You were holding up that faceplate, and I thought it was a little poop.
Oh, gotcha. No,
Just the
it's a
way you were
faceplate.
like holding it. Oh, okay.
All right,
Well,
that's
you
the
hold
your
first breakdown of that.
Sorry about
John, how many
that.
edibles have you had?
This is what I
None yet.
appreciate.
I was
Oh,
gonna
that
say
must
either
be
too
fun.
many or not enough.
Gummies.
The
So
back
check
of
it out.
that
This is
open mouth
the
basically.
I did have some gummies, but
Yeah,
they were
exactly.
just normal sour gummy worms.
maybe this is, I don't know if that's what I thought too,
Well, the
Kyle, but
back of
maybe
that other one has a whole insert
Channel.
for that mouth. Yeah, I thought that was.
yeah, it's a whole insert
Hello,
just so
Stanley's Toy Channel.
that you can get in there and paint it, and it's a different color plastic so that the base is a darker.
Yeah.
Cool stuff. Some really cool stuff going on with this figure. I also am having an issue though with that
Wait
leg,
till
as I
you-
pointed out earlier. So it's loosening
Yeah, I
for
was.
sure.
I was checking out. I saw you up there.
I mean, it's not, for me at least, it's okay and it can be fixed. But like I've got better paint quality than what Dorklair had.
Yeah, I was worried about that when I saw his video. My legs haven't loosened up, but I haven't really been moving around too much. He looks great though. Like,
He really
Yeah,
does.
he looks really good. I'm so.
How many faceplates does he come with?
Cobweb had
Three.
the same problem.
I mean,
He's
for
got
me,
this one, He's got this one, and then he's got this one.
Perfect. Now I know exactly what they look like.
I mean, for me, it's the most expensive figure I've bought.
Thanks, Brandon.
New to the higher
Drink
end.
always
figures.
out to hell. Thanks.
Oh, sorry, I meant this one.
That's the one that looks like he's taking a crowd.
It's a cool little system though, with a little and it's a softer rubber, so you can kind of get it in there, and I don't know.
So
It's
going
cool.
back to my little
I love when they
poopy.
do that.
No, just kidding.
There you go. Is
Oz,
anybody?
I think
We were
you.
talking about that earlier tonight about Best Buy. Is anybody set foot in a Best Buy in the last 3 years?
I have,
No.
and ours
I have.
actually got
I
better.
was this last couple days.
But I'm in Canada, so I also step in Walmarts pretty regularly on purpose.
I don't even have one near me. I have to travel a ways.
Yeah, I
Buy
haven't
or
been
a
to a
Walmart?
Best Buy in a couple of years. Last time I went to a Best Buy, I think,
Well-
was to get a gift card.
The other day, I was
Actually,
surprised
I
they had a couple
think
mouse
it was
covers,
last
Cali,
year.
Is it true?
I
that
didn't
they're
go in,
taking
but I
DVDs
drove up to
off
pick
the
up an
shelves
item.
in Best
Sorry,
Buy?
one
They're
at a
not going
time,
to sell
please.
DVDs anymore in there. Is that true?
You're not going
I
to have
only
any
go to the
physical
toy
media in any
section
store.
and then walked out, so I don't know. I didn't
That's
look
what I
at the
did.
DVD.
So true, they don't sell cassettes anymore. I'm just kidding.
Yes.
I know
Best
they
Buy
don't.
is no longer selling CDs, and
Keep 'em-
neither
they
is
keep 'em in
Walmart.
the back.
One of my
wow,
coworkers
really?
brought in a cassette and like the tape was all pulled out. She's like, "Can you fix this for me?" Like an actual cassette. I was like, "I haven't seen
You're
one
like,
of these."
nope,
Oh,
it's
You got a
garbage.
pencil?
I
You
just
gotta
gave.
throw it out.
I fixed it. I
What
sold it back up
pencils
for
are
her,
made
but
for?
Thanos, I just gave Luke about 17 cassettes that I had because he just bought a Walkman.
that's great.
It's a brand new one. It was in the package, but he bought a brand new Walkman. He's like, "You got cassettes, Dad?" I'm like, "Yep." What the
There's
hell
like
you need it
new
for?
companies
Yeah.
coming out with like new Walkman.
Oh yeah.
Cassettes
Yeah.
are
Same with the record
cassettes are the
players,
new
right?
record.
Yeah.
Can you believe it?
I don't.
Yeah,
Cassettes are the
imagine
new
that.
LPs.
History repeating itself. Who would have thought?
I used to listen to my dad's
Well, it's
8-tracks
funny.
though back in the day.
I still have
Same.
8-tracks.
They'll
too.
be next.
I remember my
I've
friend
had-
got
It's
laser
funny
discs.
because
I'm
like
just gonna
vinyl,
say,
I could go to a store and buy vinyl at like Goodwill or whatever for like $1 or $2, and now they're up to like $2.50, $3 at the Goodwill because the new albums are like $29 or something like that for a new record.
I will say, vinyl still gives you the best quality
I
sound.
love vinyl. I
That's
love the way
not-
vinyl sounds.
It's not objectively true. It still depends on your gear.
That does play a factor, of course. That'll always play a factor. You know, you gotta have the
What a
right kind of
record-
Quality of
speakers.
the record.
What a
as
record
well.
does is it gives you a physical like an analog representation of an analog process. But the reality now is that it's probably recorded digitally, then transferred onto an LP, and then you play that back through a digital system, and so it's not the same. If you take a Beatles record that was recorded studio live onto tape, and then that was put onto to vinyl, and then you play it through an analog system, it's the closest thing you'll get to being in that record studio. But
I like being able to
Even
access
when
whatever
DVDs
music I
first came
want.
out and they sounded so muddy compared to vinyl. I think that's what we're talking about. When they were first digitally making those DVDs, CDs, they didn't have the sound right on them.
well, digital music is compressed. It's like you think digital photography has the same issue, right? That
Yep.
it's pixels, so each
Mhm.
square represents one color. It doesn't like the world doesn't exist in pixels, right? Music does not exist in zeros and ones. So there's formatting issues that exist, and it's way more
But
complicated than
What you said, Brick, is true. My son got the Guardians of the Galaxy, whatever one has the Redbone song on it, and I
That
have
was the first one.
I have the original Redbone vinyl from back in the day, and they sound completely different. The both records, they sound completely
That
different.
was Adam, but yeah.
Or sorry, yeah, Adam, yeah.
Anyway, I gotta go.
All right, Adam. Well,
Later.
thank you for joining us and hanging out tonight, brother. Glad to know you got some work done while joining in on the convos.
Yeah, I was sending emails and doing math while I was talking to you guys. So
I found my first QC issue if you want to see it before you
Yeah.
go. So these wristbands, they're like a softer, they're a softer.
I thought you meant me. I thought it was
material.
a QC.
No. But I don't know if you can see it. There's a little slight crack there. See it?
Ooh.
Here,
Yeah, I see it.
You don't see it. Yeah. And if I'm not careful, that'll rip right off. And he lost his pants. But
It's not a QC thing. though. He took those off.
Don't let Thanos get a hold of him. He'll grow a thingy.
I already got him. Just
Yeah.
got to find the right
I
skin
mean,
tone.
don't
thingy.
let him, or I should.
He'll
send it.
make it into something naughty.
All right, so this comment here about the fact that physical media depletion, movie and game corporations are pushing hard for all digital because it gives them the control they haven't had since the VCR was invented.
Absolutely.
It's not even just about that, too. It's about the profit margins, right? So
You will own
when
nothing and like it.
they go through and they sell a physical game at $60, right? There's a production cost included in that $60. They turn around and sell you that same digital game for $60 with zero production cost as far as the physical media, right? Because they have to pay for the plastics, the manufacturing of the DVD case that's in. They got to pay for the physical printing of the actual label. They have to pay for the physical printing of the DVD or Blu-ray disc that it's on. All of that is included in that $60 cost. Now you turn around and you sell again a $60 game that is fully digital. You're still paying the artist that makes the cover art because they still have to have that digital cover art when you select your purchase, right? So you're still paying for that portion of production. You're still paying for them to produce and make and develop the game itself. But you don't have to pay for any of the physical production cost anymore. So you've already increased your profit margin by that cost.
You've also, for the stores, it takes them out of the whole piracy thing because there's a big thing about them having some responsibility in the piracy. If it's all digital, they don't have to worry about that. So you're not going to go buy a disc, pirate it, and then bring it back to the store.
Yeah,
Right.
As soon as things are released digitally, it's way easier to pirate.
Yeah, but that relieves the store itself of that issue.
Liability.
Yeah.
Yep. I used to remember people would go to Redbox and rent whatever the latest, hottest selling game was. They'd go rent it at Redbox, and because you could trade it in without a box, and we would buy it and just make a box, they would do that and get their $25 worth. And like they really thought like it was the most clever thing ever. Until Redbox get wise to the prepaid Visa gift cards not being credit cards. Because when you have to put your credit card in on that, and you don't return that disc, they charge you the full cost.
Yep.
All right, so King Grayskull is a bit darker than
Yeah, he looks.
Dark.
It's actually
Looks kinda
looks
like
better.
a dead man
Looks better in
compared
person.
to-
than
Yeah,
it
yeah.
on screen right here.
He's got a deep red undertone.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I mean, in person, it doesn't look. No, I guess it kind of does, but it looks more like it on screen. It's way-
And that was expensive. My son Luke lost one of the games one time that we rented from Redbox, and we couldn't find it. And they sent me a bill for like $68 or some shit like that for, a game that was $19.99 at Walmart at the time, right? Because
Oh, man.
full price for
I'd
it.
have bought the 1999 game and stuck it back.
Well, I
in.
ended up finding. I found. Well, you had to have the case with the barcode on it. That was the problem. In order,
right. Yeah,
Mhm.
because the Redbox games have a special label around the center.
Yep.
That's how I always knew where they were coming from because they all had that same like QR code thing. That's how Redbox knew they were getting their disc back and not some other random disc.
Random memory
Well, I
unlocked
didn't,
back in the
they
day.
would totally charge you for 60 bucks. Well, actually, I guess because it wasn't a subscription service, huh?
Right.
You just
No,
paid
not when
every
you're
time
talking
you
about the
rented.
little kiosk stores. Like,
Yeah. No, just because I remember with Netflix, like they would just be like, "It's lost." They'd be like, "Okay," but
Yeah.
they've made their money from you from the subscription, so
Yeah.
got it.
right.
Yeah, Redbox was like the just a rental thing.
Yeah,
Yep.
that's right.
But they always thought they were so clever with that. And it's like, yeah, they're going to catch up to you eventually. I remember we used to have this one guy who used to do it all the time. He'd come in with like multiple copies of the latest game to trade in for cash. And I was like, I know you didn't actually buy this game. He's like, yeah, I did. And I was like, no, you didn't, because that's why you're coming in with just a disc and it's got this Redbox label on it. Like, you do realize they're going to charge your card for this, right?
People are crazy.
Yeah.
Or stupid.
Crazy stupid.
Crazy, stupid, desperate. One somewhere in between.
Yeah.
This is a really good figure. I just gotta say, I like it. I'm digging. it.
Right.
Me too.
Yeah, I was waiting.
Regardless of bite or gripes, it's still good.
Shiny plastic
My- yeah,
people, I
m-
thought you were going to bed.
Oh, is he back?
All right.
I actually bought a game recently. I haven't bought a video game in a while. Have you guys seen Myth
Yeah.
Force?
What's it called?
Myth Force?
Nope.
It's
No.
a first person. It looks like a Saturday morning cartoon. You have like warrior and mage and archer classes, but it's all like cartoony animation. And it's like a first person, but it's a roguelite, which is one where you play over and over again and you unlock. Like,
I may have heard of it.
I haven't actually loaded it up yet, but I bought it and installed it on Friday. Looks fun.
And Clamp Champ could actually be unmasked. Dark Wolf. He matches up really good.
Yeah, not too bad.
Oh, look at that.
Yeah,
that's
that
really
actually
good.
looks
That's good.
nice.
That actually looks
Yeah, I like the.
Is it just your lighting, or does your sort of shaggy loincloth on Dark Wolf look grayish, bluish?
No,
It
it's
does
just
look
my
blue
light.
in
I
his
got my
lighting.
ring light in front of me. It's just real bright. It
Oh,
just
you know what?
shines on me.
But I did hold mine up to the light, and it actually does have grayish highlights. Wow, it actually looks really good. I wasn't paying attention because it's kind of dark in here.
I'd actually make a nice little custom barbarian type figure, Cobb. That a different one.
It
with that head
would if
on
it
there.
wasn't like $90. or
I know.
Yeah,
whatever.
exactly. Right. Yeah.
Yeah,
A little expensive for kit bashing.
Yeah, that's why I was like, man. I just bought. I went on Amazon last night and bought a bunch of clearance figures. You got 5 figures for $79. I was like, man, I got 5 figures for the same price as that one I got.
Hey, Oz.
Wanted him though. I'm glad to have him.
Oz.
He
Go over there to the Toy Network and when you get a chance and look at that damn video that somebody just posted on YouTube not too long ago with the new Superpowers commercial that they made for the McFarlane it's called All the Batmans. That is the most hilarious thing I've seen in a while.
Did Allison make it?
No.
As far as the as far as the cost of this figure, Cobb, you were saying, yeah, I wanted it too, and also just like
Dave?
I wanted the character, but also just like it's a Frazetta, like their deal and doing their family stuff. Like, okay, just like supporting all the
that
other
too.
indies. I thought it'd be pretty cool.
That and then the cartoon. I remember watching it as a kid. Now I was way too young to be watching it, but just was in awe of Dark Wolf. I was like, yeah, he was
Not
so
by
bad.
80 standards, man. I think.
Yeah, really. I mean,
What's up?
I said not by 80 standards. I feel like we was just kind of a little bit more, whatever. But I just rewatched it like 2 weeks ago or something, and it's really cool, man.
You guys
Answer
gonna
K-Dog
get
there.
Kira?
K-Dog's got a AWOC question there in the chat.
What's AWOC?
What's AWOC again?
AWOC's got comics.
AWOC does have a comic, K-Dog, and you should definitely download it. The first
Yep.
one is free over. I don't know if the others are. I don't. I think it's
They're not.
only the first one that's free right now, over at spirotoys.com, or go to mine or Highly Articulated's. No, go to mine because there's the pre-recorded episodes where we do a thing called AWOC Talk where we actually talk about the story if you're curious. And we get through, I think, like issue 4 right now. We're still waiting. And then you can hear, yeah. Anyways, it's a good story. It's a great story. Do they have plans? Does like Spiro have plans for a show? Like they don't. It's more of like a I wish. Like if someone would come around and say, "Hey, would you like to do a show?" Absolutely, they would. But yeah.
So AWOC has
totally-
comics.
it's right.
Valaverse has a comic. Delta 17 will be coming out with a comic.
Yep.
That's pretty much the only ones that I know of that have.
Monster Force. I can't believe you didn't say Monster Force, Ed.
Well, we'll see if that comic comes to fruition.
Oh, really? That might not happen?
Yeah, Savage Crucible, Defenders of Eden.
Savage Crucible definitely has comics. Here's one.
Can't think of any other ones, but
I picked
The
this
Monster
up,
Force one, I think the next comic is another one, just like this. The last one was. Brick is the problem. I think it's going to be more like just a character biography than actual comic book.
I see.
That's
So-
cool too, though.
Yeah, but I think they're going to do, from what I can tell, they're going to do mini comics with the figures, so that might be okay.
While I was at PowerCon, I did pick up the Savage Crucible graphic novel that they
Oh
had.
yeah, that's right. They have a graphic novel.
And it kind of explains a little bit more about like what the Crucible is. Not a lot, but you definitely see they got like a lot of stuff going on. It's actually a really good read through too. I really enjoyed reading this. Introduces you to a couple of the different races, but doesn't give you a lot of info.
And some of those characters figures they've been posting on their IG are just gorgeous looking. Jesus.
Oh yeah.
Right.
That's probably my, aside from Hawk, this Savage Crucible is probably my most anticipated right now for 2024.
Like you get some more character concept, you get like a little map. Try not to crack it too hard because I don't want to break the spine opening it up fully there, but yeah, it's really good. And I really enjoyed, getting back to the hotel room and reading it.
So Chris in the comments, Oz asked, but do they what?
cover how savage the
Yeah,
Crucible is?
Oh, they
Jokes
do.
aside, they do. Yeah. They absolutely do. And it sets up this whole, I remember when they were talking about like pre Kickstarter, even, Rob, who runs the line, was doing like the tour on YouTube, etc. And, he's been talking with like a bunch of different toy companies, including AWOC, who had, successfully finished their Kickstarter already by that time. And part of the conceit, the whole thing of the Crucible, is that there's essentially, I mean, it's not a spoiler. It's free comic, or no, it's not a free comic. But basically, they come from a bunch of different worlds.
Yeah.
And so he was even saying, like, there's room for it. And I've talked with the folks at Spiro, even the possibility of like crossovers. So I don't know. I think that'd be pretty fun.
I'll tell you
if
what,
there's like a way to move into the world.
Yeah, Savage Crucible had one of the coolest marketing campaigns to launch that, when they were just sending out those discs with the clues to figure out what it was without telling anybody what it was. That was a good marketing scheme.
Yeah.
Yeah, people
Absolutely.
received this stuff and they didn't know what the hell it was. They
Yeah.
didn't know, they didn't know the, and
And
was
then they
like a
had to
big
decode
mystery.
it, and then they figured out what it said, and they still didn't know what the hell it meant.
What was that? Wasn't there a Simpsons episode? It was like that viral marketing type thing where people didn't know what it was. What was it? Never mind. If you don't remember.
I haven't watched The
vaguely
Simpsons in a
remember
long
it,
time.
but I can't think of it.
Rick, are you just over there heating everything up and getting everything off?
I wasn't to get what off. No, I did heat it up to begin with. I don't know if that loosened it, but you could take off the foot like any other foot. You just got to go in the right direction, follow the toe, and then just be careful, obviously. And then this it took a while, kind of just shimmying it up, the underwear.
I don't think I'm going to need to or want to at all, but I was just curious how you did. It was like, man.
The torso pops off on like a ball peg. So,
yeah.
Oh yeah, that's right. I did see that because.
Oh, sorry. Did I not mention that part? Yeah, you got to do that for sure.
No, I wasn't even thinking about that. I'm just so careful with them. I'm like,
it pops right off.
Really, really, I haven't even tried that. Oh, yep. Okay. Oh. Yeah, I'm still new to these kind of figures too.
These kind of figures, yeah, not like Masterverse where it's like you're not allowed to take anything apart.
Actually, I'm getting those Mythic Legions will be coming Wednesday. I just looked at my tracking.
Which ones?
I don't know.
He won a bunch.
I won 5 Mythic Legions, and I don't know what they are yet.
Awesome.
Finally coming.
I feel like I vaguely remember that, but my brain.
Yeah, it's been a minute, but they finally got shipped out. So,
who'd you win it from? Was it Jesse's?
Dre. I think you know Dre, Collector Safe Space.
I don't.
Okay.
Oh wait, I do.
Yeah.
Yeah, because I thought. Okay.
Yeah, because he said he knew you. Yeah, and then Travis Travis wasn't on there, but he had a Hexastack. Travis sent him some Hexastack. Really cool dude. Like, I just happened to come across him.
He definitely is.
Yeah, I met him through Everything's Plastic, Chris. I just caught him live one day and connected with him. He's really, really good dude.
Who is another awesome channel, Everything's Plastic.
Yeah, I actually chatted with him the other day. First time I've ever called Canada in my life.
See, first time you've ever called Canada. I called Canada so much I'm not allowed to call Canada anymore.
Really?
They'll send the Mount-Me's down after me. That's just because I found out like 418 was apparently an area code in Canada, and was really entertained that when they were answering the phone, oui, because I only know like very, very minimal French, most of which is not stuff you should be saying to people at 3 a.m. in the morning. And I called up a lot. And then next thing I knew, I was getting a call back from Quebec police. And I was like, I can't understand you.
Sending Dudley Do right after you, huh?
That's what I said. They're going to send the Mount-Me's down after me. And so, after that, I didn't call up there as much because then I got another like nasty voicemail a few weeks later from a detective that did speak all English, and they let me know. Not that I think you.
Did they say that they had some other Fire and Ice figures in the works or something? When this got released?
Next.
Who?
The girl from the
Tigra?
movie.
Oh, okay. That's what I thought. I couldn't remember. Oh man, because I'm like, I don't
There
know.
was a video that Eamon was on. I forget what it was, but he had the prototype like chilling.
So when he was like popping all the pieces apart to show like everything. Yeah.
Oh yeah, and he said that she was coming, right? Yeah, I knew.
Well, there's a prototype of her in the video.
Just spread your assholes.
Oh, man.
Briscoe. Every time I think about French, I always think about the time that Bart walked in on the French class by accident, and all the kids busted out laughing at him, and he said, "No, no, no, en français," and they all went, "Ho, ho, 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 ho."
God, I'll tell you, man, The Simpsons, like it still hits because that's my kids' favorite thing right now. They are all about it. And then I would have thought, oh yeah, maybe it's just because of the newer ones. Man, they go back to the first couple ones, and they're all about like season 3 to 7 is perfect. And I'm like, all right.
And we all agree.
That's true.
It's crazy to go back and watch like from the earlier stuff and then through now. And of course, everybody knows, like, you know, some people have even said like Matt Groening is a time traveler.
Yeah. That's what my
And
kids are
Oh,
all
all
about.
the
this.
prediction stuff is crazy.
Mm-hmm.
it's insane just
Mm-hmm.
how much of that stuff has like come to fruition. And it's like,
What was
And how
what was once a parody
the
is now
accuracy of the
reality.
prediction is crazy too. Like
yeah,
some of the scenes they put in there actually like almost happen.
yeah.
It was funny then because it was a parody that would never happen, and boom.
Right? It'll never actually
Well,
happen
like
until it
now
did.
we're living in a time where like you used to read the like Onion and stuff, and they're like, this is the most absurd thing. It would never happen. And now like the Onion is like actual news.
Right.
All right, K Dog got the joke when I was saying the Mount Me's. He was like, "That's a nice Mount Me hat." Mount Me? Well, not now, but maybe after a few beers.
My
who can name that
favorite,
movie?
Here all week.
my favorite Onion was when George Harrison died. Do you guys were you following it pretty closely?
The Onion.
The Onion headline right after George Harrison died was Ringo next.
Oh man,
I remember that.
that's harsh. But
Oh, that was for the Sass vault, Allison.
I gotta say, one thing that I did love about, like, there's not much positive to say about George Harrison's death, right? Because it's a very sad, very, very
God, I love it.
terrible thing. But I gotta say, that tribute concert they had after was,
I was
one
just
of
gonna
the
say.
most amazing friggin' concerts ever.
I'm glad you went there because that's exactly where my brain went. Right when you said that, I was like, "Well, Prince's guitar solo on, yeah,
Right?
Still, my guitar gently weeps."
It was one of the best guitar solos ever. And just seeing all those talents on stage together at one time, all having a role to play in probably the best super band you could ever have.
Ringo will not get that.
Ringo is a undervalued and underrated drummer. Man, I will tell you that. But
Right?
anyways, whatever. That's a whole other conversation.
That's a big, big other topic. Did you guys hear that the Rolling Stones were going on tour again, by the way?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh, they don't tour regularly? I didn't know that.
I'm just saying, like, the fact that they are like hardcore going on a tour.
Well, the
like,
Eagles are going on their 18th farewell tour, so with one original member left.
Ozzy's coming out with a new album, which is great, but he is not, because of his health, he stopped doing he was supposed to do a tour from the last one, and then they were like, yeah, you can't. So they had to like reschedule shows in closer proximity because of his health. He just could not deal with the travel. It's kind of scary.
I got a tangent on Ozzy. Okay. Did anybody here ever watch Collider much?
I had
No.
seen a couple of episodes, but I had not actually like fully invested in the show because I was during my time of bouncing around to different houses, like living, so I couldn't get it like schedule wise, right?
Okay. Never mind. Just because
No. I want to hear this because that was a really, really cool concept of a show. Like,
yeah, I used to watch it like Movie Talk, but then they had a comic book show eventually, comic book centric show called Heroes, and it was run by John Schnepp, who unfortunately passed away like right before Collider fell apart. That
Right.
dude was amazing. Like he was my favorite person on YouTube for the longest time. And I bring him up just because when you said Ozzy, I always think of him. He was. I don't know if you guys do you remember Infectious Grooves in the late 90s? Okay. Suicidal Tendencies and a bunch of other folks. So anyway, I think it was their first video. I think their first single was Therapy. Maybe there was another one, but in that music video, John Schnepp is the mad scientist in that. Ozzy sings on it. He sings the chorus. Therapy. I bring it up because anyway, that triggered me. And then last night I was watching Unparalleled Universe, and I think it was Plasti who brought it up, Plasti Adicto, about just that time and Collider, and then they were talking about like how they loved watching it, etc. And that totally brought me back because like I think that's actually when I started getting into like watching YouTube pretty like regularly, right around that time. And then I think
You're talking about a different Collider. I was talking about like a show that was like on ABC, aren't you?
Oh, I'm not talking about.
Yeah,
sorry.
there was a Collider show. That's what I thought he was talking about too. Awesome.
Okay, my bad.
Hold on.
My bad. No.
Well, no,
it's like
continue
the
this
Collider
talk.
Network.
Okay.
Collider Network, and I don't know that. I think the website might still exist, but I don't know that their YouTube presence did. But they would do like a regular like flagship show, which was Movie Talk, and that got really big because it was kind of like the height of the MCU. Well, not the height of, but like the build up. Once people caught on that, oh, this
Now,
is rad.
yes,
With like
now
John
I know what you're
Campea
talking about, right? It was very, very like MTV VJ kind of like vibes to how they did their videos.
A little bit. It was polished for sure. Like they had a full set and everything.
Yeah.
I was just wondering because that was like definitely one of my like big things on YouTube. And then I've never run into anyone else who was like super into it except Star Wars folks because they had a decent, like a really good Star Wars show, but like some of the people kind of were whack. But I was just surprised yesterday to hear sort of Wade from Unparalleled Universe and Plasti talk about like how much they love that. And it reminded me of like, because they had such like a staple of people that would come through. Eventually they did kind of like this trivia show, the Schmodown. And I automatically thought about like you and the Clubhouse and like all these people that are kind of become this group of folks like hanging out, and we all kind of have our channels and stuff. So anyway, if the reference is lost on you, it's all good. But John Schnapp, he was dope.
Totally get that now. Because I do remember like I'd watch like, you know, again, like their YouTube channel was kind of like a again a broadcast channel, and they had like different shows more or less.
Yep.
And yes, I definitely remember that now. Oh man. As a matter of fact, I just pulled up their website because they are still going strong on the website.
The website's still going? Yeah.
Oh yeah. Yeah, they've even got trending currently 2024 movie releases, like what to watch lists, you know, top shows from Amazon Prime, Apple TV right now. Like, because that's kind of a website that can evolve and change with whatever's relevant media right now, right? Which is the smart way to run things, because that's how you stay. Because like think of like how many other channels maybe had like different setups, like the Looper or E-Bombs World. That would be a good one I recommend, like the days of E-Bombs World. So like, you know, some of those have all gone to the wayside, whereas something like this can stay very relevant.
Yeah, unfortunately their YouTube presence died, but
finally got me some little stands.
nice. Is that that's the NECA?
I have no idea what they are. They were cheap, like
yeah.
At Target.
I have
Oh,
a
yeah,
bunch of those from
I,
Amazon.
You got to build them yourself.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Some of them though, you got to be careful. The ones I got are really weak. Like I can barely hold up even my Mutant Mayhem turtle figures, because I bought them for my McFarlane figures, and I have to use 2 stands with like 3 arms to hold one figure up in the air like a freaking inch.
Now these are like I got Masterverse Buzz Off and somebody else on one of them, so they hold those up.
I think it's all dependent on like what the actual brand.
Yeah, well, these you build yourself and you screw them together. So I screwed them all real tight.
So here you go, Mothman.
Yeah, so you get some
Mothman.
More often than you would think, and they're pretty easy to take off. They're just on guitar stands, and I just have these hair things kind of keeping them in there.
Mega J, instead of looking at all of these legends, why don't you just
become one?
Oh no.
Well-
It's too late for Mega J. He's got to go to sleep. That guy needs to sleep.
What are you talking about? It's too late. He'd still be streaming on his own channel right now.
I know. Come on. What's up, Mega J?
Do it.
Look, everybody wants him to pop on and at least say hello.
Get over here.
And then shut the entire stream down.
Briscoe knows about Collider, yeah.
Yeah, he's saying
And-
it's all different people now.
And Briscoe also will understand Zug Zug Lana, I think. Anybody catch that reference? No? Zug Zug
Not
Lana?
me. No, that one's over me.
That's,
Zug Zug.
I know Zug Zug, but
Yeah.
back in the Warcraft days.
That's a caveman reference when Ringo was in a movie.
Oh, okay.
Which, because he had mentioned that the caveman is Ringo's masterpiece.
Jesus, I haven't seen that movie since it probably came out. It was on
Allison.
Tubi a month ago, though.
Yeah, well, Tubi's like a wellspring of
Oh, yeah.
older film.
I watch Tubi more than anything else other than YouTube.
Yeah, Tubi's awesome.
See, come on, Mega J. You need to hop on. One of us, Jay. Here, I'll throw you the personalized link, Jay. I'll throw you the
Throw you a
personalized. I won't even make you dig through the toy network for it. It's coming.
Yeah, Tubi's where I watched that Harryhausen, Sinbad. Those are great, man.
Yep.
Those also stand up.
Oh, man. I was so
10-year-old
glad that
was
they were
so
on
into
there.
them.
Can you bring up Dave
I
Dimension's
hadn't-
comment?
I will in just a second here.
Oh, you're sending a link. Okay.
Yeah. This one?
Yeah, it's nice.
Snowing like crazy here in Buffalo.
Yep. He's only
out
about
to
25
California
minutes north
with
of
me.
where I am. It's crazy here.
So I got a question.
Also, oh, go ahead.
I got a question for you, Brick.
What's
So
up?
I just got some AWOC figure from Big Bad.
What's AWOC?
I started that. My bad.
Nice.
What about it?
So I got the Onyx and I got the Ash from the Primal Collection.
Nice.
Now I got just the figures. I didn't get with the armament or anything like that. So just as a question, now I did buy one of the armament packets, which is the glow in the dark one, and I really want to use that with Onyx. But as far as the armament, what would you more go with something like that?
You're like you're saying armament, like literally you mean weapons versus, because there's armor sets now. I don't know if you
Well,
saw that.
Yeah, I've seen that. So I'm looking at the armor sets now, but I'm not sure what would actually go with that glow in the dark.
Oh, to go with the glow in the dark.
Which one you putting it on, John?
Onyx. Onyx and the Beastman, right? The Feral Beasties. Is that what you ended up with?
Not the Primal Collection Ash.
Ash, the gray. Okay. I mean, all the weapons are great. It's just that the glow in the dark ones. What color is the handle?
The
bluish?
handles on these
Bluish?
are bluish. Yes.
I think there's like a bluish and a gold one that's
Yeah.
really cool, like a bluish greenish one that's beautiful. I want to get those. I still haven't. And then the Onyx, because he's so dark, all the brighter ones are gonna look, in my opinion, rad on him. I just
Hey, Oz, can I share my screen real quick?
Yeah, go for it. I'm also going to share a screen real quick. Look at this guy.
where? Hey,
The-
Mega J.
The
So,
people
John-
called for him, and he never disappoints.
Oh, hey.
Going on
I was like looking around confused. I'm like, what am I?
Were you like
what am I
fast
looking at?
asleep? You had to get up and
It's funny, you know. I saw the I saw you guys streaming. I'm like, you know, I'll say hi, and You know, I was literally. It's like 3:15 over here, so I was thinking, you know, maybe I'll. I can't. You know, there are a lot of great people here, so I was like, you know what, I'll just say hi and
You mean the best?
Can't compete.
You know,
with
you
everybody here,
always.
so you know, I was like, all right, let me say hi and then I'll log off. But you know, Oz being
Say
Oz,
hi.
and
Shut
all
down
you
the stream.
I'll just hang out with you for a little bit. I can't hang out for too long. So.
Sure, of course. All right, here we
Good
go.
to see you.
How
You
is-
missed
how
the
is
heat-
everybody?
There was a nice, fun, lively debate about the McFarlane conversation that I was watching you all have yesterday.
Yeah, that was. Oh my god. You know, just
We had a version of it here.
everybody's talking about it now. You know, it's just it's not going to be the norm. It's not going to happen. But I mean,
I don't think
everything will eventually come somewhere, right? But I figure he's just testing the waters. But what really got me was when Lawrence had that aha moment, and he was like, because they put a tweet out saying it's only $24.50. We're like, all of us are scratching
The
our heads.
fifth
How the
figure.
hell does that math even work? We're all trying to figure out. Then he says, oh, the Build-A-Figure is $24.50 if you divide it by 5. And we're like, what the hell? And then we, you know, it works out if you take the 10% discount from the bundle pack, and then you divide it by 5. But there are only 4 figures. It was the dumbest math you've ever heard in your life. It was like, what the hell's going on?
Well,
Anyway,
I don't know if you guys have ever heard Big Papa Pump's math.
Yep.
For anybody who's a wrestling fan who's ever heard that, that's where they did their math from. That's where they got it from.
Probably.
That one is an interesting amount of math that makes my brain hurt so hard.
You know what?
You know,
Today's math is even
the
worse.
thing about that is, Oz, if you actually add the numbers up, he's right, but he's right for the wrong reasons.
Well,
yeah,
that was
math
the
is
whole
right.
point
It's
of
that hidden fifth. Yeah.
He's a 33 and a third chance.
Hey, you got nothing to apologize for, Chris. If you're halfway serious, just to be clear.
Wait, first off, yeah, I highlighted this because I want to bring this up. You never, ever have anything to apologize for. Not here. You,
Oh,
you
no.
say what you say. Like, you know, we're not going to
Say it and say it proud.
That's
exactly. Your behavior was absolutely fine. Defend what you like with a passion, no matter what.
Yeah.
The only thing
That's
I want
right.
to apologize to Chris for is the fact he didn't do a hair flip tonight.
I was gonna say no hair flip.
Exactly.
Right?
We got a little one. We had
Yeah,
a
that was a
little
lame one. We needed the stars behind him and all that stuff going on.
That's right. We need the fireworks, the
Well,
hair
well-
flip. So Stanley's Toy is asking what new toys we picked up, and he picked up the AEW Pop Entrance stage at Ross for $8. So we've had everybody showing off their Dark Wolf from this week. Go ahead, Thanos. Pop that guy back up. That Vorgus Vermilion. Ooh, gosh, that's a gorgeous fig.
Yeah,
And,
Vorgus is amazing. I love that figure.
Yeah, he's super.
I
cool.
opened up a whole
Which I
bunch
love
of
saying that
those.
because I actually own a figure now.
You own 2. You own 2 of the
I own
best of
2.
this year.
Yeah. They are proudly sitting on my shelf here.
These 2 guys for a birthday present.
Oops, sorry.
Ooh, yeah, those new caps, cap goodies.
America.
Got that America all over the place.
right.
Cap Puerto Rico.
I don't know if did I ever share this guy on the show.
No,
I mean, I've had it. I've had it for a month, but
Is that Yolo Park?
This is the Yolo Park one.
That's nice.
It's my
Mm.
only
gorgeous model kit.
It's so cool.
I want one of those because they look really cool, but like my brain's just like, if it doesn't transform, I don't want it. Transformers got to transform.
I mean, it looks cool, but I hear you.
It
And the other
does,
thing is,
I
it's
know.
Megatron, though. What you gonna do
You know,
with Megatron? You gonna
I
run
don't
around
disagree. Transformers got to transform, but
chased
if
by
I
a
was to
police
ever
officer?
buy, if I was to ever
Yeah.
buy a non-transforming Transformer, it would be that
Yeah.
over Project.
The
Project
red, whatever.
Yeah,
Yeah, yeah.
Terrible.
So
Just terrible.
We're all flexing. And you
Are we
still haven't
flexing?
opened
Like,
up that
what's the
Jacob
problem?
Marley?
I just got it on Tuesday.
Everybody's
It
flexing.
just like all my toys showed up at school. Well, because he was asking for the toys.
Yeah,
And
yeah.
Brick, I got him standing flying pretty good now. He's cool like you.
What's that?
With
I
that
was
stand.
opening
Oh yeah, that looks good,
a
Jake.
bunch of new Ghostbusters, and I showed that I
man.
can store
Hell
just about
yeah.
all of it in the
Display some
Ecto.
stuff properly.
Oh, Oz, I was going to ask you. So that's the 2001 Ecto, right? Or not 2001, 2021.
Right.
That's the one from Afterlife.
Yes.
Do the Kenner Classic figures fit in there?
Not
No?
well. Not
Okay. Because I was looking at it on Amazon. I was like, well, if I ever got a Ecto 1, would I? But I do like the Kenner Classic figures.
I got the new Call Me Chris selfie series from Hasbro. So the new Callie figure definitely just
Which
like,
only 4 people here will get, probably.
I can only see this as Call Me Chris now. But
Yeah. Thanks, Oz.
you're welcome.
Probably just ruined the figure. Well, actually, no, it
ruin
didn't
it at
ruin it.
all.
No.
What
Call
is
me,
that?
Call Me Chris is funny, but it's just like now I just like cannot not see that.
Here, I want to show this figure before we end or close because so this is a custom that I want to pull out. It came in this awesome
That's right.
3D resin print thing because the person who prints these, you've probably heard me talk about Micronauts, which is one of my favorite toy lines
the
from back in the day. Fanigan Collectibles, Abe Froman. He goes by Abe Froman, the Sausage King of Chicago. He has sort of been on the just trying to make Micronauts happen, and he and his son have been designing their take on 6-inch Micronauts with sort of more modern articulation. And then since the O-ring thing has sort of become a little bit of an O-ring resurgence, they're actually doing O-ring figures now, smaller O-rings as well.
Right.
So this is their custom, their toy, 3D printed resin.
Which means be
Bug.
careful with it.
Yeah, I already saw. Unfortunately, one of his antennas didn't quite make it intact.
Oh,
It's okay.
sorry to
It's
hear that,
cool.
Brett.
I mean, no. I mean, I feel bad for Ray.
Little dab of glue.
Work of art, man.
Oh wow.
So he and his son are doing this, man. This is Bug.
Awesome.
Micronauts, man, from Marvel take on
That totally makes me think of an old school Common Rider.
Yeah.
Yeah, I was gonna say it looks like Kamen Rider. Like,
if you've ever seen Bug from the Marvel comics,
Yes.
yeah, and he's still a Marvel character. He's still a Marvel Universe character because he was unique to the.
If it wasn't for the little like waist skirt, I'd say Common Rider Amazon or something.
Just cool to me. Again, example of like just a person, him and his son. I mean, his son was just learning like the software, and
Right.
They just, let's make action figures.
One
So-
thing I would definitely get, like speaking just of comics, like Marvel comics that we don't see anymore, that I know we've brought it up here a couple of times. I want to see a Marvel Legends ROM Space Knight, right? And you would think it makes sense, right? Because Hasbro owned the toy rights. Now they do Marvel figures.
Yep.
Marvel had the comics. So, God, I still remember like one of my old comics in my collection was it was a 2-parter, and I could only find the first part, but it was ROM Space Knight and the X-Men. And we're talking like, Kitty Pryde and everything. It was amazing.
That's where we got the Brood from.
Yeah.
I want to say, isn't that where we got the Brood from?
No,
Maybe
because
not.
they had the
No, those are
Wraiths.
the Wraiths. The Wraiths,
Right? They had the Dire
Wraiths. Dire Wraiths.
Yeah, man. Like, honestly, like, I really, really wish we could get that again. And I would
Didn't
definitely
Marvel
buy
just do a deal with Hasbro though, where they can do the comics again.
They did. They did a deal where they can reprint
Yeah.
the old comics, and then it's
Well, I'd
still
be down to
unknown
buy
as to
those.
whether or not they can actually make new Micronauts comics, but they still have their like this character Bug is still in Marvel 616 universe, but they have to call him they have to call them Microns. They can't call them Micronauts.
Call them Micronauts.
I don't
Okay.
know if that's changing or not.
And that's like honestly not too far of a stretch though, right? Calling it
Yeah.
Micron versus Micronaut. I'd be down.
Which is why in
There you go.
Ant-Man Quantumania, why they had to call it the Quantum Verse versus
right.
Good
yes,
old
and I was
Rom.
just gonna say I heard Bill
Love
talking
Rom.
about his ROM figure.
That's cool.
I love
So cool.
What are you
Oh,
asking
man.
for it, Bill?
$400
Whoa.
cash.
I ain't gonna lie, it's worth every penny of that too. Like
tell you
I
what,
remember
No,
that's
seriously,
one of my
that's what we were talking about on the show tonight, is getting rid of stuff in the collection. I have had this figure for probably 6-7 years, and I've had him out of the box a total of one time, and it does work. It's got everything in it.
that's one of my brother's grails because my parents wouldn't buy it for him. As a kid. That and the Xenomorph, the old
oh big chap.
big
Yeah.
one.
That thing's got to be $1,000 though. That thing.
Oh, big chap, the original one? Yeah.
Yeah.
Gotta be $1,000.
That thing, oh man. I mean, I don't care. Like NECA kind of like remade
I
theirs.
will
But
tell you, the ad on the back of ROM #1 is a much
That's a
better
kid's
than
show.
this-
What are you doing?
this toy.
yeah.
I will
I'm
say
like-
I prefer the I know you're trying to sell it, my bad, but I prefer the design that ended up on the Marvel comics.
Absolutely, and I'm gonna tell you the picture of the Space Knight here on the box cover is much better than what they actually produced
Yep.
inside here.
Yep.
So,
Yeah.
And that was like
I'm
an
glad
electronics company,
now
was
that
it?
Mom never bought me one of these.
Parker's
I
Brothers.
begged for it when I was a kid. I would have been sorely disappointed had I actually got this, but this was one of my grails at one time, and I still
I
like
remember-
it, but it's not something to play with.
Mhm.
Like I totally remember, like, and mind you, I was reading ROM Space Knight comics in the 90s.
Good
You
books.
know, and like I went out and bought the, you know, you can find them at like yard sales, comic book shops. They were like, you know, super cheap, like a nickel. And so like I would always try to get as many of them as I could, especially when I would find in sequential order. Because like I said, I had one of them with the X-Men, but then I didn't have the other one after that, right? But dude, I totally remember looking at the ads for that toy and being like, ooh, I want the neutralizer and everything else. And
Yeah, I'd be glad you didn't get one.
Why is that?
The ROM Space Knight, it's a
Double-jointed.
sad little toy. That's all I gotta say. I mean,
Okay.
a bad
heard,
articulation, not a whole lot of play value there, but you know.
right. But for somebody who's a fan to have that sitting on their shelf, like, you know, the price you're asking for is totally valid. Like it's a good solid price because it is a hard to find toy.
And
Especially
the
as good a
the box
condition.
is not in the greatest of shape, but it's in decent shape, and it's not in tatters or anything.
Real quick, I just
I'm
want
gonna
to
be
say,
honest, Bill. That's the first.
sorry,
Pepper.
guys. I was just gonna say Micronauts are famous for this port. Like the Micronauts had all interchangeable parts, and he kept that same port size here. Anyway, I just thought that was kind of cool. They were
Cool.
popping and swapping way back in the day. Good articulation too. It's a trip, man. Again, just somebody just looking at other figures and
You know,
a lot of test prints.
seeing that 3D printed, fully articulated action figure makes me remember something that someone who says all kinds of crap online said. He said, "You'll never see 3D printed action figures." He also said some other things at the beginning of last year that turned out not to be true as well. No names mentioned. Mega J knows who I'm talking about.
I think we all know what you're talking about.
Yeah.
I mean, it's true.
There he
I mean,
is. Yeah.
there's there's tolerances and stuff that won't work, and they are fragile. We might get there with materials as they get out, but definitely got to be careful with this guy.
You're right. Like when you do like that regular resin and stuff like that, that tends to break, right? But I mean, like again, if you're looking like a Ghostbusters fan, you're looking at Phantasm Toys, right? Everything they do is resin, and Tony Taylor and Beducci been doing amazing work on those. Now, mind you, you're not going to play with them and bang them around like we would back in the day. You just don't want to do that to them. But they do. Yeah, see, there you go. The Terror Tub, that's all resin.
Yeah,
but
that's great. I love it.
You can get stuff called like flex resin or tough resin, and it costs a little bit more. But it definitely has the durability. Like that's where you'll get the stuff that can kind of flex. And but Mothman's asking, what happened to Bella's toy chest? I liked her reviews.
What? Really?
That's what Mothman's saying. He liked Bella's toy chest reviews.
I'm not. Is that a channel?
Okay, sure. I liked it too. Absolutely, it was entertaining as hell.
Did you like the reviews or did you like her toy chest?
I choose to keep that on under breath for now.
I think I can probably already figure out what it's about.
Straight, right?
I love
Real
those
quick,
reviews. Sure, the
while
reviews
Jay's
are
here.
wonderful.
Jay, I wanted to thank you one more time, Jay. I was gonna say in person, not in person, but face to face. I know I've thanked you a few times, but man, thanks so much again for last weekend. Just give me a little shout out and stuff.
Brother, what are you talking
I
about?
had quite a weekend last weekend. You're a big part of it, so thanks again.
No, brother, what are you talking about? I got to thank you. Your review was amazing. All right, don't. It's the other way around. You're talking about yourself. You know what I mean? Like that's just the truth, right? We wouldn't.
Yeah, man, you're really like blowing up.
It was absolutely amazing.
I was going to
And
say
what?
you were shouted out earlier for that growth.
Yeah, not many people have the courage to do what you did. Honestly, there's a lot of people who would just would be like, what, like if it's not supposed to come off, it's supposed to come off, and there's going to be a reason for it.
I can't even take credit for that. Allison hit me up before I even did the video and said, "Hey, when you do that, see if the armor comes off."
Oh, there you go. See,
so,
you got permission.
Credit goes up here.
Just asked for feedback. He's like, "I'm going to do this review. Do you have any questions?" And I'm like, "Well," and I did. And
There you
it
go.
worked out.
See, the community comes together, and Allison's reviews, absolutely. Everyone should. You know what? Here's the thing. Everybody should be subscribing to. No, please. You didn't have. This is a kids channel. What the hell? Dude,
This is not a kids channel.
What are you doing?
This is not a kids channel.
Was that the Bella thing
Bill,
that
what
folks
are you
are talking about?
doing? Oh my god.
No, that's just
Bill's thumbnail to get
oh.
popularity.
Oh my god.
Oh my god.
Oh,
I heard that name.
you need to watch my channel sometime. I
All right.
did this last year to get clickbait going, making fun of
Bill,
the old multiverse channel over there.
Bill, you don't look
I
anything
take
like
your-
your thumbnail.
I take
No,
your
that-
toy
that-
chest.
I had them here, and my wife
Are you
made them leave.
catfishing
There's a
us?
video on my channel.
Bill, I take your toy chest, and I raise you Bobby's bare nipple.
Oh no!
Bud, did you?
He's not here to defend himself.
yikes.
Come on.
That's kind of down.
It's degraded, like what debauchery? How dare you? How dare you?
I mean, he did have it live, so
Yeah, you got to be careful.
He
You don't
did.
wanna-
People are gonna use it.
Gotta be careful.
hey, look, there's a whole reason that
Welcome to
I completely removed last week's stream from everybody's channel.
Yep.
I heard something about that
guess I
when I
missed
had.
that.
Yeah, what was up with that?
doxed myself last week, and then not only realized that it was on my channel, but everybody's channel we simulcasted to. So I had to actually reach out to everybody and ask them, like, either pull it off or edit it, because even if I edit everybody else's channel, it's still on.
I wasn't here last week.
Oh, thank God that you weren't dual streaming when something else happened a while back.
Yeah, that was before those days. So, we weren't doing the simulcast back then. But
I almost had an incident today, but
oh no, Brick!
Don't break your figure.
Oh no, he wasn't talking about that. He was talking about something else.
Nah, people in the chat being stupid.
Well, we had that here tonight too. So,
yep.
That didn't last long when the wrench got waved at him.
No, even before that, we had somebody start spelling out a nice NIG word. And,
no!
Really? Yeah.
Yep.
Oh,
One letter at a time for each.
One letter
each
at a
input,
time.
yeah.
Yep. So got
You're
him
attracting
removed
him
and
for some
banned.
reason. What's up
Well,
with that?
I've got one particular person who doesn't like me, and they still like to troll stuff. So, yeah, but that one person got removed, and then you're right. As soon as a wrench popped up over on Aaron's channel, suddenly that other guy wasn't so brave anymore to start saying stuff.
That was too funny. Have you seen my wrench?
Yep.
I saw that. I laughed at it. I went over there. I tried to find his channel, but it doesn't exist.
No,
Yeah, he's not.
Most of them don't.
no,
It's
most of them
an
don't.
alt
They're
account.
just troll channels.
Yeah, like
I had to go and remove. He found my channel, and I went and did some shit earlier. So
Yeah, people are just
Yep.
stupid. People are
I
dumb.
just don't play with that crap, And even if you think you're safe not being on my channel, but going on to somebody else's and doing it, I'm a wrench for just about everybody's channel on here. So, and I've got no qualms about being quick with that ban hammer. Mega J knows I've banned people on his channel.
Oh my God!
of
Oh,
which-
were you there when I had open mic night? I learned pretty quick not to do that again.
Well, that was one of our first streams
Yeah.
together.
That was
actually,
like-
You
that
learned?
open
Well,
mic
you
night.
didn't teach Oz, so.
I was there for it. I just
Learn from
repeated.
Oz.
It was
One of my very first live streams was on Mega J's channel. Skelly and I had just started doing the show. I don't even think we were doing it. Like, we hadn't even got to the 3rd episode yet. And Mega J had an open mic night, so I jumped on. That was actually the first night that I shared screen time with Ray Black, because she jumped on.
Oh, cool.
And then we jumped on with another Ray. And, well, that whole thing's gone down. But, oh, man, that was a very, very interesting night, Jay. That was definitely an interesting night.
I don't think I'd seen that much skin in chat that in a chat that didn't get shut down. I was like, what the f is going on?
And then I decided I was going to try my hand at it, and then just was kind of like letting people. I had learned partially, but not quite enough. And even when saying, all right, you've got to be on camera and join in, some people still managed to get through because they were like, very convincing what they were showing on camera as them. But, hey, it was a prolapse in judgment, as Allison coined it. And
do me a favor, Oz.
What you need, brother?
Do me a favor, Oz. Since I'm fixing to go to bed, hop over there on the stream that's going on, dual stream on my channel real quick in the chat so that I can give you a wrench.
Sure, Bill. Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah, so, and you're going to have to teach me the, what was the thing you guys were saying about the bow on Dark Wolf?
Oh, the drawback thing. There's like
Yeah.
a little gap in the fingers, so you
It's
can like
loading,
plug
though.
the end in. Cobb fed the arrow all the way through, but that seems risky.
Yeah, it is. Taking it back out was a pain.
Yeah, don't put the full
Wait.
arrow through there.
So
Just
you're
the
saying
tip.
I did.
Oh, because
but-
there's two between the two fingers.
Yeah, there's like
at
a
first I
small
just put
little
the
gap.
feather, but then you can actually put the end of the arrow, the little stick part sticking out too, so it can be really accurate.
Oh, you're saying don't put the shaft in, put the feather part.
That's what she said.
Well, no, that's
But
what I
you're-
did at first, but
But you're saying to put this part. Adam highly articulated said that whatever the name of these things were, right? Is that what you're saying?
Well,
Put these between the
fetching.
fingers.
the fetcher,
Fletching,
Yeah,
fletching?
the little part that sticks out the back, you can
yeah,
slide in
the
between
very
your
end of it, you
Oh, the
could
very end of
wedge in
it.
there too.
Got it.
That's where you would hold it by if you're really doing it right. Yeah.
Are the fingers? Are they all? They're completely glued together at the tip, right?
Yeah. The tips of them are, but then this spot right here, there's like a little.
Just
You put the tip in the little gap, Brick. That's all you got to do.
Just
What I did earlier was
just the tip.
I put the whole arrow through there from the back, but it was a pain getting it
little
out.
tip between the fletching. That's all you need.
Okay. Okay. Got it.
Just the tip. He said tip.
Yeah, just the tip.
Right. You guys are a bunch
Everybody going
of
for the tip.
dirty old people, is what you are.
I'll never deny. I mean, well,
Ish.
I mean, you've seen
How many
my
of these
Instagram.
clubhouses have you been on, Brick?
right?
No,
Speaking
just saying that
voice
for
says,
legal.
nah, put the whole damn thing through. Put the whole damn thing through.
From the back.
Just be
From
that way.
That's pretty cool. That's cool.
I gotta say, yeah, that's pretty impressive. And anybody who's got the D&D toy, we need to know if this helps or if that works. Like that kind of. Oh, Thanos, you got him right.
Which D&D toy?
Hank.
What's his face? Hank. Thank you.
What do you mean?
I don't think he has holes in his fingers.
No,
Yeah.
he doesn't, does he?
Is there a way to get him into a bow and arrow?
Right either.
You can kind of like fudge it, but you can't get him to hold it like properly. Like,
No. Well, honestly, we used to have the same problems, right? Like the way the stormtroopers used to hold their blasters, you could never
you
get
can
it into
kind of have them hold it like down, but like if you want him to like hold it up, it just doesn't work.
Doesn't
Yeah,
work.
they couldn't even get him to hold it right in the picture on the front.
Yeah.
And that says it all. Even back here on the back, he's still not holding it right.
That's what I'm saying. You can kind of do it like that, and then that's about as good as you're gonna get it.
Yeah,
He
and
can
that's
shoot
not
the
right.
dirt.
Yeah. I think the only picture I think I've taken a couple pictures with him, but like one of them I had him up on some rocks so it looked like he was aiming down.
Best way to pose it.
Yeah.
So I will say, out of all the little finger puppet ghost companions, the Slimer is definitely my favorite.
Is that the one you can stretch?
Yeah, the Ectotech.
There you
Now
go.
it doesn't stretch nearly as much as they show on the packaging. Like it really doesn't. But I gotta
What is
say,
the feel of that material?
oh, it's just like squishy rubber. That's it. Like if you've ever had like a little squishy toy from like a gumball machine or anything, that's all it is.
Is it the kind where like it would attract a lot of hair and crap?
I'm sure it would. So dust regularly.
That reminds me of the wacky wall crawlers. You throw them on the wall and they crawl down the
Yeah.
wall and they
Those are not
floor and they'll
quite
make
that
the wall
tacky
again
though.
after that.
Yeah, I would hope it wouldn't be that sticky.
Yeah, it's not quite that tacky. No, they've definitely thought of that.
And it's like super elastic too.
Yeah. Yeah, because like, you got to be able to stretch him a good bit, but he doesn't stretch out to the point where he can get as thin and as transparent as they show on the packaging.
You need to head
At
over
least-
to Super Action Stuff, Oz, and get some food
There
for
you
the
go.
Slimer.
Oh, I will be.
That's still on the street. It's getting kind of
And
wondering,
when I eventually get the new Ecto one, I'll have another one, and I'm going to see if it's the same exact one as this or if it's a slightly different version. But that one also has the stretch tech. So I'll get a new drone trap and I will get a second Slimer. But I'm really, really I'm really happy about this Slimer right here. And it's just the one that comes with a simple $10 figure. Now, surprisingly enough, though, it seems that the Paul Rudd figure is the hard one to find out of all of these.
That makes sense, though. Paul Rudd is
Really?
pretty fucking popular.
Oh, yeah, he definitely is. And he's definitely got the most sex appeal out of all of the, well, considering two of them.
Ant-Man did a head
Anyway.
We were talking about actual kids' toys, though, right? So,
Yes, we're talking about actual kids' toys.
I think we've gone a little bit far off of the mark here.
Slimer.
Oh, we travel way beyond that every
Yeah,
time.
so-
Look, Ken's here. He says still kind of awake.
Only kind of.
Only kind of.
Ken. I
It's only
shouldn't, even
mid.
be, I shouldn't even be here, but I'm here because there's just too many legends in this group, and I had to be part of that. So,
Better that he's tired and not drunk and getting into the wrong vehicle.
Form of transportation.
Yeah, getting
Yeah.
into the wrong type of mass transportation and getting lost in Canada. His own town, too. Going in the wrong direction. Basically, Ken was almost human trafficked last week while live on the air with us.
what the hell?
Yeah,
are you talking about?
He had a couple of drinks.
Oh my gosh!
Yeah.
Somebody roofied Ken. Is that what?
He roofied
Mistake.
Okay, stay in chat so you get home.
Mistaked a
Somebody got a
taxi for a bus.
Are you kidding?
Nope.
Wow,
No.
Ken, you gotta calm down there, buddy.
So one thing I will say about this pink one, though, I like that it's like this. It's like a jack-o'-lantern trash bag.
Have the fright features shown up yet?
So yes, there was a Winston, and I neglected to pick him up tonight because it was really just getting these three figures. It was a birthday present from Ziggy. But yeah, this is like a jack-o'-lantern trash bag. So fright features are definitely out there. And apparently they're out there so much that you can buy them for like $100 on eBay right now. Or what was it? What did it say? 75? That's what it was.
I haven't
75.
got them yet. And I went to a few Targets last week.
I saw, like I said, I saw Winston today myself, like in person. I saw him. Geek Dad Life Jay, he picked up, I think I saw he had Egon and Peter. So I mean, they are out there. You can get them, and those are Target exclusive. You can't get them online, and they'll be Target exclusive for the next couple of months. So Ken is pulling up this point here that even though he went to the wrong place, he did come back with a really good condition turtle layer last week. Like, stickers, everything. So, I mean, I guess it was worth the mistransportation. All right. And so I've been told by Stanley's Toy Channel, the Slimer is the same. And Slimer also comes with the new Ecto one. Yep. Well, the Ecto one's already out, Eldor. I saw it in store today, too. I just passed on it. And there is a Slimer with it. I was wondering if it was slightly bigger or not, since it comes with the
Is it the same? Is it the same toy as the one that you have?
It's the Ecto one itself is, yes, it's like pretty much the same as this, but I've been told there are some stickers that extend the red line now.
Okay.
That was just discussed earlier tonight.
Subtle differences.
Right, subtle differences from this one, and it comes so like this Ecto one came with that RC trap that they had from the last movie in Afterlife, and the new one comes with a drone trap that can actually plug in the hole on the top.
Got it.
How much are those fright features in Target right now?
Freight features are $14.99 a piece, and the regular figures, like the ones I picked up, are $9.99 a piece.
That's actually, I was surprised because
That's a good price, especially considering that they have action features that work.
yeah, that's what really surprised me. I was shocked because I remember the first real Ghostbusters were about the same price. I think they were closer to $15 or something like that. They're not cheap.
They ended up being sold for like next to nothing on a couple of different websites. You could get, like, the
Ollie's
whole
had them.
set.
Ollie's had the entire Kenner collection for it was $3.99 a piece, and that was for all four of the ghosts, all four of the Ghostbusters. You can get them at Ollie's for like $3.99 a piece. They had the Plasma Series slime covered, which were originally sold as an exclusive 4-pack to San Diego Comic-Con, and they had those individually boxed at $7.99 a piece at the same time. They did not get the Ecto 1 at Ollie's. That never came there. But Walmart did clearance it out for like $20 shortly after they got it.
Mine. That's where I got
they,
mine.
Big Bad had them up cheap for a while too.
Now they've gone back up in price. And I'm mad I didn't get the Kenner Classics Ecto 1 when it was on the cheap, because I really, really wish I had. And so Stanley's saying that he saw Egon at his Target. Now, as a kid, I had Egon, Winston. I don't know if I had Ray. I think I may have had Ray. And I know I had Venkman. So, like, I had the Fright Features ones of them as a kid, which is why it was a big deal for me to get this set of the regular Ghostbusters with the Proton packs, because those are the ones I wanted as a kid but never got. But now what also makes this a big deal to get the Fright Features ones is those were my childhood toy Ghostbusters. Were those ones.
Nostalgia. You're paying the nostalgia taxes, Grindhead Jim would say.
Yeah, well, you know, my house burned down and robbed me of all my childhood toys. So, like, so many other people have their childhood toys in one way or another. Like, you may still have one from when you were a kid. I don't have any of them. And not a single one survived that house fire. So this is a good way for me to get those.
Yeah, we're pretty blessed that the resurgence of 80s toys is happening right now. Like, how often does that happen? It's almost never.
Right.
For anybody who's looking here in Canada, I was expecting it to show up at Toys R Us, because usually Target is go to Toys R Us. But shockingly,
Where are you getting them at,
I ended up finding them at GameStop.
I was going to ask if maybe you would see them at GameStop, because I know sometimes the Target exclusives you guys see there. So, okay, in Canada, you can definitely get Fright Features at GameStops. Now, there we go. I was going to say, does it have the price?
Yeah, it's surprisingly they're actually very affordable, because the exchange rate's about right. Because you guys said it was like $12, $14, something like that.
Right.
So, yeah, they're about. I really love the fact that they do have their Fright feature, because I was not expecting them to actually get that in there.
To get the actual features.
That's what I was saying. You got a reasonably priced toy that actually has a working action feature in it for $14, $15. I mean, that's reasonable.
Unheard of.
Well,
absolutely.
And that was
Are those
even?
I was just going to ask, did they create new molds for those, or are they using the old Kenner molds?
Yeah, no, they have. There's no way
they've got to use.
Oh yeah, that's right.
There's no way they would
But
use.
I'm wondering how subtle the differences are, Jay.
I guess
I don't
we'll
know.
have to find out, because I know a toy store here that has some of the vintage ones. So if I end up picking up, and when I grab these new Fright Features ones, I guess I'll have to compare them to some of the vintage. You know, just buy like a couple, because again, those Fright Features ones tend to be a bit cheaper than most of the other old Ghostbusters figures. Just because, I mean, well, mind you, if they're not broken in some way, right? Because I know my Egon, like his tie that popped up, that thing broke off. But you know, just comparison wise, I shouldn't be able to pick up like one or two just to compare pretty cheap.
I've got a full set of those vintage figures loose over here in one of these tubs that I filled up week before last. And I never opened the ones that came out, you know, here recently to compare them, but I have seen them compared online. The proton packs don't work on from the new figures to the old ones. And there are some subtle differences in the molds.
Right. Yeah, and that doesn't shock me because again, right? Like you don't
It should
have
be.
that exact. You know,
And
it's
it
you're not
should
going
be.
to
I
have an
mean,
exact one-to-one.
you shouldn't have scumbags going to eBay trying to sell the new figures as vintage, right? So there should
Oh,
be
but you
some.
do. Fortunately, if they're packaged, you know, on the card, it's got dates, so you can see. Okay, this is not a vintage. And I haven't opened up my Kenner Classics because, like I said, I'm waiting to do it with the. Well, no, I do have my iGhost here.
What's the package? The
Well-
packaging wasn't identical, or did they try and really
The
mimic?
back
Not
is
a-
different,
Yeah, the package is definitely different.
And it doesn't say
Now-
Kenner on it, so
and that eye
Right.
doesn't pop out as good as the vintage one did.
Not
either.
even. No, it doesn't. Well, we found out if you hold it upside down and you do this, that does it.
Oh yeah, well, okay.
But the old one, you didn't have to hold upside down. I remember because this was one of my
It
favorite
popped
toys.
out. Yeah,
This
it
was one of
really
my
popped
favorite ghosts. That's why when I saw him at Ollie's, like I immediately bought him. I was like, yes, yes, yes. And the sculpt is different too.
I will say this. I think that the vintage packaged figures that they released look better hanging in their packages than they do outside the packages. I've never opened mine, and I'm an open guy. I open my stuff usually.
So the second demon head too that was on his back, that is also slightly different sculpted than the original one was. So he sits over here, my fearsome flush.
I like Fearsome Flush.
He was always fun.
I have an original one somewhere still. It's boxed. It's only
Right.
I'll have to
Very-
find that old toy hunt video where I actually bought Fearsome Flush wild in the wilds, and my wife was like, "Why are you buying that?" And I'm like, "Fearsome Flush."
Right? Look, everybody needs a toilet that can eat your booty. Ooh. This guy, he's one of my cool. Like, honestly, I really like these kind of companion ghosts. Now, I will say this one, like, you see how the legs there, and like I put him in the Ecto one, so he was riding shotgun before. I will say he's a little hard to balance because he is so wobbly and stuff. Like, it doesn't take much to have him lean forward and just be too top heavy and he falls over. But yeah, most of this stuff going to go on the glow in the dark shelf, even though, again, these guys don't necessarily glow in the dark. I'm going to take some of those wonderful tombstones, and maybe I'll have to get a grass mat like what Thanos was showing off earlier, roll out some grass, make like a graveyard scene with a little Sleepy Hollow card back from Nate Barch, and set up my glow in the dark shelf, kind of like a cemetery. Have some glow in the dark skeletons. coming
Dashed
out.
you to put Briscoe's comment up. I dashed you.
I will. I'll put it up there. A toilet to eat your creamy shits, because we all know instead of saying Merry Christmas, you tell people creamy shits.
That's right.
And again, if you guys have
Look
not
at
seen
Jake,
that
like, what
little
have I
short,
walked into?
Yeah, I'm used to it by now.
right? Right, Mega J's been around from the start with this channel. He knows his crap.
That was
So-
funny when I put that in the clubhouse chat, Oz.
Yeah, because
we talked about it. Like I'd seen it, but then it just popped up again like a week later. I was like, oh my god.
Yep. Creamy shits.
How was that?
So I found a 2-pack of a black light strip that I can put and mount to the bottom of a shelf so that it will have the desired glow effect from all my glowy toys.
Speaking of inappropriate Christmas stuff, I forgot that I got this for Moss Man.
Oh, whoa, what the hell?
Got some Grinch haters.
I've got big balls. You've got big balls.
Where's that
Demons
from?
relate.
Apparently, Mossy's got the biggest balls of them all.
Yeah,
Apparently.
that'll be fun.
I can't
Want
wait
me
to
to
see
flock
it.
the rest of it for you, Thanos, so they match.
Yeah, you can shave them.
What are you gonna do?
How
Like some
funny.
forced perspective kind of thing?
I'm not sure yet, but I'm gonna try to make them look like they're his and
Look,
set
look.
something up.
Don't
We're not going
let
to do
CP
forced
Jason
perspective.
see
It's gonna be,
those.
we won't be doing
Don't let
forced.
CP Jason see those. We'll see Moss Man again on Mr. Home Arcade's channel.
Right? We're not going to have forced perspective. It will be consensual.
Oh
Nah.
no! Somebody save my balls.
I was just about to say we'll have we'll definitely have Ted do the voice.
Eat my green salty balls instead of chocolate.
That's right.
Salty
Speaking
balls.
moistly, said they're pine nuts. Oh no, where did Bud go?
In the corner?
Oh no, he's back.
Oh, he's back.
He's there.
Oh
Modern
no, it's
Buddy.
John.
No, I actually see.
No, John. Yeah, it was John that dropped off. Hold on a sec. It's not allowing.
Yeah, I was like,
It says they will need to connect their mic and cam before you can add them to the stream. Oh, cool. It's automatically making me do that now. I can't just add them. Let that be a lesson to all of you.
I have the power.
No, I didn't actually do anything. I guess John got some bad connection or something because it's not allowing it.
yeah,
Tony, no. Come on, Tony.
Go to bed, you lunatics.
Actually,
Come
you know
on,
what,
Tony.
Tony. I think Tony's got the right idea. I gotta get up in the morning, so I'm gonna try not to kill the stream. Let's see if I can do that here. We'll see what happens. But
oh shit!
it's good to see everybody. Happy
In case
New
we
Year.
wrap it all up for the night.
Later, man.
Ronan.
Good journey, Jay. Thank you for stopping
All
by.
right, Jay.
Thank you guys, and again, everybody here's a legend. Subscribe to everybody here, guys. This is a great community, and of course,
Really is.
yeah, guys. Have a good night. We'll see you soon.
Geek proud, Mega J.
Geek proud, guys. Good night. Don't kill the stream.
I
Don't kill the
think
stream.
Wait.
Wes is having a little bit of trouble there.
I think so. I was waiting for him to say, "Oh shit," and then he was just going to end the stream.
Hey, what's that thing keeps popping up I see on Instagram? The Duolingo bird.
What?
What?
Oh no, I keep saying, oh no, they killed the Duolingo bird. Oh no, I say this one because it's like green fuzzy chicken legs. It looks like Moss Man. I've seen a few other memes now. It says, oh no, they cooked the Duolingo bird.
Well, the Duolingo is an app, and they do have a green bird. So
Okay.
I
Now I
kept
get
seeing
it.
things about that bird, and it was always like green bird parts, but I had no idea.
All right. So Mothman is looking for some links. Let me just drive on over to everybody's channel here.
Is
So our good man,
and Moss Man related?
probably. They both are similar to Sasquatch.
But Sasquatch is real.
That's true. Well,
You
so's the
saying Moss
Mothman.
Man isn't real?
Moss Man's real.
Mothman is totally.
Mothman is the realest motherfucker out there.
All right, so I'm dropping the links. Unfortunately, it's only dropping them into my chat. I don't know why it's not dropping them into everybody's chat. But everybody who's simulcasting.
yeah, it might be
You
because you don't have.
should be dropping into any channel that you've got the wrenches in.
Yeah.
I don't know because
What?
I typed in here and it only typed on my channel earlier. I was like
I
responding.
didn't simulcast
Yeah.
tonight, so
I think mine too. When I commented earlier, it only popped up once instead of doing it like 3 or 4 times. Or
It
whatever.
definitely only popped up once for me. Thank you, Bud. Bud is dropping everybody's links for everybody. Thank you, brother.
Oh,
I'm
shoot,
making
how
somebody
long
a
ago
wrench.
did,
I spend it more just for live stream.
Obi-Wan.
Right?
Oh, I
You
didn't
know,
realize
Obi-
we were
Monitor.
focused mine.
Obi-Wan is asking if you're picking up 1 or 2 bears. We had this conversation a little bit earlier in the stream, and we've got Brick convinced he's getting 2.
I think he moved.
Was
me.
tomorrow the last day?
Yeah.
Yeah.
one grizzly bear, one tenderheart bear, right, Brooke?
And Obi-Wan, the Obi-Wan
20 hours left?
Chingones, if you're still there, yeah, worst comes to worst, I sell it and I got it at the pre-order price and can probably at least make my money back. Just you're wondering, logic wise.
Bud, you are an absolute legend, my brother.
Hey, Brick, what was going on last weekend where I couldn't post links? Do you know?
Yeah, I actually never followed up with you. I didn't know if you just weren't. So it
No,
wasn't working?
I said in the chat, like I posted like a couple, but they
Oh,
weren't
I
like
missed
you
it.
couldn't actually link to them, so I didn't know what was going on. So I was like, I didn't want
Huh.
to just keep spamming,
Yeah.
not
I didn't
working.
realize that. I kind of lost sight of the chat. So no, I don't know what was up with that. I didn't realize. Was it giving you errors or just nothing was showing up?
It just wasn't linkable. Like it posted the text of the link, but it wasn't.
Oh, I
a link.
see.
Yeah.
Yeah, I don't know.
It wasn't hyperlinking.
Yeah.
Hypertext markup language.
I was asking earlier, making somebody a moderator for your channel. That's more just for live streams and stuff, right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Live streams and premieres. That has no bearing on your regular content.
Yeah, because I haven't dug into that or anything at all. But yeah,
It's basically just for
keep the chat.
Keeping the chat.
I wouldn't
Yeah.
know how to do that.
I know that's why I was like, I don't.
What,
even
adding a
know.
moderator?
Yeah.
All right.
I don't-
When we
I
go
don't do that.
offline, I'll share screen and I'll
Yeah, it's not
show
that
you guys.
hard.
It's really not.
Just in case I go to bed early one night and someone wants to be, a jackass.
Yep.
That never
Well,
happened.
like with I was gonna say,
That never
like with
happens.
pain tonight, right?
Oh yeah, that's a good
okay.
reason too.
Yeah, because if we're doing the simulcast and you leave, I have and again, I'm not saying this to become a mod on a whole bunch of people's channels because that's
No,
not what
I
I'm
mean-
trying to do. But it's it
You
does
guys-
make it difficult if a troll pops up over there. I can't ban somebody on your channel from my chat because they're on your chat. Like tonight, like when we had that one moron on, I had to you remember, like, because I was on my phone at that point, I'd actually back out of the stream again and go bring up YouTube and head over to Aaron's channel for that. And that guy wasn't saying anything by that point anyway.
I think I got
Awesome.
it, everyone.
I believe you did, sir. Mothman, you are a legend yourself, sir, for
Yeah,
running
thanks,
around
man.
and subscribing to all these
Oh,
crazy
wait.
channels.
I forgot
Okay,
myself.
thank
I was
you.
going to say, you know what, bud? I think you did forget one.
That's fine. Always thinking of others before himself.
Can't
There we go.
forget. Sign up for My Buddy's Customs.
There you go.
Which I still have that one video I will eventually post. I think I was painting Lady Slither.
Nice. Oh, so did anybody go check out earlier today our good friends over at Toy Habits? Their article posted one of the new comics from the TMNT crossover.
Oh, I didn't see
And
it.
yeah, so they had
Is it the second wave?
pictures of the new mini comic, and there is some really, really cool stuff they're showing off in that. There was we've now seen a mutated merman.
Oh, cool.
And it will have the snake tail.
No.
Who said that? Did I hear no?
Is it a snake or an eel?
I think they're going for like maybe more eel, but sea snake, whatever. So yeah, there's going to be hopefully a new merman with snake tail coming. Dude, that got me pumped right there. I was like, I'll buy that. Just But
People
yeah,
have been
head
getting
on
that
over to
way,
Toy
right?
Habits website.
So you're thinking it's going to be Lady Slither? Is that?
Well,
the-
basically, it's going to be Lady Slither's tail, but it's going to be a
Tail.
merman.
That's awesome.
Yeah. So definitely head on over to Toy Habits website. Check it out. All kinds of new stuff shown off on there for the new mini comic. And I'm pumped up even more.
What time
Mind
did
you,
they
I'm-
do their stream today? They did it this afternoon.
Oh, they didn't do a stream. They did
Oh,
they do their streams on Sundays now.
on
I think,
Sundays. Okay.
with everybody else.
Sunday is so busy. Like, and I usually drop my stuff on Sunday. I should probably move it to another day. I just kind of
It's
got
good on
happy.
Sunday morning when you drop.
Man, there like is no good day. I don't know when that other day would be.
Your best bet would probably be
Just
like
put
maybe
your shit up there and
Saturday.
don't worry about it. People will watch
Yeah,
whatever they
exactly.
want.
Yeah.
Right? Like again, Saturday nights, like Bill stream Saturday nights, I stream Saturday nights.
Well, they're
We're
not,
not competition. If anything, we help each other because we'll tell people like, go check out Bill, go check out Ozzy. It's just what we do. We try to support each other the best we can.
they're also though. It doesn't look like their next live stream is scheduled until Monday. So I don't know if that was a mistake or
Oh.
not.
Maybe
but-
because Monday's a holiday.
Monday is a holiday. They might
It
both
is a
be off,
holiday.
and there's a lot less people on because, again, even though we were saying there's not as much competition or we're not competition one another, if there's nobody else on, that's a pretty good time to go.
What holiday is Monday?
Martin Luther
Martin
King
Luther
Day.
King Day. So it's a federal holiday. So anyone.
I
who
mean,
works
I'm still
for
working.
Holy
each
shit!
state,
We're already into that
federal-
time of that far
Me
into
too.
January, aren't we? Jesus.
Yep.
It's true.
I haven't messed with Lady Slave.
Hey, Dad at Arms has popped on.
Hello.
Dad at Arms,
Hey.
you're always welcome to join, brother. Let me know. I mean, I know we were going to probably wrap it up soon, but if you want to jump on in, we appreciate it, brother. Dad
Actually,
at
let's
Arms.
not wrap it up soon. Sorry, seeing Dad at Arms reminded me because I saw his
Let's
thing on
get
the
him in here.
trailer, and I wasn't able to. I haven't been on anywhere where we could talk about that Rev trailer.
Oh,
Revolutions.
All right,
trailer.
let's do it. I've talked about it twice this week. I can talk
I
about
know.
it again.
I know,
I
but
can talk
man,
about it
I am
over and over
so hyped for that thing.
Yeah.
I rewatched
Right?
Revelation, and I'm ready for it. What do you? Well, yeah. What are folks' takes?
I don't have a take because I haven't watched it yet.
Okay. Or it's not on. This is the trailer. You're talking about you haven't seen the trailer?
No, I haven't seen the trailer.
Okay.
Watch the Revolution trailer.
I don't really know what to think. Like,
There's a lot.
I wish
going
they
on.
hadn't spoiled Randor's death. I dig
weird.
the Tila wielding like both different goddess powers. Like that's super cool.
Right?
I don't know. It's kind of hard to tell like what's going on in the trailer other than Adam's gonna have to step up, which is cool. I like that. Like my favorite part of the last season was kind of the development of Adam, even though everybody's like, oh, it wasn't about He-Man. It's like there's a lot of about He-Man on there, but whatever.
Yeah.
I'm looking forward to it. I'm just bummed that it's like short, and
Yeah,
I'm a
I know,
little
that's-
worried that it's the last we're gonna get of it. So
Yeah, that's my suspicion too. And
Uh,
Kevin Smith has sort of said something to that effect. Like nothing confirmed, but also that it's not super likely. Sorry, Allison.
Oh, how spoilery do we want to get? Because like I've had some thoughts around Gweldor and the Cosmic Key, and the fact that one of the things they talked about was how everyone was kind of mad that like Fisto and Clampchamp and some other people died.
Mhm.
And of course, the last time we saw Gweldor was in the '87 movie where he gave, when they sent Julie and Kevin back to Earth, they sent her back the day before her parents died in a plane crash so she could save everyone, and then nobody died. So
Mhm.
like it may, when Kevin Smith says this is like quote unquote the last time, it doesn't necessarily, like I'm not entirely convinced that at the end of it they're not going to take the Cosmic Key or whatever and then have Adam go back in time to
I really
prevent
hope they
everything.
I really hope they don't.
So I mean, I
Mm-hmm.
would rather they didn't, but I could also see like
So
Go
you're
back
not
to
just
save
talking about
Randor.
Fisto and Clampchamp, but you're just saying everything, including
everything
Randor.
back to Randor, back to like episode 1 where Adam is killed and everything goes.
Well, I've been talking about that Cosmic Key. I'm
ballistic,
sure it's gonna Be some
with
crazy stuff
with
happening.
like Adam and Tila, and like of course, but then it resets the storyline. So whoever comes next, or if they want to actually do something with New Eternia, it creates a situation where they could, quote unquote, they could send him back even further. So like, I mean, I can't see another reason why they would bring Weld. I mean, not to shade, the figure looks great, but I can't see another reason story-wise why you would bring him in.
I thought they wanted to bring him in because it can kind of counteract the tech that they're up against, and that was like a character they could use that way. Like,
Yeah, but I mean, they have plenty of pet characters other than Gwildor. Like, it just.
yeah.
Yeah, I mean, I
we
could be
have the
completely
man
wrong,
down at arms himself.
What's going on, man? Nice to meet you.
Hello.
Hey guys.
It is a pleasure to share some screen time with you. I've been watching your channel since episode 1.
Oh, thanks, man. I don't mean to hop in here and crash the party, but thank you for the invitation.
Yeah, you're welcome.
Oh, there is no such thing as crashing this party unless you're
Prolapse.
Mega J is the only one who's ever been able to do it. Well, and the prolapse, but you know, we've learned from that experience.
I hadn't even thought about the sort of like the notion that the cosmic key's in play. So
I've been thinking about it.
I'm hearing you.
Like, so much
Yeah,
good.
I mean, I don't like the idea, but I can also see, to a degree, the wisdom of it because it resets everything so that whoever gets to play with Masters of the Universe next time doesn't have to try to build on the Revolution continuity. Like, because a lot
Sorry,
of
bud.
a lot of properties right now aren't keen on the concept of like multiverses are so played out is sort of a thing I keep hearing. So I think rather than doing a multiverse, an easier way to like do a reset is just have Adam and or Tila go back to prevent everything from happening. So
That's true. It would be weird for Mattel to not lean into the multiverse just because they did so much so in the He-Man and the Masters of the
Yeah.
Universe cartoon, and then like literally the line is called Masterverse, and
Yeah.
it's like a bunch of like and the comics. So
I was going to say the comics, especially, right? Because the comics were all those short little like anthology one-offs, and then they, the Sorceress and Zodak.
Origins comics, the little mini comics. They had an issue
Yes.
of that where Zodak showed up and opened up the door to this multiverse, and you could see them all.
That was the first one of it, and they've continued with it in a couple of other ones, like the was it the Frogmonger one, and like several of the mini comics.
The Sunman characters are coming in from the Sunman universe, so that's a multiverse.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, the actually this one was a big one that they did it into. Crisis at the Multi-Core.
Yeah.
Yeah, this whole issue was about that. So yeah, like honestly,
Mothman 46. I'd like to see Anti-Eternia He-Man wreck some shit.
So in the
rock on, dude. Yeah, absolutely.
I think it was back in 2017. We had Tim Seeley did a I think it was a 6-issue comic series of He-Man and the Masters of the Multiverse, and the entire
Right.
storyline of that was Anti-Eternia He-Man going from universe to universe collecting power swords.
that was aside from the releasing, that was a lot of people, at least in the US, experiencing Anti-Eternia He-Man, because prior to that he was in Germany on audio. So like he was never actually in any type of physical media up until Classics brought the figure out because they'd really wanted to do it, so repaint, and then naturally then like, okay, well, let's do the comics, and it's a good call, right?
We also
Like,
got that Skeletor from there too, right? That
Yeah, the Skeletor.
Yeah.
Yep, he Skeletor's from that.
Yeah,
That's right. That was his. There you go. You go hold him up again. That was actually his mini comic that I was holding up. The Crisis at the Multi-Core. It's his mini comic.
Okay.
Yeah.
Maybe go back and read
Well,
that.
aside
Mattel
from the
Creations
whole cosmic key kind of thing, I am curious the Keldor stuff. How is that going to play in? Given, do people think, given like the Revelation comic kind of gave us a history of who Skeletor was and his connection to the Horde that had nothing to do with Keldor.
I'm
Right.
I'm not convinced that how Keldor is going to be used in Revolution is what most people are expecting. Because when we hear Keldor, we all assume
We connect it.
that it's
Uh-huh.
pre-Skeletor, right?
Mhm.
With the familial ties with like Randor and stuff like that. I think everybody's going to be everybody's thinking that as soon as that leak
Mhm.
dropped. I don't think it's near that. I think something is going on. Maybe it's some type of a disguise or something like that. But I don't think it
but-
Keldor as we have all come to understand him since 2000X.
Okay, I haven't read the
Here's my one thing about that. Here's my one thing about that, though, right? And we showed this off on Toy Frenzy this week. The very first slide I did is that image.
And we all know exactly what it looks like.
Yeah.
That
So if
shows
you look at this image, though, Oz, it's got like the red blotchy thing, and so does the fight with the Horde version of Skeletor and Hordak. So I'm thinking like he's gonna break through the tech and reveal some kind of like when this scene transitions, there's also some of that like red like weirdness.
Glitch stuff
Yeah.
going on.
So I'm thinking
Well,
like he's
I'm
gonna
thinking-
unlock some new memories, and maybe he's been manipulated by Hordak into thinking he was an internet dimensional demon or something.
Yeah, that's what I was gonna say.
Right. Yeah. We had talked about that, again, like, what if he, that original origin story about him being a demon was just something that was put in there, but then this could be his actual past, right? Which again still pulls it towards the Keldor, and I mean, maybe he's not related to King Randor, right? Like I could totally see them doing that, where he's not related to King Randor whatsoever, because we don't
He could be like
necessarily
the king of the
that.
Gars, like a separate
Exactly. Like
kingdom.
The
And that's good.
more
That's a good point because I don't know how many of you have read the Forge of Destiny comics that just
I
came out,
haven't
but
read
those.
them either.
Oh, I
so
haven't
those-
read those yet.
So those are an official prequel to Revelation and Revolution, and the central storyline is a conflict with the Gar society,
Ah.
and so they're very central to that entire story.
And you said,
they-
real quick, you said a prequel to Revelation as well, so it's before the events. For Revelation.
It takes place before Revelation.
Right.
Okay.
And that would make sense if like you were to think of again these more human-esque people, come in, go to war with King, go to war with the Gar. They usurp the Gar or steal their land and set up their new kingdoms that now fall under the rule of King Randor, subjugate the Gar society, kind of thing. And, it's all very familiar.
But is that in the comic, or you're?
He's speculating. Take it with a grain.
I
of salt.
haven't.
I'm just wondering if you've
those
read the comic.
So,
Okay, got it.
so the main, I guess, synopsis of the Forge of Destiny is Skeletor and Evelyn pose as Adam, talking with Prince Dash of the Gar, who eventually becomes Cyclone. But so it's got Evelyn magically disguising herself as Prince Adam and tricking the entire Gar nation into thinking Prince Adam attacked her son to steal the Forge of Destiny. And so it starts all these rumors of war between the Gar and Eternos. And so it's kind of a race against time to set things right between that before war breaks out. So that's kind of what's going
So
on.
it sounds like it potentially is like self-contained.
Yeah, it's pretty self-contained, but it is interesting that
But
it
then
is
the
such a focus
Gar-
on the Gar, because we haven't really heard much of them.
Right.
So,
It was like
so if going back to the King Keldor stuff, if he is somehow maybe a king of the Gar, there is that connection with the official prequel comics already in place.
right.
So,
And I'd asked pretty early on about that King Keldor figure because I didn't see any really good screenshots that said it was particularly Revolution or if it was just Masterverse. But Cobb, I think you were the one that pretty much confirmed it was a Revolution title, and that's why it's street dated for when Revolution comes out.
That's why it couldn't be shipped out.
Right, with the rest of the wave that you already received.
Yeah, they sent a paper saying that it would ship out after the show airs.
Yeah.
Right. Because that was something they were like, we
It's
really
like,
need
that
to
makes
keep
it
it
more
the
of a
rest.
spoiler.
Yeah.
Like if they
Right.
just let it slide, people have been like, I don't know if it's actually the cartoon or whatever, but
Yeah, but even then, think of how much of other plot details were spoiled on the back of the box. Because again, Cobb's got like all the waves, so he was telling, like I was saying on Toy Frenzy about how, like, clearly, like I'd been saying for a while that I figured Gwildor and Orko were upgrading the sword per se and stuff like that. And Cobb was like, yeah, that's on He-Man's Battle Armor He-Man's box or on the other box. So it's like it's on there. Like there are a lot of spoilers in the bios listed right on the box. So I'm assuming that King Keldor must have a very big spoiler they wanted to keep under wraps until the show came out. Like
I
where
see.
other details, they're like, this is going to be, people are going to pick up on this in the trailer. So we'll just put it out there, like whatever. But that is something where they're like, okay, well, they're not really going to know this is coming. And I also don't think they really figured. I mean, they've got to know by now that once you put an image like that on a toy box, it's going to go fast. People are going to sit there.
I just hope they don't. Well, whatever. I trust them. I trust them, but I'm hoping that there's no like sort of like backtracking on what came in that Revelation comic of sort of skeletons. Skeletor's the kind of like retro. Yeah, the retcon.
Well, 'cause
I
I-
hope they just kind of run with it. Yeah, because that also tied like that original comic book had a lot. Even though it was sort of self-contained, it had a lot of stuff that worked its way into the show, and especially like there was the Horde connection that like didn't play out hugely in Revelation, but we now know will, and then all the Evil Lyn stuff, of course. So
yeah,
that was a trip. That admittedly was the weirdest part for me, where like Skeletor had a kid and
And
the
they're,
wife
they're
and
all,
stuff.
it was just a race of skull-faced.
Yeah, and they're all just like hanging out.
Which, and reading, I just remember thinking, I was like, this seems just a little too goofy, even by Motu standards. It's like,
all right,
and
we all
it's-
know how goofy Masters Universe can get.
yeah, like it gets goofy, But the whole time I was just like, I gotta remember this is Skeletor telling this story. He's an unreliable narrator.
Yeah.
He's probably full of it.
Did that come out on your channel or somewhere else? Was that on your channel, or was it like Ted or Tim talking somewhere else about? I think it might have been Biaselli somewhere else pointing out that there was like that exactly what you said about like, hey, remember it's Skeletor, so can you trust
I
him?
think it was either Biaselli or Sheridan, because I know I've had that conversation with both of those guys.
Okay.
I just can't. Yeah, I can't remember exactly where. But yeah, but one with the Keldor figure being on the back of the box, I know there is just a little tiny bit of disconnect between Mattel and Netflix on what toys to release. Because when that leak happened, and when exactly? Because when that leak happened, they're like, all they had to do was put another toy, another villain that they had ready to go on the back of the box and push Keldor to the next wave after the show had aired, and everything would have been
Could have been fine,
would have been
right?
fine. But it's just this different, sensibilities about what's going on. You've got Netflix people trying to protect the story and dealing with the narrative of the cartoon, and Mattel wants to sell toys.
Sure.
Right? Where have we seen that problem before?
I'm on
Star
normal
Wars.
Keldor figure too. I'm not like real excited, but I don't know. Maybe I will be after watching it, but the figure itself, I'm like kind of off.
It's different looking, yeah.
I mean, I'm one of the few, or maybe not as few as I think, but I've always liked the Keldor thing. Like since 2000X kind of really introduced the concept. Like I know in the mini comics there was one mini comic that hinted at it. That was the one that came with, I think, Faker back in the day. But, you know, like they called it the Hunt for Keldor. It was one mini comic name drop mention. King Randor brings up his brother that he's never ever mentioned before otherwise. And Skeletor, for whatever reason, is trying to put a stop to it, right? And like that's all the backstory we got. You know, I can't have them find out about what happened to Keldor. And like 2000X just like totally took all that little tidbit of information in that mini comic and made a whole big new like thing.
Well, I think
out of
it had
you
been
know.
stated that was originally the plan. It just the comics didn't get to it in the 80s.
Right. Comics ended. Right. So it left it ambiguous for us to be able to determine whether that was some kind of thing or not. I mean, Keldor is very, very close to Skeletor, and we all know how they do their little names.
Right.
But, you know, it's like 2000X is really what put it out there and put it to the forefront. And there were a lot of people who didn't like it even then. Just because, again, in the original mini comics, Skeletor was a demon, you know, from another dimension. But I've always liked the Keldor kind of like story and aspect of things. I've always thought it was pretty cool.
Well, it brings kind of a Shakespearean type of narrative
bit.
to what's going on, you know, by giving these backstories and these relations. And I can't remember for sure. I don't. In the 2000X series, was Keldor Randor's brother? Because I don't know if that was established until later comics, like in 2012. But I can't be positive about that.
Yeah, I'm
He
pretty
was
sure
in
in
the
like that
2000X
first
show.
episode, like in that first thing, like they mention them being brothers, like half brothers, you know, because clearly not full brothers.
Sure.
But
Yeah.
you know, just in the actual pilot episode brought up
that
you know,
three part.
right? Because that's how. Yeah.
So like I've said a few times in the chat when the subject has come up, I really appreciate the Skeletor has a legitimate claim to the throne of Eternos. Like that's a really cool angle to me.
Yeah,
So-
I thought so too.
That's true.
No, I agree with you on that too.
Mhm.
And I had actually forgotten from the comics that they did establish he was the older brother of
Yeah.
Randor.
He was basically
Because
robbed
that-
of the throne.
Legitimately.
Yeah,
the
yeah.
continuity.
Hordak pushed
Racism.
him out. Right. Hatred,
Yeah, they-
racism, and then Hordak's manipulations totally ousted him from getting his right.
And they ran with that in the He-Man and the Masters Universe CGI thing too, right?
Yeah, they brought Keldor in
Yeah.
as the brother.
But he wasn't a Gar in that one.
No,
he was just
no, he wasn't a
straight
Gar.
like normal dude.
So shift. Oh, sorry. What you got?
I was just gonna. Bjorn the Majestic was asking how long has this been going on?
I know, it's like
6.5 hours, because that's how we roll on these channel on this stream.
I'm making up for lost time today. I started and
Yeah,
let's see if I
right,
can
'cause
hang
you've
out
been
till the
here to
end.
start.
This guy's made it easier. What I loved about my favorite piece of the Revelation cartoon were those sort of like cosmic sequences where Lynn goes and Tila go back in time and sort
Yep.
of see the snake and the
dreamscapes.
eagle. So that piece of it, and then also that Lynn's sorceress form is
Was a
the bat, right? What is-
Right.
from the comics.
Horkoth,
The
Yes.
Horkoth.
Yep.
Yeah.
So like
So-
the now seeing the tease of Tila with the green goddess or the snake, or I'm presuming snake. That all of that, I'm just super excited to see play out, and
Well-
I really want to see them explore that lore.
That's one thing that I've mentioned about this too, is that I think it is really, really cool that, again, all of those, again, like you said, dream sequence or other plane sequences where we see the avatar of Zor and the goddess is always this falcon battling against Serpos as the snake, and the snake is always the sign of evil, right? And then we have that complete role reversal, right? Because now we have Screech, the embodiment of Motherboard, is that falcon imagery, and with Tila going all green goddess as opposed to regular sorceress, now she is the snake. And I like that idea. Like we're having that same age-old battle, but the roles have reversed now.
Yep.
Right?
Yep.
That is just something really, really cool to me because it does call back to that imagery we've seen, but now it flips it on its end, which is a revolution.
Yeah, I totally didn't even factor in the motherboard screech thing. So that's great. But what about Horkoth, or is that right? Horkoth or Horokoth? Horo. Okay. So Lynn was a bat. The horde symbol is a bat.
It's a bat.
Like what any thoughts on what's going on? Total speculation just for fun.
Well,
I'm just curious.
If you call back to the CGI in that final season, right?
Right.
That end scene stinger that it leaves us with, where Hordak is Lynn's father.
And we'll never have any of that fleshed out.
No.
Ever.
Maybe in a comic book.
Yeah. Rob
That
David
would
did
be
say
nice.
that he said that. What did he say? When I interviewed him, he said that they have more stories for that incarnation, and that it will likely be explored through comics.
Well, I'll be happy to read it through comics because Burke and I have talked about it several times, especially, and quite a few others, that just that new CGI show was everything we needed for new He-Man to present itself to a younger generation and really spread that love. And I absolutely loved it. Honestly,
It had the same spirit, which was something missing from some other shows that will remain nameless, but the CGI show had the spirit of the old Filmation cartoon. Although it had not the storyline, it had different looks of the characters.
It
had
took
that,
a lot of stuff and made its own take on those themes,
had
though,
that
and did a
same
great
spirit.
job with it.
And one of the
that's
things that I
what was
love,
missing from a lot of remakes
So
is
let's go
it misses the whole point entirely. Where the CGI series had the point, it had, like I said, the same spirit.
Yep. One of the things that I absolutely loved about it too was that we were all growing up when we wanted to play He-Man with our friends. Everybody fought over who would be He-Man because He-Man was the one who had the power, right? What I loved about the CGI show was that it brought that everybody could have the power. The villains, the good guys, yeah, all of them had the power in one way, shape, or form. So that necessity to necessarily be He-Man could be thrown out the door, right? Like, I don't want to be that. I want to be this. And then through even Ram Mam, where she has the power of Grayskull and then flips and totally gets the havoc and becomes Crash. Like, shows that just because you have the power from one doesn't mean you can't do the other either.
The Havoc was cool too.
Right? Yeah, the idea of this evil magic too. Like, there was just so much good stuff about all of that.
Was there ever reasoning given on why they just we're done, or is just Netflix being Netflix?
Netflix being Netflix, maybe they weren't getting the numbers that they wanted from the watching. I don't know.
Well,
I didn't hear
part of
anything.
it also
just
I'm sure part of it also comes into play, right? Like, with everybody dumping on Revelations before it came out, it certainly drove people to not even want to bother to watch it, right? And that CGI thing, I remember from the first time I started seeing the toy design, I was like, oh man, that really sucks. I don't really care for that. Because it didn't appeal to me at first. And it grew on me as time went. And then I realized what that would mean for somebody like Connor, who, although he saw
meant for you, it was meant for
the younger generation. And I was like, you know what? Yeah, that's actually really cool what they're doing with that. And then when I finally saw the show and I heard that theme song and everything and it popped, I was just like, yes, this is what the younger kids need to really get into Masters of the Universe. Unfortunately, I just don't. Right? That was a dope song.
Really?
It's
That's
also
what
important though. It's important that I have a friend who does a lot of post production stuff, and for Netflix and even Hulu to a degree, ratings are like secondary in some cases. It's also about how
Mhm.
much buzz and how much
Mhm.
conversation and how it's on Twitter. Like, so it could, and we don't know because they don't actually release the numbers, but something can have great ratings. And if the buzz, there's no buzz, there's no, like Revelations
Right,
could
because
have
there's no traction.
had terrible ratings, but because the social media, everything, there are all these episodes on YouTube, like everyone coming out and talking about it, that actually would have helped it about 50% in some cases because of how Netflix views their content. If you're not talking about it, it doesn't matter how good it's doing. Like it's like 50-50 in some cases, like it has to do both. So
Right, but at the same time, though, right? Everybody was talking about Revelation, and we got the first 5 episodes, then we had the second 5 episodes, and pretty much from that point on, at that point, everybody thought that was actually done, and that Revolution would never come out. And it took a long time for us to give Revolution. Part of that was a writer's strike, but that was a very small part of that. Whereas CGI He-Man, we got season 1, 2, and 3 almost straight back to back.
yeah, but with
It's the way it was ordered and
yeah,
produced.
I mean, like
Yeah,
with
true.
animation, they there's no season 1, 2, and 3. They ordered so many episodes and then broke it into seasons. So like they did a
Okay,
single
yeah, I'll put it.
episode
Yeah.
order, and they're like, well, structure it for 3 seasons.
And
So
like
that's how
with,
I'll give it.
animation works. So Revelations was the same thing. They ordered a set of episodes, but they told them to break it into 2. So it's weird the way they do. They don't do that with live action, but they like the Voltron series. Like there were what 7, 8 finger quote 7, 8 seasons, but they actually only did like 3 orders, and then they just broke it up into like multiple. Same with She-Ra. They only ordered episodes like twice, but then broke it up into like
Right.
3, 4 seasons or something. So
That's a
it's
good point. Yeah, I didn't think about that portion of it, how they do those for the animation.
yeah. So it's
yeah.
Hollywood does.
curious.
People like my
I'm-
friend don't like it because you can't necessarily count on work no matter how quote unquote good something does. Netflix will just cancel shit sometimes because not enough people know it exists and not enough people are talking about it.
Or it's perceived that way.
Yeah, exactly. Like it could have good ratings because people actually watch it, but if you're not on Instagram or well, Twitter doesn't exist really. You're not even X is like not, like Facebook.
It's not even
Yeah.
close to what Twitter was.
Yeah, so I mean, like that's part of I think the shift is that there aren't also places where people can. But basically, right now, YouTube, if there aren't a bunch of videos about it, positive or negative, it's gonna hurt the show. And there aren't a lot of CGIs. Like my feed for a while was a concept, everything wrong with this woke Revelations garbage or whatever. Kilo's too butch. Like there were videos about Andra. Nobody cared about Andra until it's just dumb. But CGI didn't quite get that. So like negative or positive, it's people are talking about it. There's interest. People were at least watching an episode or 2 so they could hate watch it.
Well, maybe we will get another season then.
Hopefully, if we can manage to drum up some stuff about it, maybe. I know that art book, Britt.
2 more
thank
hours, guys.
you.
What I'd love is if they had 5 more episodes and they're just hiding them from us. So we have these 5 and then another 5 that we just don't know.
I'm wondering if this Revolution, when it was written, and whether they changed the direction of that after the Revelations.
I don't know.
It was written after it was. Let's see. It wasn't written like while the second half was airing. It wasn't written. The only reason I know is I do watch Kevin Smith and Chris Bernardin.
Mark.
What's his first name? Mark Bernardin's.
Yeah.
Fat Man. No,
Fat Man
whatever
Beyond.
it's called now. It is now called Fat Man Beyond. Yeah, Fat Man Beyond.
Now.
And
It wasn't
they
called
were
that at
even,
the time.
they weren't sure.
Well,
About
Kevin
it,
was like
and
completely content with walking away.
yeah, and also like Mark didn't have work. Like it was pretty clear. Like they were pretty transparent about what, and they're not like even pretending or anything. So, anyway,
Yeah, they
so
had.
I don't know that they. So I don't know. Are you wondering if they
If they
pivoted
already had the storyline in
response?
mind or had some kind of
No,
an outline
didn't seem
written,
like it.
or whether after it aired, they're like, okay, we need to go in a different direction with this. We kind of screwed up the first time. I don't know. I'm just wondering.
I mean, they
that.
obviously had some kind of ideas just because the way it ends, like the horde
Right.
symbol, and
That's
skeleton,
right.
and that stuff.
Right.
The motherboard reveal.
Kevin clearly had a direction he wanted to go with it in one way, shape, or form, but even he wasn't sure if it was going to get more. You know, like he knew that right up front. But
Even with
hopefully
Revolution Now, yeah, and even with Revolution Now, Ted Biasillia said that, you know, if Revolution performs as well as Revelation did, then they'll do a third season. But it
Okay,
doesn't.
great.
They don't know. They don't know until they get those viewership numbers in, and that's how it was with Revelation. We had, you know, part 1 and part 2, which was all written at once, and like, you know, we were talking about
I
it.
figure,
split up.
going by what Allison was saying, I figured that between Nerdy Erotic and Umbrella Man and Gundam and Yellow Flash, they ought to get plenty of videos, not necessarily good videos, but videos that will make Netflix
I've
go,
already
hey,
seen
it's
negative
a
videos
hit.
popping
It's all
up
over
for it.
YouTube.
I mean, my feed right now, like I just refreshed Netflix. I've got 8 videos from 8 different people. I mean, 6 of them I'm subscribed to, 2 of them I'm not. But it's all an analysis of the trailer and trailer breakdown, and
there you go.
Like, people are talking about
I know.
it, so like that's
Somebody
gotta
down
help.
here did a really decent trailer breakdown right down there at the bottom of the screen. Dad at Arms did a really good breakdown of it.
Data in general, if Data at Arms,
Yeah,
put
you
something
triggered this
out, you should go
conversation,
watch
actually.
Well, my point was, what Allison, her point was, it doesn't matter whether it's good or bad.
Or bad.
Press,
Just that it's being
it's
talked
all press is good press. Remember that line from years and years and years
Right.
ago.
Yeah.
Holds true. If people are talking about it, don't matter what they're saying necessarily. In the end, it's going to drive the result that people are talking about it. Eyes are going to be on it,
And
right?
and it's also important to know right now, if there's certain creators, if they go out and they're like, this is woke garbage, there's a section of people who will go watch it on purpose.
Right.
Like, and if you say something's woke garbage, there are some people who won't watch it, but they will still talk about it and generate buzz for it. So it's like,
Right.
it's sort of
I
this
was going
hit
to
or
say,
miss thing. Like,
yeah. Ken and I have talked on several occasions, especially of late. Like, there's this whole portion of YouTube that thrives off of their drama and negativity and press, and they are killing it because negativity gets more attention, right?
Yeah.
People will tune in to hear other people talk shit more than they will to hear somebody praise something.
but
Right?
they
'Cause
won't
nobody really.
necessarily. But that also, you know, like, yeah, you'll tune in and watch somebody talk shit about something, but that doesn't necessarily mean you're not going to go watch something and enjoy it. You're just going to go hear them talk
No,
shit.
not at all. You just want to hear what they're saying is shit about it, right?
Same reason people read like the national. Well, I mean, I don't think anyone reads it, but in the day, it was the same reason. Like my grandmother would buy the National Enquirer. She technically did not give a shit about celebrity gossip. She would certainly buy that every week and read it and then throw it in the trash. Like, this is garbage. I can't believe, you know. And she'd sit there sometimes like, this is bullshit, you know. And it'd be all
Look,
made up.
What the hell with the
Elizabeth Taylor's
National Enquirer?
Secret
The Weekly World News was where it was at.
Yeah, like
Look, man, National Enquirer introduced me to Bat Boy, and
yeah,
he is
So-
legit.
That
He
was
is
Weekly
real.
World News.
That was
my
Weekly World
friend.
News. Bat Boy was.
Was it?
Yeah, Weekly World News was where it was at, brother.
National Enquirer was like.
It was more
Pat
dignified.
Sajak did what to
Well, and
whatever.
sometimes the Enquirer had real stories, you know, but sometimes it was made up, and sometimes they would, you know, like they had deals with people. There were some people like they would put, like some of the true stuff was literally like, okay, your agent is trying to protect you, so they will throw 4 of their other clients under the bus with like true stories, and then there's the made up stuff. So like, that was a whole game. I don't know how it works now, but back then, if you weren't big enough, sometimes you get thrown under a bus for like the bigger celebrity.
Going back to what you were
Yes.
saying, Allison. I was talking to BSL the other day, and he said,
Yeah.
Talking about Revelation, the response to it, and he said that 90% of the buzz about it was positive, and that he was surprised to see so much love for Revelation. And then he says, a little controversy is good because it gets people talking and discussing, and that's what feeds the algorithm.
I don't understand anyone complaining about He-Man being woke. Like, we
It's
all
always
got
been woke.
pro-social messages from
Yeah.
He-Man at the end of every episode. Like,
We were taught to be good
Right?
people because of He-Man.
Well, the spin
Imagine
around the notion of, I know this is taking it away, but well, whatever, we can. No.
It's just
go
not a
ahead,
legitimate criticism, is what I'm saying.
No, I know that. I'm just saying, like, the whole notion of how people talk about woke was never. It's totally out of context. It's not a real thing. It really isn't. I mean, it's it has nothing to do with what people actually are saying or not. Whatever.
This makes me uncomfortable in my ignorance. It's woke.
Like, crap, I didn't realize that I was actually not as progressive as I thought I was. Oh, shit.
We can't ever watch this thing. It made me feel bad about myself.
Maybe I'm the asshole.
Hey,
we weren't going to say
I
anything,
proudly
but-
admit to being an asshole.
We all have our moments.
Asshole and proud of it.
It's how
Right.
you roll past your moments of bad awfulness. So
There you go. Real quickly, going back to this goes back quite a bit, but what you were talking about, like, I think it was you, but about like the those visions that we saw in Revelation.
Yes.
Of the like the primordial creation or whatever's going on. It instantly reminded me of what we saw in the Eternity War with the 3 aspects of the goddess, the bat, the snake, and the falcon. Except there was no bat, it was now a ram.
Right.
And one thing that
That's
I've
right.
kind of been thinking a little bit about is, and especially seeing it in this new trailer, we see that shot of Tila where she's wielding the staff of Zor and the staff of Ka, which are Zor is representative of the falcon, Ka is representative of the snake. Is there another staff out there that's representative of the ram?
The Havoc staff.
The Havoc
Mhm.
staff.
And so I wonder
Havoc
if,
staff?
yeah. So I wonder if that's kind of the angle they're going at.
Right.
Kind of a little bit
'Cause that was also
tweaking
a
what they
whole
did in
thing.
the comics. So that
Right.
Sorry, that was my
Yeah,
thought.
that little-
It seems consistent with that vision that we saw.
Evil Lynn holding the ram.
No,
So cool.
Yeah.
Love it.
I
Yeah, I love
completely
it.
can agree with that, and definitely think that would be a good aspect of it, because like we did see a little bit more of that in again, call back to 2000X, right, with like the Ram Stone.
Yep.
Right, took Skeletor, the combined power of the Ram Stone sigil with the Havoc staff to
and there's
break
also-
through the wall.
And and the ram stone's associated with the faceless one, which
Yep.
in Revelation,
Evil
that
Lyn's
corpse at the entrance to Subternia is
Yep.
the armor it's wearing is very reminiscent of the faceless one's armor. What the Evil Lynn places that ram skull on to open up Subternia.
Man.
I think he's just sleepy, Briscoe. He's not. He hasn't done anything.
But okay, so that's also the thing. You've got the falcon, the snake, the ram, and then the bat. So like that's 4 different, 2 land creatures, 2 air creatures, and like each of them like obviously Zor is like, let's finger quote good.
Lawful good.
That's
or whatever.
subjective. I mean, to me, they seem more like nature, like forces of nature, and it's probably more about who's wielding. I mean, obviously, there was sort of the falcon versus the snake, but at the same time, even the Eternian goddess. I mean, obviously this is a retcon through the years, but even the snake goddess like is good, even though technically the snake men are not. So like there's this evolution, you know, and Tila become in certain continuities, Tila becomes a snake man and then comes back from it. And that's part of what in some cases makes her the sort of the goddess rather than the sorceress. So it's interesting because now that gives us like sort of 4 different power animals.
Mm-hmm.
So anyway, I don't have any more of a thought than that, Mike, but it's just interesting we now have 4 different power animals that are sort
Where
of,
are the sea animals?
yeah, that are sort of poised to be front and center in this next little chunk of thing.
I've never even thought about, as you mentioned that, my brain started going to like think about some of the vehicles in Motu, and I hadn't really thought about like which ones are tied to any of these like animals. I know, I mean, like Point Dread, of course, or the, what do they call it?
The Talon Fighter.
Talon Fighter clearly has a connection. I don't do any of the others that folks know, like the snakes.
Well,
no, I mean we have animal-based vehicles, like we've got the Dragon Walker and
Dragon
the Land
Walker,
Shark,
Bashosaurus,
you know, Stridor. But as far as like the specific,
are
you talking about like the deity type animals?
Yeah,
are there vehicles associated with the
yeah,
deities?
Yeah.
Thanos. Let me address now. Thanos, were you thinking of the monster walker that they used the face of for the face that they put on Snake?
No,
Mountain?
there wasn't. I can't remember where it was at, but I'm pretty sure there's an unproduced snake vehicle. I remember seeing.
There was. It was for Rattler.
Yeah. Was it in one of the magazines or something back in the day?
It might be in the Power and Honor Foundation catalog. Let me look real quick. I think.
I wish I had that book, guys.
I think that's where we've seen it, but like I do remember, like I think it was like part of one of their catalogs.
My memory of it is also just rendered in cartoon form, so it wasn't even like a prototype we were seeing for that.
Right, yeah, there was no actual prototype because it was drawn up around the same time they did the Moss Man one, the like frog leaper thing or whatever that could climb up walls.
Skeletor had the Ram Chariot in 2000X.
2000X, yeah, the well, that was the Battle Ram of 2000X was the Chariot. So we did get to again see that, and those more elements of the Ram and the Havoc staff with the Ram Stone. Like they were almost like really trying to push that as like his source of evil power was a Ram.
I'm not seeing any snake.
What was the
vehicles.
pop-up vehicle toward sort of the end of the line that like He-Man rode on?
The is that one, that red one, right? The kind of
Yeah, the red one.
Attack Track.
I just saw it. No, not the Attack Track.
No, this is-
Bashosaurus.
No, it's a smaller one that
The,
like sort of pop.
It's like a motorcycle that laid down and then it would like pop up and become a gun shooting station.
Yeah, okay, yeah.
This one right here.
That thing, yeah.
The laser bolt.
Ooh, that's right.
That's it.
And I, of course, always have Battle Ram blog pulled up because why wouldn't you?
It's the best resource out there.
That's the go-to place to look for that.
Half of my Motu
Well,
videos.
since He-Man.org is no longer around, you are right. That is the number one source as far as having it chronicled on
an archival type of thing. Yeah,
right.
It is a shame
Whereas
we never
back
did
in the
get this Snake Mountain vehicle.
Yeah, that's what I was talking about.
Yeah.
That's the Monster Walker, and you can see
Yeah.
Skeletor driving it up there. That was supposed to be
right
like the answer to the Dragon Walker for the bad guys.
Right. So cool.
Did those things on Snake Mountain, that beast and the wolf, did they ever have any sort of like, were they associated with any kind of deities or something, or what were those creatures?
No.
They're never really, no lore really.
No
behind it.
lore.
Right.
Yeah, no lore that I know of, except the only thing that I know of is that Snake Mountain. I think it was in 2000X that it established that it was the ancient stronghold of the Snake Men.
Yeah, and it like came alive at one point.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, well, it was Serpos
That
himself.
did that contradict the lore of the Filmation series where Skeletor used the golden discs of knowledge to build Snake Mountain?
Yeah.
Well, yeah, I mean, let's face it. They're
God, I
He-Man's
appreciate you,
lore.
nerds, man. This is great. This is fantastic.
He-Man's lore has retconned itself over and over again between.
That's true. I mean, you've got the
Elements.
original mini comics that are totally different from anything else.
Well, even
Which
the
is
mini comics as they went on contradicted themselves later, like we were talking
All
about.
of them.
Yeah.
You know, Skeletor being a demon and then being Keldor. That was all in the mini comics.
In the mini comics. Well,
Well, Wave 1 didn't have a story Bible, really. There was just sort of the Mattel merchandising stuff. And then when What's-His-Face wrote...
Dan Clutt, he was given
Loose.
pictures of the toys and told to write a story, and he hacked out that story. That he says that himself.
Yeah.
Let me find my Castle Grayskull script because I've got a bunch of that. I've got the actual
Moistley says the Dragon Walker was the dumbest vehicle design ever conceived. From an adult point of view, yes. I think from a kid's
was a
point
fun
of view, no.
That was
Look,
one of the
I
cool
had-
things about Masters is they just did a lot of interesting engineering things. It's like they had fun making toys that
Okay,
did
it was
fun things.
yeah.
Like,
At the end of '82, as they were prepping for Filmation, Halpern did a story Bible, which is when a lot of stuff shifted. That's when Castle Grayskull got an actual background, because originally it was just a mysterious old MacGuffin. That's not how I put it in my script. I'm just hitting my outline. And then he went in and said that, like, and in his story Bible, Zodak was the head of the Council of Elders.
Yeah.
So the snake, the attorney, well, she was just the sorceress, but she went in and was like, Skeletor is going to come one day. We should do something. So they put all their powers into a globe and hide it in Grayskull. Which then Filmation changed even more. So I'm working on stuff about the Kid Stuff record, so I don't give a shit about Filmation. Yeah. So this is up until Kid Stuff. But yeah, so that was, but sort of that's the two of the big shifts was his story Bible and then Filmation. So like those two things. And then everything in the mini comics after that stayed pretty consistent until Filmation ended the show, and then the mini comics were sort of on their own again.
I have a question, and of course, you know, everybody thinks I'm some sort of Motu expert. I'm not. But what my question has always been, what came first? That story Bible that you're talking about, or the DC Comics mini?
The DC Comics came, basically this is what they gave to DC when DC Comics was doing that 3-part miniseries.
Gotcha. Okay, now that begins to fill in a piece of the puzzle for me.
And that's why even those 3 Kid Stuff records, Castle Grayskull, Prince Adam, and He-Man and Battle Cat, and The Revenge of Skeletor, the 3 of those are pretty much just written from, like the Castle Grayskull one pretty much lifts directly from this. But so all of those come from, they're pre-Filmation, but they have Prince Adam like the DC Comics. So they're all and then everything after that, sort of a lot of the kid stuff never actually assumed anything from Filmation. Like I mean, like they brought in Orko, but they didn't actually. And
he was Gorpo originally.
I don't think that. Yeah, I think he might be Gorpo in one of the stories, but for the most part, they got that corrected fairly quick. So Kid Stuff though, like tried to lean into the toy design, so you see Tila always in the snake armor and stuff. Kid Stuff got the assignment was we need to sell some toys with these books. So yeah, like, so that's why the those little storybooks, you know, like the Golden Book stuff. That's why it's all like different continuity, but kind of the same, is because they were more focused on selling the toys, and most of their stuff was from these story Bibles. Not the Filmation, surprisingly, didn't necessarily play well with others, which is why my vintage Orko says owned by Filmation or whatever on it. So anyway, trying to find the laser bolt stuff. There was
I mean, I could bring up the laser bolt.
Yeah, well, I was just trying to find some of the concept art, and I'm not. easily finding it outside of Power and Honor.
You want me to go grab a laser bolt?
Well, it's more about trying to look through all the concepts because it wasn't. It changed a bit, and there were different animals in there at one point. I believe.
Mr. Home Arcade, good morning, sir.
Hello, Mr. Arcade.
So this is one of those things where, like, again, talking about some of that concept, right? We were just showing this off. So this concept eventually became a vehicle in New Adventures, right? Because some of the stuff did cross over, where this became more of like a chariot. Talking about the Battle Ram chariot. I just meant to blow up the image. I didn't mean to go by Battle Ram chariot.
I love
So I
that
was
vehicle.
trying to find
Super
it.
fun. The heads bob up and down when it
Right.
rolls, and then like
It was fun.
bashes out.
It was just a good toy, right? So I was actually trying to find again that Rattler snake.
Yeah, I
vehicle.
couldn't find it. I looked for a second, but
Yeah,
and I only
well, 'cause,
vaguely
like,
remember seeing something about it. Like I don't even remember where I saw it.
it was a sketch because on the same exact page they showed that moss like wall crawler thing. You know, where it had the suction cups and it went up the wall, and it was like a frog. Mr. Home Arcade knows what I'm talking about because he now
Yeah.
has that vehicle.
Yes.
But it was on the same concept page as that. They also had a concept for a snake vehicle. It's really going to bother me not being able to find it. Here's a
You might
laser
not be
bolt.
able to find it now that the forum's down. Like,
And I think that might be part of the case, right? Like, I think it may have been part of the forum, and that's why I can't see it. I'm trying to remember if
Scalar is what he's talking about, the Mossman vehicle that you were talking about.
yeah, that was the upscaler was the Mossman vehicle, but this was on the same concept page. You know what? Now that I think about it, I think on one of the episodes of Toy Frenzy when we talked about the unreleased vehicles, Adam had a picture of it.
Yeah, he obviously doesn't have everything up on Battle Ram yet because he doesn't.
No, he's got a lot of it just saved. Now I got to go
I'm
to
not
Skelly's
finding it.
channel.
I didn't. Don't have my full Power and Honor.
Needle in a haystack time.
Well, fortunately, I can just go back to the playlist on Skelly's channel for Toy Frenzy and then look up the one where we had discussed unreleased toys for Masters Universe, because that would be the episode. Then it'll just be a matter of scrolling through. Why is it that like the later these streams go on, I spend like hour and a half, 2 hours just looking for like one image? It's like been a running thing for the last 3 weeks.
7 hours, 9 minutes, and 53 seconds.
We're not breaking records tonight. We're not going over 9 hours.
9 hours. Last words. And we got poor old John down there. Looks like he's about half asleep, accused of smoking a hooter.
What's wrong with smoking a hooter? You talk like
I'm
that.
just saying. He's got the old eyes going there.
Well, you're all more resilient than me. I think I'm gonna have to hop off here.
I'm about ready to pass out in my chair.
I was going to
as well.
say, honestly, if it wasn't for this discussion, I was about ready to end it before.
Yeah. And thank you for indulging that. I totally, don't know why I didn't bring it up earlier. I am super excited for it.
So like,
I was going to say, I see Dad at Arms pop up in the chat. He's getting an invite to come on to the clubhouse and hang out for a while. It's just going to happen.
Yeah.
I appreciate you guys letting me join. Thank you.
Thank you for being here, bro. Well, welcome to the channel. Welcome to hanging out in the clubhouse.
Thank you. Well, I'm gonna say goodnight. So it was wonderful meeting you and
Good night.
chatting
Night.
with everybody.
Good night.
Take care.
Thank you, man.
Good journey.
Good journey.
The new is a little bigger.
I was doing shorts with that prototype. I lost even more of the Micronauts
no.
antenna.
Oh no!
It is what it is.
Usual Mike.
Right here, toy. You broke
Usual
your toy.
Mike. Oh, we've arrived. We've got
Usual-
Australia now too. We've gotten Dad at Arms tonight.
Yeah, and I wasn't sure how to read when he said good evening, if that's a greeting or a goodbye, but I assume that was a greeting.
Yeah.
Because he's still here.
Right.
Well, it's already tomorrow over there.
Yeah.
So
It's already
was gonna
tomorrow
say-
over here, and I'm in California. So
Yeah, I know.
Right.
Please, Dallas and Drake.
They don't. They
Yeah, the West Coast Avengers they're still early, but it's Friday there. Or
Oh, that's
Sunday.
bad.
It's the 3-day weekend for me in work.
Yeah.
Right.
My phone didn't melt.
Maybe they
Yeah.
can, but I'm not going to be able to. I've got a show to do at 12 noon today.
I've got one at a couple hours, so. But
Just show up late to it, Allison.
right, yeah, let's
Yeah,
do that.
your show, Allison. You get to control it.
Yeah, like
You
let's
could just
do
blame
that.
it on me again. Say
Well,
it's
I
all my
will,
fault. I'm doing my hair.
because Muriel's joining me so we can do our postponed strawberry shortcake from Christmas Eve, and like she's halfway around the world. Like,
Oh, it's a makeup one.
yeah, it's because Christmas Eve, like we were gonna do some strawberry shortcake, and her boyfriend slash like as you get older, that sort of stuff doesn't matter. But the family invited them for Christmas Eve, and yeah, so go do that instead of hanging out with me in your apartment on the internet coloring strawberry shortcake. We'll make it up. So yeah, but I haven't gotten to. So we're basically gonna do our catch up.
But have you asked her yet if it was worth missing?
I'm going to say probably, because I want to say they're in I'm terrible with. I'm from the United States. I'm terrible with foreign countries that aren't Canada. I do know that people in Brazil speak Portuguese and Spanish, and Portuguese is the main language. So that's my one claim to fame. But I believe she's in Albania, and they were doing obviously they're from Albania, so
Oh, nice.
she was getting to have Albanian food, and I would not. I'm never gonna argue with an actual authentic meal.
Yeah, definitely.
Especially on Christmas Eve, their traditions are. I'm gonna try to get her to talk about the food, so because I'm never going to Albania.
The holiday traditions from around the world really interest me. So
Yeah, so and we're doing strawberry shortcake, which is desserts and cakes and pies and stuff. So
Oh, now I'm
we'll
hungry.
work the food in, and then we'll talk smack about our mom like we always do. And dude's name Carl.
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 My dad's name is Carl.
Coral.
My brother's
Carl.
name is Carl. And he's
We
an
have-
idiot.
We have this jellyfish toy with bells and stuff for the cats, and we call it Carl. And the other day, he's not with me because it's too cold for him. Because behind us is the blizzard or whatever, so it's too cold for him tonight. But the other day, I watched him trot by with that jellyfish in his mouth, and I had to patch it up a little.
Are you getting snow right now, Allison?
I don't know if it may have stopped. Let's see. Yeah, it stopped, but it was blowing sideways earlier, so.
Awesome.
Yeah, we're up to 15 degrees. It was 13 when I jumped on the stream.
Wow.
So, I'm sorry, it's back down to
shorts
14.
weather almost.
Not here. That's people lose their mind in this part of the Pacific Northwest when it's
Yeah.
We have all the California rejects, all the people who were like, "I'm gonna sell my multi-billion
It's
dollar
43 degrees, and I'm freezing.
I
I have a
know.
beanie and sweatshirt on.
I'm sitting here talking about being cold.
Let's see what it is.
It's 12
Well,
degrees here, but we're supposed to
zero
get 2 feet of snow just today. So
Yeah, we're also
Oh.
closer to the
Look
border
at
and stuff like that. So
It's
it's gonna be a bit
25
colder.
out there, and they're
What do you
predicting
got?
we're gonna
Negative
get
5?
snow here. So
-5.
heat miser has allowed the
Yeah, I
snow
don't-
miser to come down here to
Nice.
Southtown.
Cobb.
Oh, I'm over
We
here just
don't
playing around.
Oh man, it's like 58 degrees here. Woo.
Oh,
We used to get snow. We just don't get snow anymore.
I
I'll
was
send
looking
you
at
some,
a-
Oz.
We were looking at houses the other day online
I
in your neck
appreciate
of the woods, Oz.
Oh, were you gonna
Yeah.
come out to Maryland? I highly do not
Thought about
recommend.
Not quite Baltimore, a little bit further, but you know.
I
well,
recommend
mean,
moving at least a little further north into PA. Housing's cheaper, school system's better.
I've decided like one, and this is sad, but this is one of the things that I was like on my list of reasons too. I'm like, there's something really appealing about like I had a shitty work week. It's Saturday morning. I'm gonna drive into Baltimore and get some crab cakes. So
Well, crab
You
cakes
can still
are
do that
the
from
best
Pennsylvania,
pizza.
though.
Good.
You can.
yeah, but then you
can.
have to be in Pennsylvania, right?
Pennsylvania is a great state to live in.
I'm
Is
just
it?
saying, yeah, it's a lot better than Maryland.
Yeah, but
I lived
see,
in
that's the
Pennsylvania
thing.
for a
Maryland's,
while.
you expect Maryland to be a little
I loved
shitty.
it.
If you go to Pennsylvania and it's a little shitty, you're extra disappointed because you're like, this is where all the waspy people live. Why is it horrible here too? Whereas in Maryland, you're right by there's Edgar Allan Poe, there's the John Waters stuff, crab cakes. So anyway,
Good
Well,
night,
my
everyone.
recommendation then
I'm
is
gonna have to sign off. So,
all right,
good
have a good
night,
night, guys.
everybody.
Bill.
Thank you all
Bye,
for
Bill.
allowing me to get in here
Thanks
and,
for having
and
me
listen
again,
to
Mike.
all this wonderful
Always,
chat.
Bill.
Good night, everybody.
Good night. We'll see you around in streams tomorrow, though. But yeah, so
It is 4 a.m. though, so just wanted to hop on and say hello and show off all my amazing stuff.
Well, we
Oh, I didn't
appreciate
recognize
it.
you,
Thank
bud.
Bill.
I know, I have a face.
Wow.
I just watched Clueless, like chin pubes. Again, I should reiterate. I just watched Clueless again. 'Cause,
Again.
I went and saw it 9 times at the theater when it came out. 6 of those were in the same day because it was an hour and 25 minutes, and it hit the like dollar theater. So 10 a.m. It was 10 a.m., 12 a.m., noon, 2 p.m. Like I just went from the moment they opened to the last showing. I did it all in a day. That's stuff I missed from my 20s. That and all the liquid income to buy toys.
Yeah,
Yes.
adulting sucks.
It does. That's why we kidult on the weekends.
Yeah.
All right, folks. I'd say it's a good part to wrap it up. See,
I'd say
look,
so.
Mr. Home Arcade
Oh, I
says,
could live by Mr. Home Arcade.
right?
Well, then maybe I'll
PA
move to
is where
PA,
I'm from. And it's a
'cause
great place.
it's happening by Mr. Home Arcade.
Well, not only that, too, Jesse, Just Shelve It, and Sean, they're in PA, and those guys are awesome.
Attorney
And I
James in
bet in
PA.
Pennsylvania there are more people I could criticize for wearing white shoes after Labor Day.
Now, Mothman is saying Deep Creek, Lake Maryland is heaven on earth. And I will say Deep Creek is a pretty cool place, but just Maryland's way too expensive to live.
Maryland's too close to Washington, D.C. That's the problem.
Yeah.
It's a little spendy. Yeah, agreed. Mothman 46 on Ohio.
Just
I
having
drove
that
through
discussion
Ohio.
today. I
You're
can't even
not
find the
right.
episode where we talked about the unproduced figures, but if we did a whole episode on unproduced Masters of the Universe toys and cannot find it, what the crap? Oh, here it is. Now, see, I was determined.
I was just about to go searching.
Yeah, almost had me go and look too. I'm trying to remember it.
I just gotta find the part where we started the slideshow. I think this may have just been more about concepts, though.
Yeah, I don't know if Carl with a C or Carl with a K makes a difference. My brother's name begins with a K, and he's an idiot.
I've never dated a Carl with a K, so I can't speak for those people. But if you say so, he can be equally Carl.
I mean, he's well intended, but he's just an idiot.
That is a Carlism. Sometimes they don't mean to be stupid and dense and awful, but they just are. And we love them. We love that for them, but we also talk shit about them to their face
On
sometimes.
the internet. For
They don't realize
everyone to
sometimes you're
see.
talking shit to them, to their face. They're like, "That's a weird compliment."
Walking Dead Carl's pretty badass.
Accurate.
Hey, I will say this. I have never had a problem talking shit to somebody's face.
Oh,
My brother's the type of guy that'll call you at 3:00 in the morning, drunk off his ass, with the radio playing so loud in the background that you can't really hear him, and he's so drunk he can't figure out how to turn down the radio.
what is playing on the radio?
Usually something like Ozzy Osbourne, Black Sabbath.
Mega Carl. He's a Mega Carl. There you go. There you
What's
go.
wrong with Ozzy Osbourne?
I'm not saying there's anything wrong with it. I'm just saying it's so
Oh, okay.
Carl to call you drunk, 3 a.m. loud music. It's like, and you can tell you're not from the South because it's Ozzy Osbourne. If it was from the South, it would be like Leonard Skinner,
Leonard
or
Skinner, yep.
Molly Hatchet, or
Yeah, definitely.
and if you were from the West Coast, it would be like Van Halen, or I don't know, like
I'm on the West Coast and I would go Skinner or Sabbath.
yeah. So yeah, but like Fresno, like
Yeah, but you're not Carl either.
It's like yeah, you're not Carl. So this is Carl, but Fresno is
Far
also
north
kind
from
of like the
Pasadena,
south of
Eddie Van Halen.
California. Like it's like Reno, not Reno. It is Reno, and yeah, Reno and like Barstow, and like those are like the South. They're just not in the South. So.
Yeah.
Like, I drove through
I'm in the
Barstow
anus
one
of
time.
California, dead center.
The anus.
Yeah.
You're not that
I was
far
almost
from
in the
Bay Area,
anus
though.
of Cali.
Which reminds me. Yeah.
I was actually gonna. My mom moved out to California. She moved out to Fresno. Now she's buried out
I
there.
don't
She never
recommend
came back.
People get married in Fresno. It's a place that people go to and get married in. It happens.
There we go. All right, guys. Well, I think it'd be best to just kind of wrap it up here. So, Ed, what you got going on, brother?
Let's see. Tomorrow night, Hella Dope Toys, and then I guess I'll promote the other channel that I moderate on Monday night, which is Punks on Punk. What is this channel called? A Punk with Toys.
He has a channel.
I was gonna say Punks on Film, but that was Thursday's night show.
That's Thursdays.
Yeah, Punk with Toys on Monday night, and then on Tuesday I will be doing my show with my son. I don't know what we're doing Tuesday because he's been really busy. So he's got some things going on, trying to get his life moving forward since he's 18 and he's an adult now. So other than that, that's about it. Every day on
I think
Instagram.
of 18 as being an adult because I don't think I had any idea what was going on until I was like 30.
Oh, me neither. But
Usual, Mike? Absolutely, man. Definitely. You hit me up on IG, whatever you got. We'll definitely have you on, brother.
Absolutely.
Great.
You know, that's one of the things about this. Like, this is really open for all of us. The whole idea of the clubhouse is that no matter who it is, pretty much come in and hang out.
Unusual Mike's the reason I bought my first G.I. Joe Classified. He did when they first came out back in the day.
There you go. Brick, what you got coming up?
So it's officially Sunday. So in about 12 hours, I'll be getting ready to start at 4:30 p.m. Pacific time doing the Brick Something News. I will be with Bo of Morphonauts / Combat Creatures tomorrow.
Nice.
And then I might just pop on Monday just because I have the time, and I'm gonna try and get back on the shorts. I've had to take a pause for a little bit, But yeah, so that's pretty much it until again next Sunday. Unfortunately, that's where I'm going to be.
There we go. Thanos.
My next episode of my Instagram retrospective will drop tomorrow, early in the morning, and every day on Instagram, pretty much. Wednesdays are hump days, Fridays are Fisto Fridays. And this month, I'm doing collabs with D's Sexy Toys, so there'll be an extra spicy shot on Tuesdays. So,
all right, bud.
I'm sure eventually I'll edit that video. Probably not.
You should have said, "I have a channel."
No, I have a channel. Yeah. Yeah, pretty much.
How many
I do. I do plan doing stuff on it still. I'm just kind of deciding how I want to format it.
But you
going
should just
forward.
video yourself painting a couple of figures and throw it up there. You don't need to edit that shit. Just throw it up.
Yeah, the editing, it's kind of
Jazz onto it.
bearing down, cutting down like an hour and a half footage into 5-minute segments and then upload it and then
Yeah, dude, forget about
edit
it.
all that down into a 15-minute video because Canva can't handle anything over 15 and a half minutes. Like the first few videos were great, but after a while it was just like it was
Hey, you
starting
know
to
what?
tear on me a bit. But I loved using Canva and all of its like fun
Makes
tools and toys.
Just
But it
drop some royalty-free music on there, and bam, done.
Yeah, don't worry about it. All that shit down.
That's what I
I
need
think
to start doing.
what I do kind of want to do is showcase, because I mean, there's quite a few figures I painted off camera. Maybe showcase like 5 at a time.
There you go.
Make kind of like a couple minute video. I want to get Lazy Susan so I can.
Oh, they don't just sound kinky,
Spin 'em.
Briscoe. They are kinky.
But yeah, do that. I also kind of want to get back into my storytelling.
I would love for that to happen, bud, because
Yeah.
you always have some amazing stuff going on.
Yeah, that's another thing. But yeah, usually floating around these channels.
was gonna
Thursdays
say,
on Toy Frenzy here.
We'll catch you on Mondays trolling Lawrence. Like, I didn't know you had a channel.
Yeah. Probably find me in the chats trolling Bobby with something.
Oh, definitely.
Mhm.
That'll always happen. It's
Yeah,
just part of the dynamic.
gotta
John.
keep him on his toes.
You do. You do. Keep them toes curl. I mean, what? John, what you got going on, brother?
I'm gonna have a few videos I'll be doing this week.
Talking to your mic more.
I'll have a couple videos doing some WWE superstars next couple of days. I will be posting my stop motion video for my first wrestling match. That'll be coming this week. And then I'll be doing some more unboxings on some other things that are coming in the mail. You can check it out also on IG, Figuratively Speaking, and YouTube, Figuratively Speaking.
Excellent. Cobb, you up next, buddy?
Don't remember much coming out until I get some more figures in, but it should be the next couple days. Got those mythics coming in Wednesday, so probably next Thursday or Friday be the next video. But yeah, just Cobweb, collect on YouTube, and same on Instagram. And Bud, yeah, like your figures, you're talking about painting them and stuff. I was talking with a couple people about even maybe just doing some live, just Motu play, pop and swaps or show off some more customs and stuff. I was thinking about like you and Thanos, and as I know Thanos does a lot of them.
Yeah.
Little stupid things to do. Just kind of have like a Motu play date or figure play date.
Hell yeah.
Yeah, just because a lot of people ask me all the time, oh, is this swap with that? Or a lot with like the origins, oh, can do these two swap together and stuff. So
Oh, yeah.
Can I do that? And have
I'd be down for that.
Yeah, since I got so many origins, be like, yeah, anything you guys want to see? See if anything
Yeah,
fits.
I've got quite the collection here.
Yeah, that's what I think. Like you and like Thanos and a couple other guys I was talking to. So maybe do that sometime soon. I'll hit you guys up.
For sure.
And
That sounds
Allison
awesome.
right here's got a bunch of customs too.
Yeah, and
It's-
Allison.
Yeah.
Yeah. Have a little party.
Oh,
Also, a beautiful segue into Allison. What you got coming on?
Yeah, in a few hours, 11 a.m. PST, Muriel and I coloring strawberry shortcake vintage pages. They're up on my community tab if you want to color along, download them. We'll be talking about her holiday and smack about people. Monday morning at 10:30 a.m. I have a collection of coloring shorts going live. It's all the Mark Taylor concept, the B sheet coloring pages that I've done. I put them all in one video. Sort of starting rolling into my Motu content for, I don't know, there's some like Motu thing happening soon. Also Monday at 4:15 Pacific Standard Time, I will be a guest star, I guess that's what we're calling it, on Largo's the Infinite
Playlist.
Yep, I'll be on that. We pre-recorded it. It was fun. I've got a Delta 17 Death Sparrow interview with Ken, and I've got the figure on a Lazy Susan for
Nice.
the middle of the video that's coming. And then at some point, my Castle Grayskull video will go up. So at some point. So yeah, that's it.
Very epic. All right. And for those of you who may not know, you can always catch me Thursdays on Skelevator's channel for Toy Frenzy. And then,